Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Bisnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Wai.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Wai.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
into our final day of the Bali Major group stages in MLP Dota, and the lovely looking John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. You're looking absolutely splendid today, sir, but how are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. I'm dressed in a very dark barong just to bury our hopes and dreams for the most part here. For Southeast Asia, we're going to be watching IG up against Blacklist. Of course, Bleed's still in the running, which is very surprising to me, but good on them to still be in the running. We'll see if they maintain themselves in that danger zone for the lower bracket start. But it's been a topsy-turvy group stage, Mike. I think a couple of results people didn't expect, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how it closes out here, how many tiebreakers we get.
I know what you're talking about, Jonathan. All the SEA teams are still in the running. Execration and Blacklist are also still in the running here for the group stages, Jonathan. We'll have a look at the standings soon enough, but they're all still playing, John. As much as you can't wait to tell me that you were right and all of them didn't make it through, they are all still playing, sir. And they all still have an opportunity. The matchups are pretty damn hard to go up against, to be fair. We'll see them very soon again. Still an exciting day of Dota, Jonathan. I mean, final day of the group stages before we do get to head into the playoffs. So, you know, only, what, 8 more series to go here today, and then perhaps tiebreakers if that's the situation we end up in. Apart from that, though, again, John, playoffs are starting very soon.
That they are. Time just flies. Group stages already wrapping up. It's really interesting with the tiebreaker rules. I'm not sure if they've been updated. Knoxville made a post where head-to-head weighing is first, and then that's when we figure out tiebreakers. So I'm not sure how many we get if these rules are followed. We might not get that many. We'll see, I suppose. Again, I'm not too privy to rules. You know me, Mike. I can't understand math, so I wouldn't know how tiebreakers work, but it should be interesting to see. Of course, we can maybe refresh ourselves with the tournament format today, just to remind ourselves what is closing out, or what structure is there, I believe, Mike.
Can we get the tournament format to have a look at, perhaps? Maybe not, Jonathan. I mean, we're in day 5. You should know by now, to be absolutely fair. You should remember these things, Jonathan. I'm surprised I haven't had the opportunity to ask you exactly what the format is to read out word for word, but you haven't remembered, which is a bit upsetting to see, Jonathan. Very, very disappointing in you for not remembering all those words. And well, we'll have to wait for the graphic to come up as we can have a look at it now. Tournament format. There you go, Jonathan. Try to memorize it while you can. 18 teams in the group stage, of course. 12 teams going into the playoffs. Then you have 8 teams in the final stage, which are going to be playing for the Bali Major trophy. What is it, John? What are you saying?
I'm just remembering. I'm so surprised. I didn't know there were 18 teams, Mike. I thought there were like 24. You see? I just can't remember stuff. I'm going to forget right after this slide, Mike.
Well, 8 teams are going to be making it through to the final stage, John, where you are going to have, of course, a double elimination bracket, and then you're going to have best of 3s into a best of 5 for the grand finals to see who lifts up the major trophy. And there you go, John. That's the format. You're welcome.
It's exciting. You have a lot of eliminations. Of course, we're ending the group stage right now, so we're going from 18 to 12, 6 teams eliminated. We can take a look at the prize pool distribution, I suppose, for those teams that do make it into playoffs. First place getting $200,000 dues with 600 DPC points. Going down 100, 75, 50, 25, 12, 500. The DPC points is really the big deal here. You know, a lot of our dark horses, or teams that you don't expect to place in the top, can suddenly skyrocket to TI off of first placement here. So if it's not Gaimin Gladiators once more, it's someone like, say, Quest. Suddenly that ranking for TI gets a little bit awkward, although I'm not sure if Quest has enough points out of the DPC, even with a first place finish here, to get into TI. So would be rather interesting to see, but prize pool's great. DPC points, the bigger prize for a lot of teams here, gunning for TI for sure, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the main prize, of course, and we can have a look at the standings as well of the group stages right now, because that's what's really important. As you can see, the only team that's really confirmed to be out right now is actually Evil Geniuses, right? Evil Geniuses is the only team that we can confidently say are not going to make it through to the playoffs. IG obviously not looking too good with Execration and Blacklist in Group A, so you've got that going for you right now as well. But pretty much Evil Genius is the only team that are confirmed to not be able to go any further. Every single other team in either group has a chance still to make their way up, which is going to make this day pretty damn hype, John.
It's going to be pretty exciting to see what does break out. I think A 2-0 for IG or Blacklist does tie them up with Shopify Rebellion. So guess what? NA's still on the chopping block as well. It's going to be really interesting to see. Of course, maybe our boy Abed takes one for the team and lets someone like Blacklist stay in. Who knows? Who knows if that's the case? Of course, in Group B, a little bit more clear-cut. Bleed a little bit safer. They just need probably a draw at worst on their next series. And if they can get that done, then an 8-8 score line might be enough to keep them in. Doesn't look like there's going to be an opportunity at all for Azure or Nouns to climb up. Like, it needs to be at least one win for Bleed, and there's no outright chance at all for Nouns and Azure. They need a 2-0 as well to force a tie. So it's going to be rather interesting to see how it closes out here, Mike. Again, potentially a lot of tiebreakers. I don't know the score. Knoxville seems to think that the ordering's a little bit strange, but who knows? I don't know anything. You don't know anything. No one knows anything, Mike.
No, well, I mean, there you go, John. It's interesting as well, right? Because you've got teams like Blacklist, for example, that still have an opportunity, but they've got to beat IG today, which shouldn't theoretically be too hard, considering IG is in last place at the moment. I mean, they are tied, to be fair, with Blacklist and Execration, but you get my point. You know, like, they've just got to get a win here to make their way up to the safer zone into the playoffs. I wonder, like, how that matchup ends, because that's our first matchup today, IG versus Blacklist, and that's going to be a pretty important one, because the winner will be able to probably make their way through the lower bracket at least, as we do have a look at the schedule. IG versus Blacklist to get things started, and then Gaimin Gladiators against BetBoom. It's going to be a really damn hype series, because that was the Dream League Season 20 Grand Finals that happened. I think Quinn himself said that was one of the hardest series he's ever had to play. And it felt a lot better winning because it was just so challenging. So there you go. Exciting times.
Very exciting times. Of course, tiebreakers to be determined. But really good series up today to close out here on Stream D. I'm surprised this is Stream D, Mike. Between Gladiators and BetBoom. I'm happy, sure. But we're the D team, Mike. We're all the way at the bottom of the tier. When we get this, it's going to be fun.
What are you talking about, John? Of course they're going to put Bleed and 9 Pandas later on in the A stream. Of course. I mean, we're going to see Bleed make their way through to the upper bracket. What do you mean?
That's fair, Mike. That's fair. That's the storyline. That's the storyline that if we had stuff like Pick'ems, like CSGO does, I'm pretty sure no one has ever listed that one. So it would be rather interesting.
No.
I wish we had those, like brackets to look at, just set up your own brackets for the majors again. Still, you can take a look at our first matchup, take a look at our rosters here. I believe we're looking at the boys from IG first. And it has been a little bit of an up and down struggle for IG. They've had a lot of all chat, man. Emo is still, well, Emo is still emo. But he has certainly been growing a little bit more spicy as time goes on, for sure.
I love that guy. I love Emo. You and I, we can still remember casting Emo and, in Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments in China back in the day on BTS. And, how much he's grown, Jonathan. Still talking, still confident. Love to see it. I love the all chat from Emo, quite frankly. I don't care if he's losing. I love it. I want him to keep going.
Yeah. I want to see if he throws out anything here up against Blacklist. He had certain words up against Team Spirit. Now, Blacklist, he has an opportunity to throw some good stuff out for Filipino brethren. Of course, IG, again, overall, as the team has been struggling a little bit up and down. It's been interesting to see how Dust has been playing. I think that's been one interesting part as well. We can take a look at Blacklist as well, as this is the team they're playing up against. And Blacklist, this is a team that has so much potential, that we've all expected to do great, but Tour 1 was a bust, Tour 2 was a bigger bust, Tour 3 with KP, they managed to get to Bali. It's a marked improvement for them just having KP. I haven't seen KP this motivated as well. His offlane looks amazing, or at least it looked amazing in the DPC. And apparently just going from 5 Filipinos to 4 makes all the difference in the world there, Mike.
Savage was right, John. Savage knew what he was talking about. There you go, Blacklist Rivalry. I mean, this team, like you said, John, after 2 failed tours, have made it to the Bali Major. Now they're trying to stay in the Bali Major, John, because they're not in a very good position. They're currently, tied in 7th place with Execration and IG. So they need this win to get through to the playoffs. IG also need the win to get through to the playoffs, so it's going to be a pretty heated matchup. See, if you don't want a tie, to say the least. I think if you get a tie, it puts you into this awkward scenario where both teams are kind of just screwed. But a 2-0 victory would make you feel very good for either side.
It would. Cuckoo did tell me right as I got into the lobby, he said, "See you at the airport, John." I'm like, all right. Well, I wish I was at the airport to see you, Cuckoo. At the very least, you can go to the airport. So you have that going for you. You're there. You know, you can say you've went there, even though bombing out here means you got no DPC points, no shot for TI, and no prize pool as well. So I'm sure Blacklist are extra motivated to try and beat out IG. If it goes in a draw, man, that would be so sad for both sides. Maybe they have an agreement. It's like, let's just draw this, guys. Let's go home. Let's get out of here. It's not going great. I don't want to deal with this. We have TI qualifiers. We don't need to bum ourselves out. Let's go home. We're done.
Yeah. Barbecue at Cuckoo's house. Yeah, everyone go to Cuckoo's house. We'll have barbecue together as, both teams. Why the hell not? We'll see what happens. I mean, I guess that means game 1's going to be the ultra competitive one, because game 2, if you're the losing team in game 1, you're probably going to be like, well, yes, we can deny them the opportunity of making it to the playoffs, and to be fair, it is Cuckoo they'd be denying if Blacklist did win game 1, so maybe there is motivation behind that, because, some people never forget what happened back in the day, but it makes it exciting, John. It makes it very, very exciting, I think, here between these two teams. This might be more hype than Gaimin versus BetBoom, honestly, just based on history.
This might be it. This might be where the spice is thrown out. Maybe Emo just completely loses his mind, and I don't know, God knows what he says in all chat this time around. Maybe the good old PI comes out here up against the Filipinos, I mean, technically it's Cape Pinoy, so it is still a naturalized Filipino coming out here for Blacklist Rivalry with all the time he spent on Filipino rosters. God help that man. I don't know how he does it. Maybe this is why Damien is the coolest guy to meet. He is just completely chill. Because can you imagine jumping across from, like very collected Chinese gameplay into Southeast Asia? Oh, that is quite the transition with the teammates we have on hand here, Mike.
Yeah, it reminds me of the time I picked you up as an analyst, Jonathan. That was quite a transition for me as well. Let me tell you, very, very interesting times for me back in those days, and what a mistake that was. But we've gotten here, Jonathan. It's too late now to go back for me. It's too late. I'm stuck to the hip with you. We'll make it work, John. Well, you can call me K Pinoy at this point.
I'm sure there's an alternate timeline where you stuck around with Stinky Pie and I just didn't go with you, and I'm trying to imagine that. That would be pretty based. I think Stinky Pie would just be completely unfiltered. I love Clement, but he says some stuff sometimes. He has strong opinions, Mikey.
He has strong opinions. That's real big coming from you, Jonathan. You're Mr. Opinion. Jesus Christ. The things I hear coming out of your mouth, I can't believe sometimes. And game 1 will be underway rather soon, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching that time where we should be starting soon. So Blacklist versus IG, John. I mean, we've talked about it. It's going to be pretty hype. Obviously, either side wants a 2-0 victory, but if you don't get the 2-0 and you end up losing the first game, it's all about just denying the other team the opportunity to go through to the playoffs, which is just as valuable, quite frankly, because if you're a sicko like me, Jonathan, that's all you want. You want to drag somebody down with you.
Very Filipino. It's very crab mentality, so I'm wondering if that's something that kicks in for Blacklist here. Again, Cuckoo just said, see you at the airport, so maybe vacation time's done for him and just wants to go home. Who knows? Who knows what time it is, Mike?
Is it time to bring out the Cuckoo Mancer, Jonathan? I'm officially...
It's never time,
I'm officially giving Cuckoo my permission, Jonathan, to bring out the Cuckoo Mancer. It's the final series. Break the emergency glass, Cuckoo. It's time. Bring out the Cuckoo
Don't let him do it, Mike. Mike, don't let him do it. No.
He's got my permission.
Don't listen to Mike LaPhoenix, Ninja Boogie. Mike, you're the better Mike. You should know. This shouldn't be it. We'll take a look as we should have our draft rolling here. So you should be able to switch away from our dumb faces and our sad little sorry looks as we look at something happier.
I realize you haven't watched Naruto before, but this is the Rock Lee and Guy moment right here. Guy Sensei is giving his permission to remove the weights. Go on, Cuckoo. Remove the weights. Pick the Venomancer.
You're no sensei, Mike. Stop. You're no sensei to any of these people, Mike. Let's get that out of the way. At least know what a sensei is.
To be fair, I was the guy back in the day. I was the guy back in the day that pointed out how bad this Venomancer was. Like, nobody talked about it. I did. I was like, this Venomancer's a losing hero. Now it's not though, Jonathan. He has my permission. He can take it right now. I would say no bad words about it.
Alright, let's see if they do pick it up. We see the Dusa and Timbersaw band, and we see the Pugna and Inch band, so nothing too spicy coming out yet. IG, Who knows? Maybe IG's feeling themselves. They pick up the Venom themselves up against Cuckoo. No, they'll go Techies. What a big surprise there.
Yeah,
Techies comes out.
Emo takes the mid Venom and he says, "I'm the Cuckoo man."
I'd love to see that. I don't think it'll happen, Mike, but I'd love to see IG pick up the Venom more than anything else. We'll see.
that'd be hilarious.
Let's see the openings. Are we going to go off meta, off the script here, Blacklist, or are we going to stick to our guns, look for something like, say, the Undying? Maybe something like, I don't know, a Rubik prioritized here. Still probably the big options available for a safe support opening. Or you could just throw the script out and go Venomancer. And it's all down to whether or not Ninja Boogie actually listens to a damn word you say, Mike. I don't think he does. Neither does Nate. No one listens to us, Mike.
No. Thankfully not. Though maybe if they did, to be fair, John, they would have been higher in the groups at the moment. Blacklist, they'll go for the Enigma pickup. That's how they'll start. I'm not sure. You know, you and I, we've talked about this Enigma opening quite a lot, where neither of us are big fans of it. They'll follow up with the Clockwork as well. But talk to me about this opening from Blacklist, John. It's this Enigma, you know, it's so hit or miss, and right now, I feel as though every game we watch it, it's been much more miss.
It certainly has been. This should at least be a KP offlane Enigma. I don't think they've ever flexed this on the side of Blacklist. So this should be fairly straightforward. You've got the aura build-up. You can go play greedier as well. We've seen some players still go back for the Midas, play a slower game. Could be the tempo that Blacklist looks for. I like the response from the side of IG, just straight into the Monkey King. So that can be kind of flexed around here for IG. They could choose it as a support, as we've seen a few times, but I honestly wouldn't mind this for Dust. I think it does fairly fine into the Enigma lane. It's manageable enough. You can maintain your farm. You can clear out Eidolons fairly nicely. So you get a lot of value from just running it there. If that is the way they want to go here for Dust. And I wouldn't be too surprised if it was, just because you already see your off-lane matchup. Blacklist now covering for their Enigma, banning out the Rubik. Probably going to have to ban the Silencer as well. And that'll leave a lot of options for IG from, say, their own off-lane pick. I'll leave a lot of options here for Emo as well on the mid lane. So, and that's the one thing with the Enigma pick, right? Like, you prioritize a big core early on here. Like, something like the Enigma is more worried about supports. So you have to waste your next few bans on supports and just leave so many core options for IG. Stuff like, say, Ember is going to be available. Stuff like, say, flexing the Monkey King into support and going for Terrorblade is available. You know what? There's a lot to still worry about here on Blacklist's end, and they have to protect the Enigma.
That they do. More bans to come. They'll get rid of the Broodmother now. IG, one more for themselves, banning out the Muerta just in case, because it is a pretty damn good hero against a hero like Monkey King. Final ban to come from IG. Seems like they're just focusing on any position 1 that the MK may not want to play against. Assuming it is an MK pos 1, could be a bit of a flex pick.
I mean, yeah, there's still flex. I think, yeah, they take out the Slark, so again, just maintaining probably something for the Monkey King here. Blacklist, getting an eclectic mix out, Rubik, then the Broodmother. So banning out some Shangya heroes here as well. I'm wondering if, again, you allow Silencer through, then it's going to be pretty awful for Blacklist. Like, this is not straightforward any longer for KP until something like a refresh is up. So you'll kind of be forced into really playing a slow game with the Enigma. It just doesn't feel like this hero provides enough laning pressure either. And I think that's one thing with Enigma. It just doesn't pressure lanes the same way it used to, with the lack of Eidolon denial and range creep. Their spells are still nice, I suppose, with a Clockwork, if that is an aggressive 4 for Tims. You can play with that pretty well. They ban out the Visage, again targeting the offlane. What's the pickup? If you want to take the Silencer yourself, you could. Then put Clockwork Silencer is an eclectic support to it. It'll go with a Batrider pickup first. So I suppose having some flex on hand, you can run the Batrider support here. You can run it. They haven't really ran it mid. And again, you already have the Enigma. You can maybe flex the Enigma into support. And there's that Silencer we were talking about. Left in the pool, IG just take it.
Yeah, that's surprising. Like, considering they ban out all the other Enigma counters, they leave the Silencer, as now the Storm comes out for Emo. Very strong pick here for IG. Blacklist Rivalry, I mean, 4th pick for themselves now. pretty awkward scenario now with the silencer in the game. It makes it very hard for both your Batrider and your Enigma. Assuming IG are going to be quick on the fingers here with this global silence. You do have some decent catch with the clockwork at least. Like the silencer should not have the absolute freest game of his life, but can be rather hard to scout out where this silencer is in the middle of a team fight. It's just interesting to me the Blacklist have put this much like kind of emphasis on Enigma Batrider, but they left the silencer.
Yeah, and like I expected that to be banned over the Shangye heroes, so
it's getting worse.
Strange. Well, I mean, to be fair, Carl is a puck specialist, right? Like, this is a hero he was known for. It feels like he hasn't really popped off in this hero in a while. Maybe again, he might have done it in Bali and Tour 3. Certainly a little bit more of a mixed bag. So I'm keen to see what happens here. He should know the limits to this hero for sure. That does mean, what are we looking at? What's preferable? I'd say it's preferable... God, everything I'm thinking of saying just sounds bad. Like an offlane Batrider for KP, a pause 5 Enigma coming out here for Cuckoo, and a pause 4 Clock for Tims? Like, that sounds better than Clockwork Batrider support duo, which is like really greedy in EXP. At the same time, you're going to have an Enigma 5, so you've got to accept the hero's just not going to do much. But at least that forces the silencer into countering a pause 5, which isn't as big of a deal, I suppose. I don't know, I'm just really uncomfy with Enigma first pick, and it just doesn't feel like your draft is developing in a way that you'd want it to for Blacklist with this kind of draft.
No, I agree with you. I'm trying to think of a position 1 now that Blacklist can go for that'll make their draft look a little bit better, because the current draft they have feels like it's just been countered. We'll see. I mean, I do like the puck into the Storm at least. The puck into the Monkey King as well is very nice. Again, it just goes back to that silencer pick that kind of puts a bit of a spanner in the works, but Blacklist surely have a plan towards this. I mean, laning-wise, the silencer's not going to be that big of a deal, I don't think. If you have a pos 4 Clockwork, it should be a pretty easy laning stage against the silencer and Monkey King. Shouldn't be too bad. Final bans to come out. Morphling, Doom both being removed here by either side. IG, one more position 1 ban to go before they can finish off their draft.
It's a cheeky option here for Shangye. If it's not banned out, and it probably won't be, something like an Omni Knight could tie in for IG pretty nicely. It gives you a save for the Batrider. Doesn't give you any more teamfight control, but you've got a silencer on hand, on IG's hand, so you don't really care. And you've got the Storm who can eventually just go for Ags on the Vortex. So you get your AoE control from there. I wouldn't mind something like that for Shangye. Just to have a save from the Batrider, have a bailout mechanic, have a pretty strong lane. Omni Knight Techies is a pretty scary lane. They do go this route here for the side of IG. And we'll see. They're still waiting on that last ban, figuring out what they want to take away from Raven. I would say the Terrorblade perhaps is maybe one here that you'd want to remove here. Can be pretty annoying for a Monkey King, although you are 2 physical cores with a lot of armor. Especially with a Wukong's up, they'll just take care of the TA instead. So Raven still has his classics Terrorblade to fall back to. Maybe a few illusion heroes as well, in terms of, say, like PL. Could be one way to go about it. Pretty open for Raven to close out at the very least. And they do have last pick on Blacklist. So they can kind of flex a little bit, I suppose. Although there's not much flex left here with these heroes.
No. One more position 3 to ban out. IG. We'll give it a bit of time. They'll ban out the Tidehunter. IG for their final pick now. Again, the offlane is what they required. Should have a Techies pos 4, so any offlane's probably going to feel just fine here. Question is it an Enigma position 5? That's my question, right? Because if you know you're going to go up against the Eidolons, you'd rather have a bit of wave clear here and just kind of escalate off those Eidolons being killed off. Like, I imagine there's no chance we're going to see something like an Axe coming out. We haven't seen LC popping up in the meta, in the pro meta at least.
I'd say an LC fits in pretty nicely though. It does give you, again, another solution for Batrider. Covers both of your bases up against Batrider and the Enigma. Wouldn't mind that too much. And they go to Mars instead. That is something that we have seen Xiangye in particular still lean into. And that is one way to kind of get some control off, right? Like a way of clearing out the Eidolons. Pretty stable in lane still, the Mars is. So it shouldn't be too rough for Xiangye depending on his matchup. Something like the Terrorblade is fairly annoying for Mars. At the same time, it does provide some back and forth play with arena usage. You can block the Terrorblade off from trying to do some damage in these team fights. So you can still utilize this pretty well. For Blacklist, again, it's time to pick what you want as your win condition on Raven. Terrorblade's still available. PL's there if you want to go that route. Oh, what else? Is it probably the most stable options here? Maybe a Void? They go to Terrorblade. Classic Raven Terrorblade. I don't know. Like, looking at the Blacklist draft, it has ways to play it. Teams will take the Clockwork, and Cuckoo will definitely take the Enigma. So, it's a KP Batrider off. My big thing is just that I don't know what Enigma does, man, as a support. Like, with a Terrorblade, it's fine, I suppose. You can just Eidolon deny, keep the creep wave constantly shoved in. You can threaten with Malefice, or at least save with Malefice, cutting off the Mars from getting aggression. But, I don't know. Like, this looks like a very slow... It's moderately slow draft from Blacklist. Just some good tempo that can come out, but Enigma support just doesn't play make. So there's so much pressure on Timson, KP, and Carl to kind of do what they have to do here. And I think that's just too much pressure on these Tricores when you're up against a Silencer. Once QYQX has his level 6, I mean, this game is... It's going to be really easy for the side of IG to just run them down here.
It's going to be an interesting game. I agree with all the points you've made here, John. I'm particularly intrigued to see what Cuckoo does get up to on this Enigma, but I suppose they just flex it because they see the Silencer and they're like, well, screw that. We're not going to have this +3 Enigma just do nothing all game. Still, this is going to be game 1, a very important game between IG and Blacklist because neither side wants a draw, Jonathan. They want a 2-0 victory each. So this first game is going to dictate a lot of what happens in this series. Tell me, based off draft, Jonathan, who are the favorites going into this game?
I would say IG. Even though they go back for the Mars for Xiangyu, I think it's... Look, I can believe in Cuckoo Venomancer. Enigma, I just don't believe on anybody on a +5. No, it's not Cuckoo. It's literally Enigma 5. I've been burned by that multiple times.
You dare say anything bad against Cuckoo with the Barong on. How dare you? Wash your mouth out, Jonathan.
Hey, who said I'm Filipino, right? He says I'm Filipino. I'm just wearing this damn thing. I found it somewhere in some shop as we can get into game number 1 and stop looking at me and my barong and trashing the Filipino teams, please. This is painful.
Let's go.
This is playable.
Game number 1. We can head over to it now. Game 1.
There we are.
Very good.
Again, this
Already
is
a smoke out from IG, John. Go on.
This is a black barong in preparation for morning, Mike. It's actually, you don't wear black barongs. You don't wear black barongs in morning. I believe you just wear an actual barong, so... I don't even know what this color is for. I don't really know too much about my own culture, Mike.
Okay. Well, maybe we can find out later on, Jonathan.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, black does seem like an interesting color if it's not for morning.
No, I mean, we just wear the actual full formal barong. Right, you don't wear like these are semi-formal office barongs. Right. So you don't wear them in like formal circumstances. So
why do you wear an office barong if you've never worked in an office?
Because if I wore the actual barongs, too formal. Remember that time I wore it for some TI qualifier and everyone memed because it's so formal? So, yeah, I didn't have anything else. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
I remember that. They were like, "Oh, John's going to a wedding after this." That was hilarious. John's getting married after this game. I remember that. That was hilarious. Should wear that again, John. That was a good time. Anyway, 3-for-1 bounty trade. Seems like IG got away with the better end of this, Jonathan. They got a 3-for-1 in terms of bounties. Nice little net worth start. So we will get into the lanes. You're going to have bottom lane, of course, Raven on his signature Terrorblade. Going to be up against the Mars of Zhang Yu. And, of course, PYW going to be there on the support techies, along with Bosku on the support Enigma. Talk to me about this bottom lane, John. How do you expect it to go?
I'd expect it to actually not be too bad for Raven by the time he's able to. That's when the lane can be a little bit more manageable. Play around with your Metamorphosis, you can do some good damage out on the side of IG. There's a little bit of pressure on Sangya to just manage the wave really well. Now, if they are going for aggression, you can set up for the blast off with a spear back, or you can at least play with the God's Rebuke slow to kind of set up as well. or PYW, so there's a little bit of back and forth. There's a kill threat for sure onto Raven, but I don't see him overstepping at the very least. And I suppose that's where this lane comes in handy, where Terrorblade up against Mars isn't the worst lane in the world, and Cuckoo can just kind of focus on demonic conversion, spam, pull the wave, try to handle it from a creep management perspective, and just kind of go from there.
On top lane, you saw Tim's being so aggressive on the clockwork. QIQX trying to hold him back. Dust does not want to deal with the level 1 battery assault at the moment. So being very cautious by this creep wave, though Tim's has been super aggressive. Dust not able to really punish too much with that Jingu Mastery up. Because KP seems to be having a pretty alright time on the bat so far. Like, there's really no contest for him at the moment. And again, the clockwork has been doing a good job of zoning out the side of IG, so it should be a pretty decent offlane bat rider game for KP at least.
Yeah, shouldn't be too bad. I think the silencer as a counter to Batrider isn't as pertinent nowadays because you're not spamming sticky napalm. So it's not like QIQX can completely zone out here. There shouldn't be too hard of a kill opportunity coming out from Blacklist, but it can certainly happen. Like, if you overstep here on Dust, you get trapped up in the cogs with a flame break and Firefly running. KP can gun down for a kill, but otherwise should be a stable farming lane. It should go back and forth. Right now, a little bit better for KP, which is a good sign of things to come, but relatively early on in the waves. We can look at mid lane. Emo on his Storm up against Carl on his longtime signature Puck. This lane going very much in Emo's way. I mean, a Puck doesn't outright lose a lane, but it also doesn't really crush a lane either, and that is showing up here. Emo having a better time. Just playing with the remnants, getting some overload off. Carl can clear out. The orb spam isn't as fast as, say, Storm and his static remnant. Your harassment does not really compare to the Storm, so this should just be a little bit faster for Emo overall.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about signature heroes for Carl. Like, this is a signature hero for Emo as well, right? We've seen so much Emo Storm over the years. It's a hero he feels very, very comfy on to boot. So far, I mean, it's still a very, very even matchup between these two, as expected.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Every other lane going quite silently right now. Not too much aggression happening in the side lanes at the moment. See, bottom lane, you don't expect too much because it's the Techies versus Enigma support duo. So they've really got to, like, Cuckoo's not giving any kind of opening. He's just hanging by the tier 1 tower. He understands if he takes a sticky bomb with the spear, he's probably just going to melt. So he'll sit back for now. PYW and Zhang Yu will just appreciate the farm they're getting. That top lane, there is a bit of action. Tims is actually going to go down. First blood to go the way of QIQX. KP unable to assist. They were trying to kill off Dust, but looks like he's going to be salved up and he'll have a full reset in the lane.
You're happy enough with a kill for IG. You kind of want to get going somewhere, and that aggression does kick in for Dust. And he's lagging a little bit behind up against Batrider in terms of CS, so it was important to get that pick off. You are out of mana now on KP, but he does have early arcane boots up. Should be able to go back into that lane and manage. But yeah, a nice start for IG and at least finding first blood. The lanes a little bit more back and forth, quite even in terms of the CS outside of maybe mid, where Emo has a very, very slight advantage overall. It does feel like both teams will want to play into, at minimum, their level 6 spikes on the supports. So I'm keen to see how much aggression comes out for the lanes as QIQX.
Getting jumped a little bit. He's going to be fine though. Will be by the tier 1 tower. Does salve himself up and he'll make it out. Dust even getting a Jingu Mastery on the way out of there. So very, very nice. Rotations coming from Emo perhaps. Like, he's slowly walking up towards top, but it looks like he was just getting a bounty rune. So not going to rotate. Never mind that. Just farming the jungle while he's at it. Seems like Carl is slowly getting a bit of an advantage in this mid lane. This top lane, KP goes down. You've lost your Batrider. Dust able to pick up a very nice kill for himself and the Monkey King. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Cuckoo's going down here on the Enigma. He's getting completely dived by IG. PYW may die himself to Raven, but Bosku's going to take it. So a bit of a trade happening, but there's a full creep wave underneath the tier 1 tower that's just dying without Raven being around. So a bit of a shame here for Blacklist Rivalry. Well, mid lane, a bit of a rotation now as we do have Tims and QIQX hanging around this area. You also have Cuckoo around on the Enigma. Not sure what he's going to offer, but he's here. There's one stun available for him as they do jump Carl, but Carl is trying to bait for his team. Problem is, there's plenty of supports around, but the cogs pushes him away from the blast off. It's not going to matter though. He will still die. Tims will drop with him. Emo to pick up a double kill. And it looked like that was going to be a really nice fight after the blast off was screwed up by the cogs from Tims. But ultimately, IG was still just the stronger team in the mid lane.
Yeah. They show up, like the coil comes a little bit late from Carl. Not really able to stop that aggression coming out. Doesn't have enough mana to try and dance around her as well. And IG, again, they just collapse mid and make things happen. I mean, what do you really expect from your support duo here of Blacklist, to be fair?
Not much. Yeah, Zhang Yu might die. Raven trying to keep up the vision, getting body blocked by his own illusion there for a moment as now the God's Rebuke comes out. He's actually making it. Zhang Yu gonna go for the TP and he's out. They can't stop him. Now Bosca's gonna run into PYW. Wisdom Rune's already taken. PYW just gonna slowly but surely chase him down. Not really much Cuckoo can do about this situation. As long as PYW just saves the blast off, you are as good as dead. As now KB goes down top lane. Oh, everyone's dying across the map. There goes Bosku, there goes KP. 1-7 already, the way of IG. Props to them, they are playing a very clean game, but Blacklist, it really does go back to this draft. Their early game is just vicious.
Yeah, it's just, again, like, that's why I'm not a fan of that Enigma flex. You know, like, you don't have the best auras to fall back to as the Enigma now. You can still kind of make it work, I suppose, but I don't know about this hero. It is universal at the very least, but does an Enigma really care about right clicks? Not really.
UIQX comes out. They might at least find themselves a bit of a freebie. Goes the silencer. Emo will just break the coil and walk away. He's not wasting his time with this. Haste Rune's down bottom anyway, so he'll just go ahead and secure that. I mean, you look at the CS board as well. Emo's had a fantastic time. Top of the net worth board, only followed by Dust on the Monkey King. And now they're heading down bottom lane. They know Raven's around that area somewhere. Raven, unsuspecting of this rotation. The wards will come down. They'll see the courier of the Terrorblade. Emo's rushing forward. In comes Dust as well. Raven surely has no way out of this. He could ask for some rotations, but it seems like it's all too late. There's no play. He's just down. Great rotation from IG.
Yep. And that's off the back of the sacrifice coming after him from QYQX, giving them the haste rune, getting that rotation out. That sequence of events for Blacklist just not what you want. They commit a lot more, just jumping that rune spot, doesn't get the power rune. It was a lot with that rotation. They at least managed to get a little bit of a deny down bot, so I suppose that is something to be pleased about, but you're not finding any objective trade here from the side of Blacklist. You still need build up. KP is trying to rush into the Octarine, but without something like a blink, it gets a little bit rough.
Global Silence was committed. Emo with the immediate zip in. Blast off there to follow up though. Carl is still alive and now Bosco moving in. A nice Dream Coil. He's caught 2 targets with that. PYW does go down. Carl's still moving forward. Emo, he's going to try and go for this. Carl, have you gone too far? Emo's out of mana though. It was all a bait. Tims has caught him. He's got him in the cogs and Emo is to drop as now Zhang Yu does rotate on the Mars. At least finding Cuckoo in that arena. They'll hunt QIQX and now the black hole. Cuckoo, he does not drop. A triple kill for Carl. They had to work for that one, John, but it ends up working the way of Blacklist.
IG get overly aggressive. They actually show zero respect for the clump up from Blacklist this time. They start with the global silence. They don't find a follow through all too cleanly. It's a little bit of a damage issue coming out when you don't tie in your Mars earlier on. They needed Xiangye to show up a lot earlier than he did there. And it pays off this time for Blacklist. Huge kills to come out, huge gold swing their way, evening out the game. And Carl, this time managing to dance around, getting just enough HP to survive through from the initial jump in with a global silence from IG. And again, a little bit of disconnect from IG. Themselves a little bit too much. Do get punished. Blacklist, more than happy to pick those pieces up. And all things considered, you are, again, fairly evenly farmed across the board with these core-to-cores here.
Top lane, KP is going to be targeted. Has the lasso if he needs to commit. Spear doesn't land. Oh boy, the spear does not latch onto a tree. They're going to find KP, but now the two-man Dream Coil. They'll go after Emo. He's got no mana. Very awkward scenario now for Emo as he tries to run, but Tims will lock him down. He'll have a little bit more mana to play with, but the chase is on. Emo about to fall. The puck's not going to jaunt though. He won't go into 3 heroes. Carl will back his way out to Tims. Tims with the cog's going to push him back. Spear again, not going to latch onto anything, but they'll get the kill. Tims to drop. Blacklist will find nothing.
Yeah, they don't manage to get any punishment off. Emo this time hanging on a sliver of HP to get that done. They are having to drag Dust in early as the Monkey King, but it does look like IG wants to play a more aggressive game. They are going for the Echo Saber build on Dust. So do you want to kick tempo up? They want to prevent that farm game from teams from playing slow. Let's see.
We will see soon, John. I mean, there's a double damage at the bot rune spot. Looks like Emo's going to go ahead and take that one for himself. No contest here from the side of Blacklist's end. 1k advantage for IG. They're going to smoke up. Why the hell not? Move down towards the bottom lane and see if you can find Raven. Raven is showing on the creep wave all by himself at the moment. It's not too hard of a kill to take. If you get the stun initiation first, so they are moving towards the west instead. They'll find Tims on the clockwork and they'll take that kill. So perhaps smoke was just broken. Raven may have got the memo. So Tims is the one to be sacrificed.
Yeah. Does open up an angle for IG to just take out mid. Don't have a siege creep, but they have all their heroes here, so might as well get that clearing out. So you are finding some key early timings coming out for IG. Cuckoo, he's got his full solar crest up, so he can provide a little bit towards his allies here in the middle of these fights. I'm wondering if he's going to go for, say, a Blink BKB rush, perhaps, in this game up against the Silencer, just to try to get off bigger black holes. Doesn't feel like it's necessary for the side of Blacklist yet to gun for that big wombo combo, but certainly is probably one of the reasons why you'd want the Enigma. I mean, outside of just playing with the Eidolons, I suppose. We shall see. IG still in a comfy spot in this game. Again, a lot more back and forth. They've given a couple of openings at the Blacklist.
QIQX looks like a free kill here for Blacklist Rivalry. We'll take it. Nice little setup from Tims. Nothing to really write home about. Just an easy position 5 kills. Top lane, Cuckoo. Wukong's command committed here from Dust. KP is around, knocking him out, but not quite. Now the lasso to drag out the position 1 Monkey King. Dust is going to go for the fight. Cuckoo moving back. It's not enough. He is down. Good turnaround here from Blacklist. You'll happily lose Cuckoo if it means Dust dying.
A little bit greedy out from Dust. Couldn't get that last bit of Jingu off on the Enigma, so he has to chase out KP. Tries to fight under the flame, under the Firefly, just not enough sustain coming out with a level 2 Jingu. So not enough lifesteal coming through, and good punishment. Again, good spell stacking coming out here, although.
Oh, Emo. That's very aggressive from Emo. Coil committed. They are still trying onto Tims, but Raven is coming in. Global Silence has been popped. Emo will break the coil, and looks like he should be just fine. With IG, they are really grouping up now. Nice tree break from Cuckoo. Arena down low. Zhang Yu setting up onto Raven. Raven needs a Sunder. He'll get it off in time, but he's still in huge danger. The Boundless will get it done. Meanwhile, Tims to move back in. Cuckoo goes down. That's a second down for Blacklist Rivalry. Zemo's moving on to Carl. Carl trying to find a way out of the puck. The chase is still ongoing. Zhang Yu's going to be there. Dust will cut off the Dawn with the orb. And Carl, he is set to die. There is no chance. IG taking a very strong team fight in the mid lane, finding 4, even getting a buyback out from Tims. And Blacklist, they will find 0 punishment towards IG.
And that's one issue with Blacklist Raph. Like we did mention, to find these kills, there's not really too much pressure for Cuckoo to get the Black Hole off, but while Black Hole's down, when IG do decide to clump up, you do not have much to play with. Right? You only really have coil. There's no real follow-through to that. Maybe you get a flame break to break the coil. That's a bit optimistic coming out from Blacklist. Whereas for IG, they've got pretty low cooldowns in the arena. You can always pump that out. You've always got Dust, who can go for the Wukong's play as well, tying into the arena with the circles. And they can just run you down that way. So, Blacklist, and they are not too far out, and you're still getting decent build-up on Raven, going for the Manta, so he's got protection up against that Global Silence, and straight into the BKB. Understanding that the control from IG is really the big issue here for the Terrorblade. So he will just want to ride a little bit more defensively and build up. Damage not really a concern for the side of Blacklist here. IG though, and as this game scales on, it gets harder and harder to start to manage. Ooh.
Yeah, Zhang Yu, nice little sidestep. Gonna go for the TP out. Cuckoo's gonna be there first, so Zhang Yu not gonna make it. A nice pick off now for Blacklist, right? I mean, they seem to excel in these single types of pickoffs. It's the team fights where Blacklist are really struggling. Just lacking so much more control, especially once the black hole is down. And of course, you can't even rely on that because Cuckoo doesn't have a blink or BKB yet as bottom lane. Global Silence committed, they've got Carl. Carl getting caught mid-yules is going to drop. Not good news for Blacklist.
Definitely not. IG, they're trading a couple of cores out. You're more than happy to find Carl in exchange for Xiang Yu. If he does mean to say his blink, who becomes very hard to pin down. Great use of the Orchid coming out here from Blacklist. They're trying to use this space while they have it. Cuckoo's just farming up around top, sneaking away some gold, working towards that blink dagger. So you will have the blink black hole threat coming out here from Blacklist relatively soon. And to be fair, IG, again, they're sort of reliant on Global Silence as their counter control. Maybe you can hope for a spear back, but
mid lane, Emo, no, he's not going to get trapped by the lasso. Now the black hole though, Cuckoo, he's looking to save the day, fighting a 3-man! Emo goes down! They will lose both their supports for this. KP, he's still got the lasso, Zhang Yu, he's in the middle of nowhere. He'll go for an arena and a spear out, but it means nothing. Cuckoo, saving the day for Blacklist once again. Carl, he might drop Dust, can't finish the kill, KP to move in, but just sidesteps. PYW even dropping low, not going to go down. As Blacklist, they do successfully retreat after taking a successful team fight. And I'll tell you what, John, as much crap as we've talked about this Enigma pick, Cuckoo's making it work.
it certainly is. I'm a bit surprised Dust didn't go for the instant boundless. Was it on cooldown when he TP'd in? Just not getting that instant cancel? It looked like he wanted to build up the Jingu first. He used it, like, before TPing in just to farm, I suppose. Then, like, it looked awkward. And again, for IG, they're very reliant on Global Silence to kind of break off that black hole. Cuckoo, that's him without the blink, finding that angle there. And once that blink is up, it starts to get a little bit awkward for IG. It's all down to execution. And so far, Blacklist has shown us they can execute just as well as IG can, which is probably why both sides are in this current position with their scoreline. Just a very even matchup across the board. You start to get concerned about Raven getting bigger. The BKB being farmed up now ahead of the Manta, so just again wanting that protection here. The Dust going for that same build up as well. Has a Maelstrom up to at least keep up and farm on the Monkey King. Blacklist, again, they're staying in it. As long as they can kind of punish the clump up from IG, if IG just forgets there's an Enigma, things can fall apart pretty fast in these fights.
I mean, you are approaching the point where Raven's going to have the BKB into the Manta very soon. It'll be a big timing for him. Mind you, BKB also coming on Dust rather soon than the Monkey King. Dust has not had the most successful time in these engagements, so he's 5-1-7. Top of the net worth ward. It's very hard for the Monkey King because every time you pop that Wukong's, KP's going to be looking for the lasso to push you out of it. So the Wukong's not really doing much work at all. Speaking of the devil, KP just farming the jungle for now.
Radiant are scanning.
Seems like Blacklist are the kind of team in this kind of game that are more than happy to drag it out. Because you do get to a point where eventually the Enigma starts to feel like more like a position 3 once you have the Blink BKB up. You still have a Puck, you still have a Terrorblade, you still have a Batrider. But all your spells are still very useful as time goes on. I suppose the same could be said for IG though. Like, you are still up against a Storm, for example, who's going to be a problem. Especially once you get into the real late stages of the game. Bottom. PYW just going to solo push here with the proximity mines. Gets a bit of damage off from the tier 2 bottom tower. Nothing to write home about, but it's at least forcing Tims to stick around this area.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And IG, they look pretty happy to just sit back and relax as well. They're not too interested in trying to force any fights yet. All their spells are up, but it seems like they want to farm up the BKBs before they get going. Like, they do have their BKB on dust now, but they're going to smoke without it. IG is 4, will run through the river towards the mid lane. It looks like they'll head up top lane through the river. The only person around is Cuckoo, who they could try to pick off, and Cuckoo is already making his way back. So it seems that they're very well aware that the smoke might be happening, but now Carl, Carl gets silenced up. Emo, he's going to move the other way and finds the Puck. And Carl is gone. The Orchid from Emo, way too quick on Carl, and he just does not react in time.
Tries to hold onto that Yules for a bigger spell use, but the rest of IG are ready to back up Emo there. Finally getting some chain stuns off. They find a nice pick off. 12 to 20 IG. That's what we have to keep seeing from them. You know, just coordinated movement out, not a movement out of a staggered response from the chorus. I think you have to see the chain stuns come through onto something like the Puck. You have to kind of save at least one disable to take care of Bosku, if possible, and you can kind of get things rolling from there. 4K lead comes back up for IG. And they've got a couple of fresh BKBs on hand. They have a BKB coming out for Seangye, so that should be pretty impactful for our Mars as well. And they'll just get started on that tier 2 down bot. It's kind of funny to see as well sometimes, you know, when you're not in these fights and your supports are, they get higher levels. And your PYW is 14. Yeah. Seangye is still 13. So that's techies for you.
That is techies. Tier 2 towers being traded. Bottom tier 2 is going to go down for Blacklist Send, but they'll focus the top tier 2 tower. No defense really incoming from IG. Looks like they're just maybe going to set up... Oh, no, there's a 4-man smoke. Maybe the Twin Gates is where they'll go. Blacklist, got to be careful. BKB is now available on Emo as well. So 2 9-second charges now on Blacklist as they are moving into that Dire jungle. Dust gonna find KP. KP trying to run the other way, pops his own BKB. And immediately just TP's out. He cannot cancel. So the smoke rotation not really working in IG's favor. Suppose they do at least force a BKB out, but that's about it. They won't get much else out of this.
Yeah, and that's still it's something to force out. That's a 9-second charge of KP disappearing. So you can maybe find yourself an opening here if you are on IG's end. They're mid tier 1, still standing at 30 HP. Not going for deny just yet. You could easily do so. Blacklist enjoying the farm game. And as this game scales on, it does feel like the Terrorblade starts to really become an issue for a Monkey King who isn't in the farming build. Although, again, with a Maelstrom more than enough to keep up. I think what gets scary is, say, the Blink BKB of Cuckoo starts to become a really massive threat. The Blink Lassos out from KP become a threat as well. Like, everything is kind of lining up for the side of IG, and for Blacklist, they're happy to kind of just play hit and run right now. So IG have to kind of kick up the pace. Although again, it doesn't seem like they're under too much pressure with their own BKBs. With the farm coming out from your Monkey King, you might be more than happy. But it's not as easy to take these later fights as it was for these earlier fights.
Here comes Roshan. Going through the Twin Gates. Carl's going to stun himself on the Roshan for a moment. Blacklist, they really don't want to let this go for free. Like, they want to contest. They are TPing up towards the top tier 1 tower. IG about halfway through the HP pool of Roshan. But in comes Blacklist. They're going to try and fight, but the zip is there. Emo, he's already found one target in Tims. Tims with the Blue Cape is okay for now, but the follow-up jump is there. Tims is gone. A lasso though, Zhang Yu has been caught. They'll try to focus down the Mars, but he's a very tanky target, so Carl's going to jump in with a 3-man coil. He found the backside. This could be huge. They'll drop the Midnight Pulse. Blacklist still moving forward. Bookshot's there. Tim's trying to go into the silencer. Meanwhile, Wukong's command committed here from Dust, but it's complete chaos in the top lane. Global Sun's also committed. Blacklist is still moving forward, though. Not trying to back their way out of this one. They've got the upper hand. Dust, BKB, trying to run, trying to get out. He'll tree dance. In the meantime, QIQX is the one to get caught. They'll lose the silencer. That is about it. Of course, Tims did die at the start of that team fight. He bought back for this one. Roshan now open for Blacklist. IG, it's their move to make.
This is a hard fight to take now. You still have Black Hole already on Blacklist, but they opt to back off. They don't want to force the Roche too hard. Rather surprising. IG, their jump in was a little bit messy as well. They tried to instantly jump onto the Bat Rider, onto the Clockwork. They find the clock kill. They don't find the Bat Rider. They're not able to cut down Cuckoo as well, so they instantly pop Global Silence, but they have to declump because of the threat of the Black Hole coming out is way too big. Just awkward overall from IG. They stood under that Roche pit, under the flare vision for quite some time. And when they cross that border, it's Emo to zip all the way across, but Cuckoo can follow through with him.
Cuckoo, he's in the middle of nowhere. Cuckoo, what are you doing? He went for a bounty rune. Cuckoo! What? What? He's just... Can you explain that to me, Jonathan? Why did Cuckoo do that? He just went for a bounty and tried to walk away. Like, a Roshan's up.
I mean, the rest of his team backed off. Maybe he should have opted to back off earlier. But I suppose, you know, wanting to play for the team, give them a little bit of gold, doesn't mind dying, takes the risk. I mean, we hit him dead. All those points about Black Hole is a moot point. So they can go back in on the side of IG. I'm just surprised Blacklist moved that way. They don't fully commit to Roche. They know they still have Black Hole versus no Silencer.
Well,
and now Roche will still go to IG.
5 seconds for Cuckoo to be back. They're moving their way up top lane, but the rest of the team needs to get there. Everyone needs to get there right now. IG is still focusing Roshan. It is a slow process, though. They've got nothing like a Dessa to work off. In they go. Who do they find first? KP? Not going to be targeted yet. In fact, Carl's the one to go down. Roshan still happening. And now, I mean, unless you go for a hook shot in to try and steal, it seems like Blacklist have given up.
Yeah, nah. I don't know how that happens. Like, they've got the flare vision. It's Carl walking up to the ramp, and he doesn't manage to get the ults off, so the chain control just comes in. Again, he's holding on to the ults as his only dispel.
KP's in the middle of nowhere, John. He's going to have to BKB TP out. He was creep skipping the top lane to try and avoid the tier 1 top tower going down. Does get away with it. I mean, it's just... Yeah, I'm really not sure what that Puck death was about right there. Even Cuckoo's death with the bounty, that was very confusing. Very confusing.
That's not where the confusion starts. I think it starts in the post-Roche fight. No, like, after the fight, they just retreat. It's like, why? You had Black Hole. You know Global Silence was down for a little bit longer with a respawn. You know you could have threatened. They respect the mobility of the Monkey King and the Storm way too much. They don't have vision control over Roche, so they're like, alright, we're just not going to do it. But then Cuckoo still sticks around, and, you know, Carl jumps in to scout for the team off the rocket flares instead of playing with a hookshot to start. Holds on to the ults again, waiting for the bigger spells, but the chain stun just there. And IG just come out on top, taking their own Tormentor now. You've got the full Mjolnir coming out soon for Dust. He's got the Basher ready for some control through these BKBs. Like, the answers are starting to form up here. IG getting scarier and scarier. We're getting into the point where Lincoln's is going to come out for Emo. You know, he has his BKB in the backpack, having to hold the gem and the Aegis, of course. He's more than happy to have priority on all of this. For Blacklist, they're not out yet. 4K lead's not unplayable. You're getting some decent build-up in Raven, who has his full butterfly up, but it feels like they can't allow these opportunities to slip by them. You know, like, they've got to take every single advantage they can, and missing out just makes the game a lot closer than maybe it should have been off the back of that good Roche fight.
Zip top lane, Emo trying to get Cuckoo. Cuckoo being targeted, gets the Vortex off in time. The Enigma also being silenced. The Ogre Seal Totem allowing some space, but there's Zhang Yu, ensuring that Cuckoo is not getting away. Emo still has the Aegis, so he's more than happy to play these riskier kind of engagements. Blacklist, they're gonna smoke up as 3.
Is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But nobody's around this area though, they're just trying to hunt through the Dire Triangle. While that was happening, Blacklist took the top tier 1 tower. Excuse me, IG took the top tier 1 tower, as Blacklist are trying for the bottom tier 2.
Dire's middle tower.
But it seems like they're just happy to trade on IG's end of things. Like, we'll just take the bottom tier 2 tower, or maybe not, maybe they'll defend. They do have the Aegis. Raven, immediately jumped here by Dusk, gonna BKB TP out, and now the hookshot is there from Tims. They're trying to fight, it seems. Tims is gonna give his life away. Props to Tims, John. I didn't see that Dust had a basher. That's why he went for the hookshot.
Yeah, he's had that for a while. Now with full Mjolnir up, he's got the attack speed to back that up. Pretty heads-up play from Tims to get the cancellation off. IG, though, and they lose a tier 2. You're finding a lot on Blacklist, considering this game state. You still have, theoretically, you have map control advantage. With 2 tier 2 still standing, you have a little bit more reach into your triangle right now. IG can't play off the back of that control yet. They need to clear out one of these tier 2s, even out the game. Age is still running for a minute and a half here. Full BKB being up on Cuckoo. That's going to be the X factor. You have to watch your global silence usage here from QIQX.
Mid lane, Carl misses a Dream Coil. Zhang Yu with a quick blink out. Zip forward, he's still hanging around.
Alright.
Oh, Carl. It's just not good. It's just not good. Mid tier 2 tower's gonna go down. Because the thing, you miss the Dream Coil, you see Dust, you see Zhang Yu. Why stay there? You know, you've got to get out. IG are playing as a team. Mid tier 3 tower now, gonna be under siege.
Yeah, they've got some damage to pump out. Age is still up for a little bit of time, but not too long for Emo, so has to watch himself a bit. High ground hold from Blacklist is pretty damn good. You do have an Enigma, you do have a Terrorblade, you've got Lasso Threat from KP. So they can indefinitely hold, and you can see how much of a Southeast Asian game we get. Smoke out from Blacklist, though, looking to make something happen.
Isn't it crazy that, like, you know, we used to say SEA games were like the hypest, most entertaining games, and now every time I talk to you, you just told me that they're a snooze fest?
It's been really bad, Mike. I swear to God. Tour 1, Tour 2, Tour 3, every tour has been honestly pretty atrocious. And for a lot of the teams in Southeast Asia. I don't know what happened. You know, you look at Blacklist and you tell me this lineup a year ago was a bad lineup. You couldn't say that. This tour, this year, well.
Zhang Yu gonna get jumped. Middle of nowhere, has no teammates around him. They are trying to move up now. He'll drop an arena with the BKB. He's surviving longer than expected. Zhang Yu holding them down. He will finally drop himself, but a big blast off. EYW going into Boss Coup, but he gets the BKB off, and now Emo, he'll zip away from the Enigma. Afraid of that black hole with a big balance strike. Carl's gonna go down in the meantime. Tims, chase down, will drop.
KP?
Now KP getting bashed, and Boss Coup.
Cool.
One by one they come in, and one by one they fall. In goes Raven. Global Silence was still up, and he just dies.
Oh, man. Cuckoo was looking for that black hole angle from low ground with BKB. Fades away.
Someone's gonna get QIQX though. He can't pop it without Global Silence being used.
Yeah, but that's the issue. You were all clumped up in the arena. You know, it's just down to how Zhang Yu plays. He goes up front. He doesn't die. He manages to get the spear. He traps them in the arena. They don't want the BKB to run out of arena. So IG has ample time to clump back up, retake that fight, start to pick off onto Blacklist. Carl dying this fast is just, it's uncharacteristic for him on his puck. But again, considering what's been happening in DSPC, I suppose this is par for the course, unfortunately, for Blacklist. And IG, off the back of that, they take a tier 3. They don't push their luck here. Not going fully onto the high ground, but look at this itemization, Mike. A Hex up for Zhang Yu, a Hex up for Emo. Just even more chain control to come out. Even more ways of stopping Carl from just trying to dance around as a puck here. And if Carl can't dance around as a puck, if he can't be disruptive into the backline, if he can't jump that silencer, then You're relying on either Tims or KP to do that. KP wants to lasso someone bigger. Tims can't kill the silencer at this point. So it has to be the puck somehow.
Big group up top lane. Zhang Yu is looking for the initiation of the Mars. IG, in fact, they're going to back off now. They've got so much control though, like double sight device on Emo and Zhang Yu. It's so hard with this much control from IG to actually fight back. Like once these BKBs wear off on Blacklist, it's all over. Like there's just too much control. And the durations are getting lower and lower here on Blacklist. It does feel like the kind of game where if you're Blacklist, you need to be the one making the jump. You can't wait for IG to come to you. But that's kind of just been the case. IG's always the one initiating instead. And in fact, it looks like it's going to happen again, because there's a 5-man smoke up. Blacklist seem to be very well aware the smoke probably happened, because they did have the vision in that area, so they definitely know smoke is up for IG. So they will back towards the base. They won't give anything away. Just some Terrorblade illusions by the looks of it down at bottom lane. Blacklist now, they're going to go for the smoke. And it seems like it might be a smoke to relocate. Just to be able to get some farm going. I don't think they're looking for a fight.
No. We can maybe get some D-wards going, and they will. So that reveals their smoke. Side of IG. Just take the gate across. Roshan a minute away. So it is going to be a nighttime spawn up top. Blacklist. If they can take that Roche fight somehow, I think that's where things can turn around, but you don't have a blink up on Cuckoo yet. You don't have that follow through, you don't have that way of just fighting into that global silence. IG's been a lot more patient with the global silence here as well. At the very least, Raven, he's still farming like a madman. Right behind Dustin Farm. Scotty up. So the TB is a pretty massive issue. It's just that he doesn't have the space to become a massive issue, you know? He can't just stand there with Metamorphosis and hit away. All the control coming out from IG, they're splitting up the fight really well and just taking care of the heroes around the Terrorblade. Just ensuring that they can't clean up.
Still waiting for Roshan, 15 seconds away. Blacklist. They're farmed up, they're 18k behind though, like IG are just so much more farmed. Here we go, the 4-man smoke up towards the north. They'll need to get towards that Roshan pit. But look at IG, look at the way they've just mined this whole Twin Gate area. Like, there's no way to surprise them. They'll have the first dibs on Roshan. It's so hard to fight in this area now with all the proximity mines just sitting there waiting. And these are level 3 mines, so they do 750 damage each. It's a lot. It's quite easy to blow yourself up if you bleep right into the high ground. KP's gonna find out the hard way. He'll rotate around. There's the mines giving the info over to IG, who are still waiting for the proper initiation. Zhang Yu's trying to move in, but a nice lasso. KP, he found the Storm Spirit. Emo is gone. Emo is down without buyback. This is the team fight the Blacklist have needed for such a long time. They'll move in with the Dream Coil. Meanwhile, Dusty's going to try and fight, going on to Cuckoo, finding the Enigma. Onto Raven. They want the Terrorblade. Raven, he's going to sunder up in time. Raven is alright. Dust will run. He'll just jump through the tree line and get out of there as QIQX going to be left behind. Does go down. Blacklist, they have Roshan. There is no way for IG to contest.
Certainly not. Nice clean Roche coming out now for Blacklist. A really good flank coming out on that angle. All down to this chain control onto Emo. And Emo, again, just getting maybe a little bit hasty here. Let's get punished for it. Roshan and Cheese going the way of Blacklist. They're staying in this game, despite being 17k behind. They have managed to make it work. It's IG who slip up. And now, with a security on Raven, with a Cheese on Carl, they can actually start to threaten high ground with a little bit of a shove in. IG have to be super cautious. Like, you can't afford to have Emo up front like that. It's almost the same way that Carl made a mistake in Roshan earlier, where he just started these fights.
It's not about Zhang Yu. Cuckoo's going for the chase. He's got Carl around him. Dreamcore committed. They will find the Mars. Zhang Yu gonna get black hole by Cuckoo. No hesitation. Takes him down. That's another nice pick off, though. Zhang Yu at least has the buyback if he needs it, but he won't. He'll be up in 60. I don't think he'll be required to buy back in this game. So now IG, Their net worth lead is lowered down to 12k. With the Aegis up on Blacklist, they should be able to close that gap a little bit more as they found another. They have found the techies. One by one, IG beating lives back the way of Blacklist. They will cancel the blast off. Nice timing from KP. And now PYW's down. Maybe we are going to need to see some buybacks.
Looking like they might need it. I think just with Global Silence, it's still pretty playable, but they have to come for the high ground defense. They can't play around here. There's still there's no threat of Black Hole from Cuckoo, so honestly, you don't have too much to be scared about here. On the side of IG, you just need to be worried about KP.
Emo's got to be so cautious, John. Emo, he does have buyback at least. That's the one positive. If he dies again, he does have the buyback available for IG, but he's such a big part of this team. I feel like Emo's more important than Dust is right now as he jumps in. KP's been caught out. 4-star away with the Glimmer Cape. He's going to be fine. Meanwhile, Cuckoo being targeted. He has no Black Hole anyway. Dust, he'll take Tims. Cuckoo will go down to Xiao Yu. And IG, they have successfully defended the bottom lane. There is only a melee barracks left, but they'll take that as a win.
Yeah, it's a nice take. You're not dropping too far behind an IG. You really wanted to find that kill onto KP, but there's not enough reach coming out there to stop. Again, a little bit far forward from Emo, and that IG wasn't quite ready to instantly capitalize on his control. Still Blacklist. They don't lose Aegis, they don't lose Cheese, they lose their 2 supports. Not the biggest deal in the world. IG still have to play moderately cautious here, as one bad team fight can actually spell the end of their time in Bali, and all they'll look for in the second game. Again, the loser here, either way, is only playing to ruin the other team's chance of a tiebreaker. Right. That's it. It's all about dragging them down. It's the crab mentality that we're known for in Southeast Asia. We'll see if any of our sea crabs come out.
If you can't move your way up, John, you've got to bring everyone down with you. That way you just set the bar lower. You know? IG, they can go home with their heads held up high, knowing they're the heroes of their country, taking down Cuckoo. It's IG. Preparing in their base. Maybe a smoke rotation to come from IG. Oh, there's your blink up on Cuckoo now. Lincoln Sphere built up on Emo. He just wants to try and avoid getting locked down by the lasso of KP. But they won't know about the blink on Cuckoo. That's going to be a big itemization here for Cuckoo. If he can get the surprise reveal with a big black hole, this game could be turned upside down for IG. Aeon Disc built up on Xiang Yu as well. It's just more defensive itemization from Invictus Gaming. Here we go. Big group up mid lane. Blacklist are moving up towards the river. They'll pop a 5-man smoke. IG currently hanging right in front of their base in the mid lane. Blacklist, they're going to rotate through the dyed triangle. They'll run right into Xiang Yu very soon, but they won't see him. Instead, a lasso's out. They have caught PYW on the techies. PYW trying to blast off, will not be able to get off yet as the Dream Call does come out. Only finding the techies with that. Meanwhile, Tims has been caught in the clockwork. He is the one to go down. And PYW survives. The Glimmer Cape, it just allows him to walk out. Now Cuckoo breaks the Lincolns of Emo. In comes Xiang Yu. He found the puck with their Hex out. Spear into the arena. Carl, can you get out? Black Hole's there, but Cuckoo, no, it's cancelled. It is cancelled. The global silence was immediate. No Black Hole left. Carl is still trying to survive. He'll orb away. Meanwhile, PYW is being chased down by KP. They are still trying for this techies. As Carl will finally drop. Dust will find a second. He's got Tims again on the clockwork. That's a dieback. Raven's forced to fight. Dust is moving right up though. They've got the Hex out on the Terrorblade. He's got no help around him. Carl, or Cuckoo rather, and they are trying to save Raven. Raven is just left alone though. Raven can't survive this. Raven's down. What do you do? It's a messy team fight. Like just the start, trying to kill PYW. And just one Glimmer Cape from QIQX saves the day.
I'm just so surprised. They've had gems up for a little bit here. Maybe KP just out of vision. They don't man to get damage off. Now a shove in on mid. There's a buyback ready on Raven, but he doesn't have Metamorphosis.
Yeah, they've got KP now. Hex out again. Sight Device is there. 4-man Dream Core from Carl, but where's the follow-up? They're in the Midnight Pulse, at least it's a lot of damage. In they go with the lasso, try to drag him towards the fountain. They've got Dust on that Monkey King. Dust dropping very, very low, trying to deal with him. Raven's still going, Raven's got him. They have got the Monkey King down. PYW now being targeted, gets the blast off. Orb is there from Carl, he'll keep following down. Zhang Yu, he'll pop the BKB and just TP out of there. This PYW is going to be the sacrificial lamb for IG. They'll leave him behind, knowing they cannot save. So Blacklist, all of a sudden, able to defend high ground.
Yeah, that was also quite messy coming out from IG. Pretty deep chase and another good repositioning play coming out from the side of Blacklist. IG don't even manage to take the racks off of that, so now they're stuck in a weird position. They did force out 4 buybacks. Well, 3 buybacks here. So one more fight for Blacklist and this can go southbound. You still have the buyback ready on your Monkey King as well. They're clearing out the waves with Emo, just doing Storm Spear things. He does go for the 2x overload attack bounce. Just wants a little bit more in clearing out here. Raven has to be so cautious. He has a DD up, Metamorphosis in a few seconds, but this is it. This is his buyback. If he dies here, IG can just run down mid and end the game.
Yeah, they can. Oh, they're trying to look for the Storm. Unable to catch Emo. However, Lasso, KP, he's got Zhang Yu. They have found the Mars, but the Aeon Disc is going to save. They'll use him up. They've still got an opportunity as Tim's going to hookshot in, pushes him back. Zhang Yu is down. He's got buyback though. Beautiful setup here from KP. It's the mid racks, they will lose the range. Onto the melee barracks they go. Raven will just let the illusions do the work. But it seems as though they are not confident here, Blacklist. They are looking to perhaps retreat unless they can catch Emo on that Storm. But it's really challenging to do so when he's got Lincolns and BKB up. Like, KP has Lasso available again, but he needs to break the Lincoln Sphere. He's looking for another target. PYW gonna have the Lotus Orb, so he's not gonna get caught by the Lasso. And it seems like Blacklist, they may just have to leave. Maybe play for the next Roshan.
Yep. And it's an objective that they will want anyway as a safety net. They need an Aegis up and running on Raven, although Transformation Hero is not the best with the secondary life, but he does have the refresh. It's not all too bad here. The side of IG, again, just not respecting Blacklist enough. Like the Rocket Flare Vision, more than enough to lock in Zhang Yu. And that is, yeah, they've got burst damage on hand. Not the most durable right now on that Mars here. On the side of IG, they need to reel in some of that aggression, man. They're diving pretty hard, giving these opportunities to Blacklist. One team fight is all it'll take. You know, if they can catch out Raven, can catch out a few of these buybacks, then you're in a strong position for IG to just end the game. But now Blacklist get to play this rat game. Just shove out with the Raven Illusions. Really durable right now with all the stats they have on hand.
4-man smoke from IG. 16k advantage still their way, but it's really anyone's game now. They are heading towards KP on the Batrider, running through the dire jungle. KP will be able to back his way out. Speaking of KP, John, like if you were to pick any player on Blacklist that's been doing the greatest job, I think KP's the one, right? Like all these lassos he's been finding throughout this game have just been fantastic. And I'd say he's probably the most stable player on the team right now.
He is, definitely. That's really been the sense since the DPC tour. And KP just rejuvenated the side of Blacklist. And he is still showing stellar performances here as well. Going on to the Ags, the double lasso is going to be pretty painful. From how IG's positioned, shouldn't be too hard as well to find that double lasso. Emo could get caught with a smoke.
Bottom. Can they break the Lincolns though? They're going to jump in. Carl is there. Dream Call. And now the Lincolns is broken. They've got the global stance to play off, but still Emo is going to get dragged back through the lasso. They've got the Storm down. Though he does have buyback, but Tims, he wants to keep going. He misses out on the hook shot with Dust. But the chase is on. Blacklist, they will try to find some more targets as Roshan is now officially respawned up. There's the buyback from Emo. He's coming in. They've got Carl with a Hex out. Carl, not like this. Aeon Disc is there, though. It will save for now. The puck is fine. IG still hanging around the Roshan pit. They are going to start it. They will force the fight with Blacklist Rivalry. The question is, can Blacklist really fight back? Well, they've got to try. This Roshan's too important. There's an Ag's Blessing on Roshan to boot. They'll move in. Lasso's there. They've got the Monkey King. KP again, finding the right target. He'll try to move on to Dust into the black hole. It's cancelled off again from the Silencer. The Global Silence making it so hard for Cuckoo. They will lose KP. IG moving back in for Roshan. It is still available to try and steal. They've got the hook shot from Tims. Tims is lining up. He's going to try for this one. In they go. Hook shot is there. 4-man start out. The Aegis on the deck, but Dust has got it. Dust still manages to pick it up. Perfect timing from Tims, but they just surrounded the Roshan. He could not pick up the Aegis. Did he get anything?
He got the
He got the Ag's Blessing.
Yeah, at the very least you have that going for yourself here. Ags out onto Raven would be pretty nice, or even Cuckoo, if you want to really utilize the black hole here, but let's see where the priority lies. Ags just left in the fountain for now. Big opening found here for the side of IG. They've got a cover for Dust. Mind you, Emo did buy back, and he doesn't have the Aegis, so it's a little bit awkward here for the Storm for sure. As one death, and again, IG can still find themselves with their backs against the ropes. See if they can use this opening. Arcane Rune to find here for Emo as well. Feeling pretty chuffed about that. It's honestly a really big Ags to steal from Blacklist, because if you handed an Ags over to Emo with the AoE Vortex, this game is just done.
Yeah,
I think it's just over at that point. So a good steal out from Tims to still stall out. The respawns aren't too far off now as well.
Here we go, though. They're going to jump in through the mid lane, IG. They're waiting for their creep wave, but it's here. Carl going to start. Cuckoo getting caught. Aeon Disc is proc, though, so he's going to try to run. Very aggressive with the Midnight Pulse. Does not have Black Hole on the Enigma yet, but they're just trying to deal with this creep wave. The mid-range Rax is gone. IG will focus on the melee barracks. They will find that too. The Cuckoo jumps in again. 3-man coil was there from Carl, but the Hex is out. Hookshot, Tims will find Dust. They've got the Monkey King, but he does still have the Aegis up. Dust, however, melting for the damage output as now the lasso comes out. KP, he found 2 targets. PYW, he's the first one to go down. They've lost the techies. Emo, he's going to jump in. He'll try to go after Cuckoo on the Enigma. He's got the Enigma down. Meanwhile, on the backside, Arena has caught 2 of them. Tims is gone. Carl will get his way out. As IG, they see the buyback. They try to retreat, though. Carl is still going. TP's immediately from IG. Oh, the hook shot. It's blocked by Carl. Oh, no. How do IG TP all heroes out like that? They TP'd everyone.
They TP everyone, but they lost Aegis. This is still a really hard time for IG. They're 2 Raxes behind. They only find a 1 Rax. Sure, you might have wanted more punishment out here from the side of Blacklist, but they're still in a commanding position in this game despite being 8k down. Those are 2 lanes IG has to constantly shove back in. And for IG's part, that mess in the Roche pit biting them back. They also took cheese on Tims. They've still got this backup here. It's no Aegis, but you're more than happy. You take away the secondary life and Dust. You know Emo is not going to be looking for insane plays for 4 minutes because he bought back. And now IG has to play a little bit safe. Like, they want to be aggressive, but they lose everything they got from Roche. They only find 1 Rax to equalize. There's still a tier 2 up top. It's Blacklist that I think are still in command here. They just need to be a little bit cautious of the double global silence coming out from QYQX, but if they can anticipate that, then you're going to be in a pretty good spot in these fights.
It's getting to be a very tense game here, John. 55 minutes in. Win probability has been sitting at 74% or so for such a long time for IG. Like, we've been around this area for just ages now. Blacklist still have not managed to get the win probability their way throughout this game, but they are still in it. Props to them. IG desperately trying to pull off this game 1 victory, but we are approaching that 1 hour mark very, very soon, and we know how much those items can change everything. So they will hunt around the Dire Triangle. They'll get some D-wards off here, Blacklist, but IG is slowly moving their way into the Dire Triangle. Blacklist, they're gonna hang around. They'll wait for the fight. There's plentiful buybacks available, though Emo does not have one. Neither does PYW, so if they both go down, it'll be a 5v3. They're jumping right into Cuckoo. Lasso's out. KP, he's found 2 targets again. And the black hole, it's going to be committed. They found the silencer. QIQX, he'll buy back to cancel. Immediately is now. It's complete chaos in the dive triangle. Raven's gone. How does Raven go down? They've even lost Bosku. How?
That looked so good for Blacklist as well. KP, he got the Axe upgrade off that Roche, but they don't manage to find the burst damage. They take care of the silencer, and it just falls apart from there. Like, Raven's threat.
He never got Sunder off. He has double Sunder.
He popped the BKB, got chain stunned once it faded, couldn't get the refresh off. Maybe just getting chain bashed as well through the BKB by that full Abyssal here from Dust.
IG are playing this fantastically, John. Like, they lose the silencer, immediate buyback to cancel the black hole, and yeah, IG, the fact that they still make that team fight work is incredible. Because they are forced to back away again, I think. That the
another lasso.
KP! Another 2-man lasso into the Dream Coil. Carl, though, he does get stunned up. It's not going to be enough yet. KP trying to break the lashes, or rather the leech. As IG, they are running. They're going to be okay. How many more lassos does KP need to land before Blacklist capitalize? You tell me, John.
They need Raven around. They need to keep stalling for the buybacks. The cooldown on this lasso is also ridiculous. 37 seconds every single time. KP can just keep trying to stall like this.
I mean, he must have lassoed at least 2,000 people in this game so far. It just feels like nobody's dying. Like, you've got Carl there, but this puck is dealing nowhere near enough damage. You do indeed need Raven. Zip in, Hex is out, they've caught Carl. Glimmer Cape is going to buy a bit of space, but there's a nullifier. Zhang Yu jumping in as well, but they miss out. The puck is fine. 58 minutes almost into this game 1. So much tension between these two teams, considering you lose this first game, you've really got nothing left to play for. Here we go. They'll take the outpost. 2 more minutes for the 60-minute mark. IG desperately trying to stop this game before that time. So those tier 5 items, they could just change the whole game. Just flip it completely on its head. Like, they're the kind of items where just the net worth doesn't matter anymore. You know? It's like these tier 5 items just make no sense. If they do come out, that is. Of course, Roshan's going to be showing us when it does respawn in 40 seconds to boot. So you've got a lot of action in the next couple minutes if the game does continue.
Yep. You've got some protection now for Carl. Does have Lincoln's up and running. Pinning down the puck's going to be a lot tougher. A 9-second cooldown Lincoln's. That seems pretty balanced for him to have with the Octarine and Spell Prism up. And this puck is actually really hard to pin down. Just again with Octarine Spell Prism. With a level 25 up, these team fights are awkward. And even just Cuckoo with a Midnight Pulse, like when he drops it in the creep wave, they can stall for an infinite amount of time. But they have to save their own high ground here, IG. They're 1 racks away from the Megas.
Oh, Emo. Can they break the Lincolns of the Storm? KP is waiting for a nice lasso to zip forward. Emo saw him for a moment. They will get the Hex off, but KP is just fine as the hookshot does miss. IG are here to defend the top lane, but Blacklist, they will happily back off. I don't think they want the fight in this area. I believe they just wanted IG to rotate and defend. They will get what they asked for. They even get away with a tier 3 tower, so not bad at all for Blacklist. And IG, well, they're probably going to be happy to hold on to this top racks because they don't want to be up against Megas. Blacklist are 1 racks away from having those Megas up. As Emo, TP's bot lane, looking for Carl by himself. Carl will jaunt away, back towards his team now. Just skipping the creep wave to ensure the bot lane does not get forced in. And now, we're at that 60-minute mark. Tier 5 items, Jonathan. Let's see him. In fact, hold that thought, because Lasso's out. Dust, he's been caught. That's a huge target, Dust. BKB's up. Tim's jumps in with a hook shot. But nobody's going in. Nobody wants to fight. Everyone from Blacklist will just run. Maybe they were hoping to bait out a global silence, but it never comes in. They're still looking at that top lane. Blacklist, it's 60 minutes. Go farm the items. IG could do the exact same, and I think they're going to try.
They've got better reach down into that bot lane area. Tim slowly getting that work done on the camps, but it's a clockwork farming up here, Mike. Not the quickest process.
Oh my goodness, they're so unlucky. They've killed like 4 camps and nothing came out of it yet. Emo, in the meantime, he's got a Stygian Desolator now. As Lasso comes out, they've got PYW. Aeon Disc is going to be propped. Emo tries to jump in, trying to find himself a Hex target. PYW is going to survive as Raven gets caught out. They've got the Hex, but the Black Hole is there, immediately cancelled off by QIQX. No chance for Cuckoo to get the Black Hole channel as KP is being followed down. Cuckoo's being caught to boot. They've lost 2 of them. They've lost the 3rd, in fact. Tims has been caught. They'll slow him down. In fact, Raven is still around. He'll pop the Metamorphosis, trying to fight back, but he needs to run. Even Carl's been caught in the park. Disaster for Blacklist Rivalry. As IG will back off. There are 2 other buybacks available in Blacklist, but they're probably going to need to commit these. And they are yet to take some T5 items.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. And, you know, you look at IG's tier 5, and Stygian Desolator on a Storm isn't really ideal. You know, you probably wanted something like a Mirror Shield here just to protect, but gets the confidence to come in. They don't get the chain control they'd want, and Blacklist, again, they don't respect that global silence here.
Oh, look at this, John. PYW, right-click techie. He got the plus 252 damage. Yeah, he's got the level 25 talent with Pyro Tap.
And oh my god! End it! End it, PYW!
PYW is going to end the game for us here. He's a universal hero as well, John. It's time to change up your item build.
Look at this!
Item build, PYW.
Look at this!
Boom! Boom!
Good god.
One of the worst attack animations I've ever seen on any hero in the history of Dota. But it's working. Into the mid-tier 4s they go. Raven immediately caught.
Oh,
he cannot die. He's got buyback available, but he doesn't want to commit it like this. He is down. Buyback is incoming. Metamorphosis is on cooldown for 60 seconds, though. A very awkward position. IG backing off, but a double lasso. KP again trying to save the game for his team. He found both supports. QIQX, PYW, both trying to back off, but it seems like QIQX will go down as PYW being body blocked up by Tims. Can't make it out. They've been left behind. IG will sacrifice their supports as they are not feeling confident going for tier 4 towers. And Blacklist, they have a chance to go get the tier 5 items. Go get the tier 5s. There's no buyback available in the silencer at least, so maybe you could try for the Black Hole initiation now. Why are they not farming these items, John? I don't understand.
I have no clue. Look at Xiang Yu with Mind String. When he's on the cliff, Jesus Christ, he covers the screen.
He's a big boy.
Careful about stomping some trees from
the items.
No, they want the Roche. But the buyback does come out, so suddenly Blacklists aren't comfy.
Look at this. It's an episode of Attack on Titan here, John. Look at this. This Mars is just climbing the wall right now. Well, this doesn't seem fair. Cue the OST. My goodness. Force boots is what we get here for Raven.
That
Not the
is
item I was expecting,
sad.
But yeah, it is a sad, sad item to get.
At the least, he can bail himself out. Hurricane Pike plus Force Boot, so catching out Raven with a BKB up is going to be a lot harder. They should be able to go for Roche. Blacklist fully back off. They're still within the area. They've got the vision from Tims. But Roche is not going to take too long. Someone needs to stop this.
I can't believe IG is getting away with this. I mean, IG, props to them. Obviously, they do have the buybacks to play off, so Blacklist are not going to risk their lives at all. They'll take the time to farm up those tier 5s. There's your Aegis. Coming out for IG. They'll get an Axe Blessing as well on Emo, so now the AoE Vortex. The blue hole is available. Sea Stone being picked up here for Carl. Book of Shadows for Tims. Not to be mistaken with Book of the Dead, Jonathan. Which is the best item in the game. Cuckoo is still yet to pick one up. So is KP's got a tier 5 token. What's KP pick?
I wish we could see. Okay,
Book of the Shadows as well. Okay.
It's a good save mechanic, to be fair. Like, you can definitely save a few big heroes. You can save yourself if you're being jumped.
Cuckoo will take the Book of Death. Book of the Dead, I guarantee it. If he gets the item, he'll take it. I know him.
For what purpose?
What do you mean for what purpose, John? There's 1 Rax left for Megas. He'll take it. Come on, Cuckoo, go farm the 2-5 token. I believe in you, sir.
They have the token. It's ready to go. He's just not picking it up. Yeah, they have the last token available.
Ninja Gear is really good for Enigma, to be fair. So maybe he doesn't actually want it.
You can't tell me it's better than Book of the Dead.
Well, it's not, John. Let's be honest. Right?
Okay. That's what I want to hear. Very nice, very nice. See, look at this. Mirror Shield out for QIQX.
Yeah.
I can't believe that you didn't get Mirror Shield up on Emo. That's really unfortunate. That would be the safety net you need.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you, John?
Oh my god.
I know Cuckoo.
He's a madman. No.
I am Master Cuckoo's student, Jonathan. I'm his disciple. I know. I know what's coming.
Cuckoo. Cuckoo, no. No, Cuckoo. They can rat out these tier 4s, to be fair, so I guess that's a threat. IG have to be on point with what they do for going forward, because the illusions are coming out. The Book of the Dead is there. The tier 4s are exposed.
Jump in. Lotus Orb was out though. KP, he's trapped himself up with that lasso. KP is down. No buyback available. Already 1 gone for Blacklist. They'll jump Carl as well. Carl, he's going to survive for now, but the tier 3 tower top lane is gone. They are fighting without their Batrider. KP, he's been such a problem for IG this whole game. Without KP around, I don't know if they can actually defend this. They're very reliant on Cuckoo landing the biggest black holes of his life. But the thing is, without catching the silencer, there's no chance of getting these off. Jump in on Emo. They've cancelled the TP usage of the Storm, but he's happy to fight back. He'll move it onto the puck. Carl, gonna try and Wind Waker away. Does juke out the Gods.
Raven's going for the Ancient. Raven's going for the Ancient.
The Ancient. Raven's going right for the head. Black Hole is out. Can they get it done? The Ancient, half HP right now. Moving back in. The Eidolon's doing all the work. Raven's jumping back in as well. Ancient lower than half HP. I think they've got it.
What's happening?
Raven, they may have done it. It seems like they have. Blacklist have done it.
Oh my god.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Blacklist have done it, Jonathan.
My god.
And you know why they do it, John? Because they have the Book of the Dead. I know. Cuckoo's plans,
honestly, that's no cap. That was really just because of that. That is so.
I can't believe.
My god.
I can't believe
IG. If you're IG, you are tilted out. You are tilted out right now if you're IG. Holy shit.
Oh my goodness.
Good god, Raven. Finally seeing I'm done with this game. Get me out. TP's up. Sees them commit for the mega creeps that they don't even find with the bottom rack still standing. And the Book of the Dead does clear the path for the creeps.
That's
like, there was no response. They didn't manage to TP in time. They split up. The positioning of Cuckoo and Raven across the Ancient made it impossible with the Eidolons taking one flank. Like, they had no way to clear. No way to stop it. And Blacklist, they were on the ropes for a long time, man. 26-52, an 7-minute long game. But Blacklist keep the hopes of Southeast Asia alive somehow. As they take game 1, IG, their hopes are dashed against the floor. No chance to go into the playoffs any longer with 1 loss, but they have an opportunity to drag Blacklist down with them. So we'll see. What the hell?
And this is where Emo gets very excited now. Like, he's got nothing left to play for but just to ruin someone else's day. And that someone else is Cuckoo. So it's going to be a fun time, I'm sure, for IG going into game number 2. Props to Blacklist, John, finishing the game in a way that I completely predicted, to be fair. So I'm not going to be humble about it, Jonathan. I knew what was coming. I understand the mind of Master Cuckoo. And there we go. Game 1 is in the books. Blacklist have done it. They're still in the running to make it through to the playoffs. IG, though, are in position where they can stop this from happening with 1 win in game number 2. They've just got to win. They will ruin the day of Blacklist. They can go to dinner, look over to the table of Blacklist and be like, hey guys, we eat together.
See you at the airport.
How you guys doing?
See you at the airport. Well, I mean, what a way to, holy shit, what a way to lose. Like, god damn. IG. If they didn't just make any of those small mistakes, they didn't give those openings, like Emo just running around like a maniac in a couple of fights, not respecting some of the counter control from Blacklist, they wouldn't be in this position. But
yeah.
Blacklist, they make use of the mistakes. KP playing his mind out with all of those lassos, and Raven finally realizing just end the game. Yeah. I don't know what Game 2 has in store for us, Mike, but it's going to be insane.
Well, we're going to find out what Game 2 has in store very soon, John. We're going to head off to a short break, but before that break, of course, enjoy the largest integrated resort in Bali, Ayana Estate, with its beautiful ocean view, secluded beach, lush jungle, and rock bar. And of course, shout out to BizNet, our official internet partner of the Bali Major 2023. Hashtag #PaketBizNet and be a champion. Jonathan, we'll head off to a break. Right after that break, of course, we're going to be back with Game 2 to see whether Blacklist Rivalry can take a 2-0 victory and force their way through to the playoffs or tiebreakers, and whether IG can put a stop to this SEA team here today. We'll find out very soon after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
No, but ¿tu show? Ok. Crystal Maiden. Pero, ¿quién le pega que Air Spirit?
Ah, eso no dice.
Ya, chapa.
Pégame, lo pego gordito. No. Ah, concha tu madre. Yurnero. Ya agarró.
Ya agarró. Nope. Medusa.
Ah, toma.
Oye, ahora se cayó.
No, es otro, pero concha tu madre.
¿Qué es esto?
Oracle.
Mi casa no es un Oracle.
Uy, no entra.
Ya, está armado.
Va a traer. Está muy fácil, está muy easy.
Está muy easy.
Abaddon.
Ok. Es Abaddon.
Es una Weavon.
Es un Abaddon.
Ah, no.
Sí, caballo.
Nope. Nope.
Apóyenos, somos Seven Geniuses.
Y estamos en la Bali Major.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini?
Now going into our game 2 here between Blacklist, Rivalry, and of course Invictus Gaming, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, I hope you've had your Sukra nuts in the break time, Jonathan. Obviously, game 1 must have made you very hungry is what I was about to say. I hope you're not very hungry right now, Jonathan, because Blacklist are one game away from at least getting through tiebreakers. Invictus Gaming now in the position to deny Blacklist. It's that classic, you know, you're going for the slam dunk and Emo's right there to block, you know. We'll see if it's gonna happen here between these two teams. So can I just say as well, before we do get into game number 1, I didn't give enough props to KP that game. KP played like a god that game. I don't care what anyone says. I know people are saying, oh, you know, they rushed the ancient Raven Giga Chat, blah blah. Yes, Raven the Giga Chat, but KP won them that game single-handedly with the lassos he was doing. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of work. Of course, the guy who really ended the game was Raven and Kuhu. Like, they just traveled in. They
Yes,
were like,
I understand,
screw
Jonathan.
that fight. Yeah,
Yes,
but
I
I get what you're
understand.
saying. KP did make all the plays happen. He kept them in the match a lot longer, and, you know, him getting the Ags upgrade was pretty big. Teams getting that steal in the first place was pretty big. So I'm keen on seeing what happens, because, again, like, we got a mix of a bit of a Southeast Asian game there, Mike, where it drags on a little bit slower. Both sides get opportunities, so who knows what happens in game number 2. I don't anymore with that kind of win for Blacklist, with that kind of loss for IG. Words must have been thrown around, Mike, because that's not a good feeling to lose out on an ancient race like that.
Yeah. No, it's not, Jonathan. No, it certainly isn't. We'll see what changes up here in Game 2's draft between these two teams. Again, a very exciting game, number 1, between these two. Very, very happy to see it. See what they do for Game 2. What kind of drafts are we going to see come out? Because IG, I mean, they were so close in that Game 2 to just pulling off the victory. It felt like they were the stronger team throughout all moments of the game. They got the last Aegis, they got the Aghanim Scepter, they got everything they could have asked for. And sometimes, John, the only thing you need is an Ancient to remain alive, and that's exactly what didn't happen for IG in those last seconds. Shout out to the Book of the Dead having that clutch moment of pushing in the mid-wave and just getting it done, Jonathan. Bring my boys back. Bring them back. I mean, we can have phylactery, we can have harpoons. Bring Necrobook back, please.
No.
Ice Front.
No.
Please.
No. No. No.
That's all I've got to say, Jonathan. You can carry on.
Well, you're not getting invited to TI off the back of that opinion, Mike, so there goes the invite. Thank you for going against Ice Frog's will.
We're not getting invited anyway, Jonathan. Don't you worry. We're not getting invited anyway.
That
May
is
as well try to
true,
get the
that is
Necrobook back.
You'd rather have it. That's fair, you know, it affects your daily life, whether or not Necrobook's back, so I suppose
I've got
it
nothing
makes
to
sense
read,
to prioritize that.
My library is
That's
empty
true.
now. I'm missing 3 different books from my library, and they all have the same name. Just different numbers, different volumes, Jonathan.
No. Read Dune, Mike. Dune is a good novel. If you can read something that's biblical.
You want an
This-
opinion,
this
Jonathan?
Niantic.
You want an
What?
opinion? I watched the movie in a plane on the way home from Romania. You're not going to like this opinion.
Yeah, I think it's
I
a pretty
thought it-
bad opinion.
It is a trash movie.
You have trash taste. You're just showing yourself here, Mike. It's fine. Doesn't
Trash
affect me. It's your taste. It's your taste, Mike. Did you watch Children of Men? Would you enjoy that film? Probably not. Did you watch Blade Runner 2049? Do you really like sci-fi, Mike? I don't think so, but it's fine to not like sci-fi. Just don't act like
You
you're a
know-
sci-fi connoisseur.
Jonathan, I can't take your opinion seriously. What's the next movie you're gonna watch? Can you repeat for us? What's the movie you're looking forward to? Don't say Oppenheimer because that's not the one you've been talking about.
No. I have an order. I have an order to this, Mike. You shut up right now. I have an order for the films I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch Mission Impossible on IMAX, and then I'm gonna hit Barbie and Oppenheimer back to back in IMAX as well. There you go. That's my July.
They're not in Mission Impossible isn't an IMAX, John. That's what
it's going to be an IMAX for 1 week. 1 week. That's why it has to go first. That has to go first, and then it's Barbie Oppenheimer time. My cinema, Mike, is advertising Barbie Oppenheimer as available for reservations, legitimately. So it's working. I don't know what's wrong with this.
Anyway, we've got draft number 2. Please switch to the draft. I can't take this here. You're taking movie advice off this guy. He puts Barbie over Oppenheimer. This is John X5 for you, ladies and gentlemen. Don't watch. Don't worry about.
It's the greatest film. Dude, the trailer looked sick. I'm not even gonna talk about this draft. Who cares about these bands? Dude, trailer looked sick. Did you not see Christopher Walken as the Emperor? Oh my god, Mike, you have no taste. You actually have no taste. If I showed you some 18th century Renaissance paintings, you'd think it was kitsch.
Blacklist, they're gonna start with the techies. You know what, John? I forgot to ask you, what was your favorite Barbie growing up? Like, you must have had a couple of them.
Oh, this is my first exposure to Barbie lore. Okay?
Oh, I believe that.
So this is.
Anyway,
this is why I'm so excited. Just like I'm excited for this draft. Look at this, a Pugna Storm out for Blacklist.
Wow.
How does that slide through? That is actually kind of sickening to go back into Pugna Storm to close out. So IG's got to be ready to kind of try this one out. I mean, they start with techies. They have a few options themselves. There's maybe an Undying that they could pick up here. Just double down on aggressive supports. They will go with the AM. So, oh god, Jesus Christ!
Boy, speaking
what
of
is
trash. Speaking of trash, Jesus Christ! I mean, Anti-Mage comes out. Jonathan, you know how I feel about this trash. Anti-Mage, what a hero it is. I mean, it's against the Storm Spirit to be fair. So, like, obviously, it has that added value of being able to blow everyone up with the Mana Void onto the Storm. I don't know though. This Anti-Mage hero. I mean, you know how I feel about this, John. This is not a good hero.
Yeah, it's certainly not. And again, you are up against a Storm, so it's pretty fine in that sense. I'm wondering if this is going to be our Dust hero, or if we see some insane flex. Maybe having someone like Xiang Yu play it on the offlane, although I don't think they've ever done that. So maybe that's just not within their tech pool here for IG. Thinking safe lane, it's a fairly early reveal. There's a lot of bans that they can do to try to protect. They take care of the Lycan, take care of the Broodmother. They respect ban the Cuckoo Enigma as well, just because of how much impact he did have. At least just the threat of Black Hole made a lot of those fights uncomfy for IG, so I appreciate that. Blacklist for their part, taking care of the Silencer, taking care of the Skyrat Mage, just to provide Carl a very easy time. I mean, he's already counteracted with the AM, but as long as he's not pinned down, and no one's there to silence him up, then the Storm still has play here. You know, it's not like a direct win matchup for the AM. He needs someone else to provide a lot of control onto that Storm first, before you can start to dish the damage out and blow him up.
Final ban to come. Maybe one more support ban. I appreciate the silence ban out here in the Skyrath, just making sure the Storm has a decent game. And props to PYW and QIQX. They were doing fantastic work last game on IG's end. When there's no two ways about it, like, you go past that 60-minute mark and anything can happen. It's kind of what happened with IG. Just, you know, certain items come up and suddenly you're in big, big trouble. Blacklist Rivalry. Still thinking about this 5th ban. $55 seconds of reserve time left. They'll get rid of the Ember Spirit, which is, you know, natural counter towards the Storm, so fair enough, they'll get rid of that. We know Emo does play a very nice Ember as well. It's like this, they're going to go into the Spirit Breaker, the big boy comes out. Should be a position 4, but could also be a position 3 for KP. Speaking of KP, by the way, John, if they wanted to, his Batrider is also still available. I believe Doom is also available for him, which we know he loves to play. IG. They're going to go down the Dragon Knight route, okay? Dragon Knight into Storm, and then you've got the Mirana to come out, so the anime draft is here for IG. It could be the DK offlane for Xiang Yu. with the Mirana position 4 for PYW perhaps, but we'll have to wait and see. I think the DK vs Storm is also not a bad way to go for Emo, though DK is not one of those heroes I think about when I think about Emo as in his hero pool, but you know, you might want to just hand him over a safe mid and kind of play it out that way.
Emo did run the AM a couple times in her mid as well.
Don't tell me that. Raven's going to go back to the Terrorblade.
You
You're telling me we're going to see Emo AM in the mid lane? Is that what you're saying to me?
I'm not saying it will happen. I'm saying there's a non-zero chance it could happen. So it could potentially happen, but you never know.
Yeah.
It'd be very, very funny if it did. I don't know if you'd want to, but the Terrorblade coming out, Raven again, a very strong cover, and he did end that game last time on the Terrorblade. It's a hero he's been known for all the way back, even all the way up to, say, Geek Fam days, and pretty sure before that as well. So, back on the TB he goes. Not too bad, I think, with this lineup. The one thing on Blacklist is maybe a lack of control. You only really have, the Vortex and the Charge Bashes coming out here from your Spirit Breaker and Storm Spirit. So, I think holding the AM might be a little bit tougher. Although, to be fair, once you bash him up, it should be relatively easy. As long as RNGs are on your end, you can just get into the Nether Strike as well. It's not the smoothest time for the AM here. I'm curious about where IG will go. Like, again, there's a lot of flex potential. Do they last pick a Dust hero and run a AM mid? AM mid against Storm is not a great lane for AM. Unless you just run up Mana Burn to Storm, then it's not a great lane for the Storm afterwards. But he does have range advantage there.
Of course, for anyone wondering, in case you weren't listening last game around, IG is now officially eliminated from the Bali Major, so this is official now, John. Game 2 does not matter for IG. They are only doing it for revenge purposes, as they will go for the tied last pick. So it should be a safe lane AM and a mid DK we're looking at. Blacklist Rivalry, final pickup. They need this win to at least have a chance at getting through to the playoffs. It is a must-win scenario for Blacklist.
10 seconds remaining.
KP has quite a few options open. Like you mentioned, Batrider's still there. You might be able to go for Beastmaster's Band. Brood. I suppose the Batrider, overall, there's nothing to stop it here. No swaps, no saves. Maybe Batrider into Tide is always a little bit awkward, but you're not really targeting the Tide. You're looking for the DK or the AM here. So you wouldn't mind. Lane up against an AM is pretty decent as well for Batrider. You force the AM to kind of think about the Mana Shield, the counter spell. They go to Rubik instead, so they will run the KP Core, looks like, on the Spirit Breaker here. Some big spells to steal coming out. And I'm sorry to say, Mike, Emo is playing the AM.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
Maybe they switch lanes?
No.
Perhaps?
No. Run it mid, Emo. Run it mid. Do it,
Let's
Emo.
go.
I mean, look, I'll give it to him. He has the nice AM cosmetics at least. You know, I'll give him that. But I don't mid anti-mage. Oh, don't try this at home, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me.
It's finally happened.
When you queue your pubs, when you queue your pubs and you see an enemy mid-storm, I'm telling you right now, before we even see the results of Game 2, do not pick mid-AM. Don't pick POS 1 AM. Don't pick offlane AM. Don't pick support. Just don't pick AM. It's not good. It's been trashed for a long time. It's never going to be good. This hero is complete garbage. Don't do it. That's my PSA for today.
So you know exactly which way to go, guys. The opposite way of Mike LaPhoenix says is the right way.
Choose it against me.
Pick AM. Pick AM.
I dare you.
Yeah,
if
pick
you
it against Mike. Target him down and all chat. Make sure he's known as XD. I'm doxing you right now. Anyone in C server, anyone with the XD and a Phoenix logo, that's Mike LaPhoenix right there. Pick the AM. You're gonna have a good time.
He's not lying. He's not lying. If you want to choose AM against me, by all means, go ahead. I'll thank you for it. Anyway, we are going to be going to game number 2. Maybe IG's about to prove that I'm a complete moron, Jonathan. Let's see if that happens. So IG, again, sadly, nothing to play for IG, apart from dragging Blacklist down with them. You know,
sometimes a lot to play for. That's a lot, Mike. You want to drag someone else down.
You need some airport buddies, Jonathan. That's what you need.
They ruined your hopes. You ruined theirs right back. And, you know, instant pause, unpause. We're going to be stuck here a little bit longer. Sounds are the issue from Tim's. Headset issues coming out. So we shall see how long that takes to repair. I'm quickly looking at Emo. I'm quickly looking at Dust. I can't... It looks like Dust will play mid. So they're not going insane. Emo will just play the safe lane AM. Unfortunate. But, you know, AM mid was a tech I was talking about years ago. That was an AM... My cousin played an AM mid with a Blink Dagger, and we somehow won. But that was when E-Blade used to do damage based off the enemy stats, so...
Right.
Or based off your own stats as output, so...
How old is your cousin, Jonathan?
He's around same age as me, 29.
Oh, okay.
So that was a few years back. Okay. 7 years back. Pretty
7
far
years
out.
back. So he was still in his 20s when he did this.
Yeah.
So just, it runs in the family, does it, John?
What runs in the family, Mike? What's the implication here, eh? You want to see it on stream?
Stupid ideas, Jonathan. Really stupid ideas. Like your Bloodseeker Ags that you go on about, or your right-click techies that you go on about. You're really your special ideas is what I like to call them, Jonathan. The special tech from John X5.
I'm sorry to say, Mike, the right-click techies did come out a while ago, and we've seen basically every one of the insane things I've been saying. You know, so
yes, we have.
Watch what you say, Mike. You watch what you say.
Okay.
And I've got the barong on. I've got the buff on. Can't be wrong today.
The black barong for good luck is the old saying, I think. There you go. John X5 with the office barong, even though he's never worked in an office, by the way. I'm going to dox you a little bit, Jonathan.
No.
Never worked in an office, never had a real job. This is his first real job, isn't it, John? You're a professional Dota 2 caster, if you can call that a job.
Unfortunately, yes, Mike. I mean, I did some production work, to be fair, but that also isn't a job.
That was school, wasn't it? You were in school at the time.
It was TEDx stuff, yeah.
Okay.
So we had pretty good money to spend around. They trusted us with way too
Oh.
much money. But yeah, it was used properly. Anyone from NTU, please don't hunt down. We did utilize your funds well. You know, we barely had enough funds for even food. And just, you know, that's a time where you're paid by McDonald's takeaway during setup day. So
good.
Those were the good old days.
So nothing changed then when you switched to a caster?
Oh, no, absolutely. The same salary right here. What salary, in fact? I at least get those sucro nuts you asked me about. I want some of those. Those would be nice.
I heckin' love sucro nuts, John. Let's head into it. Game number 2 has officially gone underway. The pause is over.
Did I do that?
What do they taste like anyway, these sucro nuts? John, I'm in Australia. We don't have them.
I actually don't know. I haven't found them.
You could have pretended, John.
I don't want to lie, Mike. I'm many things, but I'm not a liar. No, I'm not, Mike. No, I'm not. Not to the viewers. It's all top quality Dota every single time.
Oh. Anyway, game number 2. ID trying to ruin the hopes and dreams of an SEA team here in the Bali Major, the SEA Major after all. Interesting graph from IG as we've spoken about. Emo is indeed going to the safe lane as predicted, Jonathan. Just so you're aware. So Blacklist will wait around for some bounties. There could be an early fight to break out though, because IG is setting up at the top lane. Dust, PYW, and Zhang Yu waiting. Move up. Here comes Blacklist. They're going to go for the fight. It's a big reflection already. And Dust is being targeted quite heavily as he is going to go down. Tim's with the first blood. PYW going to follow right after. It'll be a kill out for Carl. And now Zhang Yu trying to run towards the bounty. Will be able to pick it up. He'll go for the fight against Bosco, who does die along with him. But it seems like Zhang Yu has no way out as Raven will take the kill. 3-for-1 trade to start off this game 2. And what a start it is for the side of Blacklist Rivalry.
And that's exactly what you want to see here if you are a Blacklist fan. An excellent start for them already. So we're taking a look at that mid. Carl up against Dust. And Dust taking that mid DK. Allowing Emo to play that AM that he so wants to play.
Oh, this is a lot of damage up top lane. Cuckoo. He is feeling it now, Jonathan. Cuckoo's still going. PYW trying to verify yourselves up. Cuckoo. One more hit will do it, but he can't get it. But PYW, he commits so much regen to get away from this as Dust mid lane.
Huh?
Dust kills Carl? What?
What's happening? What's happening this lane?
What's Carl doing?
Maybe just getting too aggressive, running forward, clearing out the creeps, copying the stun, copying the breed fire. And the creep back, more than enough damage, I suppose, coming out from Dust. He shouldn't be dying to a Storm, though. It should not be happening. Dust should be able to just hold lane steady for sure, but not provide a kill threat onto Carl. Carl has to watch himself a little bit, get some respect out there. He was low HP coming into the lane, so perhaps that was also a factor, but shouldn't happen again, at the very least.
Well, Vortex back. They're going to try for a kill attempt, but Dust is a bit too tanky now. Dust already having double braces up. So off the back of that death for Carl, now he's going to have a very hard time taking him down, as QIQX at least does drop, and now the bashes onto Emo. Couldn't get a second one for KP. Not that lucky. But Emo is not having the greatest time down a bottom lane, that's for sure.
No, it's a much slower start. Lots of aggression flying out from Tims and KP. And not too much you can really do here as techies to cut off that aggression. Now, as long as the charge is ready, you're always got that opening.
Cuckoo goes down. Raven has two very low HP heroes, but cannot lock them down, so Raven cannot finish up the job. Cuckoo will be the one to drop here at the top lane, and IG, they are certainly looking to fight back here in this laning stage.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of finding some openings for themselves. Top lane's probably their more stable lane coming out. It's a Tidehunter lane. It's very hard to shove out Dust once he gets a value point in Craction. Although for now, he is being really harassed. Like, once Metamorphosis is up on Raven, it's a free time. But Terrorblade to just kind of take control there. Let's see how else it breaks out. 3-4, already a much faster game than it was in Game 1. And both teams kind of feeling themselves now after that ridiculous Game 1 coming out there. It's going to be fun to see as this goes on here.
1k net worth lead, just slightly the way of Blacklist Rivalry at the moment. Looks like Carl's leaving the mid lane. He'll go for the bounty run up top. That's going to be left alone in the mid for a little bit to secure some of his own farm on the DK. It's kind of the thing with this mid lane now. Like, it's quite a stalemate, right? Because like Carl cannot really kill Dust anymore. Like, not in the laning stage now. With double braces up, it's just way too tough. Unless you get some support rotations, but even then, with 1k HP pool at 3.5 minutes, chances are you are not killing this man as bottom lane. Emo, did he just blink on this? Is that what I just saw? Did he blink on the spot?
No, he blinked back.
Okay. He was just that far forward. Never mind.
Yeah. A bit too far forward. No lucky bashes for KP. At least no back-to-back bashes there. They do manage to reset, but again, it's an atrocious start for Emo. They are starting to look mid.
Oh, Emo. Emo gets taken out. KP just charges him underneath the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, mid lane, a nice arrow block from the partner. Cuckoo has not saved anyway. Carl is still going to drop. Cuckoo almost saving the day by blocking the arrow, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, they're applying pressure on the right targets for both sides. You want to take care of the Storm's early momentum for sure from the side of IG, and for Blacklist, keeping Emo down, stalling out this battle for your timing is going to be massive as well. So Emo's not going to be feeling the best here and trying to scale up. And Tims still hang around the area, maybe just looking to play tag with QYQX. Is finding a much better time already. And again, overall, Blacklist coming quite a fair bit on top in the laning phase. All things considered, even with the back and forth in other lanes, Raven's lane is very static. The Terrorblade's farming up. There's going to be some quick timings into his Dragonlance Yasha Manta. And then the Scotty afterwards. The aim just doesn't feel that amazing into the Terrorblade matchup. So I do like that Raven's prioritized here and just allowed to farm up. I think the side of IG at some point have to put a lid onto that Terrorblade, but not seeing any opportunity to do so now.
Emo! He just gets bashed every time KP hits him. Every time KP hits him once, he gets bashed. It's KP, just obviously all skills, top lane. Zhang Yu trying to get away from Raven. Meanwhile, Bosku chasing down PYW, and they will both go down.
Dire's middle tower is under
Very nice top lane as Emo forced to run. KP is on the chase. Look at this shot. KP is just not leaving Emo alone. Emo will get back towards the tier 1 tower. But Emo, even with the HP pool he has, he's still afraid of KP just bashing him as the charge is there. Emo's going to be safe this time around. They're going to TP more heroes in. PYW to join. KP will block the arrow from PYW so Tims does not get hit by it. Emo should at least be okay. Like, with the Ring of Health up, he should be alright to sustain himself in the lane now.
Yeah, should be able to just farm up. And Emo should, again, still try to play catch-up. He is right above Carl in net worth, but they're both the bottom net worth cores, so the Storm and AM. The two pairings that you pick to counteract each other are, well, neither of them is really farmed up. Your concern now is Raven. This is such a big win for Blacklist to have this start here.
Goodness me. Are you watching this?
Yeah,
he just won't stop bashing. Like, Anti-Mage doesn't like magic? No problems. Take these fists. Have these hands.
Yeah, they do hurt. They are magical damage for whatever reason as well, which is always funny. But it still hurts, for sure. As Emo only has the level 1 counter spell, you don't really want to dig into that early on in lane. IG, they are getting room out on mid to shove with Dust. Has the dragon form ready, hasn't popped it yet. They have a good ward to watch the movement here from Carl as well. With a ward right behind that tier 1. They are emphasizing just applying some pressure here. Again, all in all, in exchange here for Blacklist, it's a free game for Raven. I don't think you care at all about what's happening, Carl. As long as Raven gets his farm, he's your actual win condition. You don't mind at all.
Bottom lane, charge out. They've got QIQX. Disarm is there with the reactive taser. Lift is out. QIQX trying for the blast off. Does get it off in time. KP again getting disarmed. But he's got the movement speed to keep up with QIQX. Even taunts him as he's chasing. KP picking up his second kill of the game already on the Spirit Breaker. Mid lane, charges out. Dust is going to be the target. Dust was chasing Bosku. Zip in from Carl, missing out on the shield rune. Dust still going, but the charge is there. PYW will go down. Now 4 heroes from Blacklist Rivalry just ganging up on Dust. And Dust surely just dies as Bosku will take the kill on the Pugna. Tips out to KP.
His aggression's been key every single time, finding these charge angles out. Be able to find
they'll get him eventually, right on the edge. But that is desperation if I've ever seen it.
It certainly is. Xiangyu just going for the Ravage to find a pick-off. I mean, you're finding some back and forth trades. Again, the big key here for Blacklist is that they're trading pretty nicely. KP's aggression's lining up, and it's so much space for Raven. The hell will you do about this Terrorblade? Your aim is not going to have a fantastic time up against that hero at all. Range disadvantage. You have some form of control for the AM with the charge, with another strike. So it's not comfy at all here.
Dust, he was pretty deep on the tier 1 tower. Zips in from Carl, holding him down. Bosku there to follow up, and it's going to be another kill towards the Pugna as Carl getting a little bit of revenge with the tip onto Dust. Meanwhile, bottom lane, here we go. The bash is to come out. The lift is there. Emo going to be saved by QIQX, but Raven is going to show from the behind. As KP will pick up his 3rd kill of the game now on the Breaker.
Yeah. Pretty nice plays coming out. I love this aggression. I love this change of pace from Raven, showing down bot for the push. And Terrorblade having a pretty early spike with Metamorphosis plus the Dragonlance. You provide a lot of damage onto objectives, so we'll find some up top.
Yeah, top lane. This Pugna Storm duo just doing so much work. Cuckoo and Carl really making it happen. And of course, best friends, as they can constantly... Whoopsie daisies. Oh, Cuckoo, he is still the boss, John. He can't just take the arrow for Carl like that. He needs to do.
Yeah, Carl has to take the hit for the team. We'll get topped up anyway. And again, like, letting go of Pugna Storm is huge. They go for more.
Yeah, they do. PYW getting bursted down. Carl was not too happy about that arrow. And Huku says, no problem, sir. Allow me to refill the mana for you.
It's the refill service. You have to remember as well, Tim's on his Rubik. This is here that he loves to play. And he has a Mirana to steal arrows from.
Dust. They'll see at least the illusion. Tim's, oh boy, Tim's is scary when he's got this arrow, Jonathan.
Oh yeah.
The Filipino sniper is back.
Yes. I like the P that you did there, Mike, on Filipino. Very nice. Working on that accent, I see.
Trying my best. Not quite there. Trying to make Lon and Duno proud.
For sure. Let's see. IG again, a slower start, 5-14. This AM's just not kicking off. Emo still working towards Battle Fury. Dust trying to rush into the blink. I think there's a little bit of a trap in the DK when you get the blink if you do rush Blink and you don't play aggressive off of it, then the game falls flat because you're not going to be farming, you're not going to be scaling on that DK. So IG do want to play a tempo game as they jump Tims.
Tim's going to be in a bit of danger, but does have the blink now. Very, very nice from Tims. One of the advantages about going up against the AM is you can just take blink and have a free blink available the whole game, as they are going to try and jump Tims now. Tims will blink away again. IG, though, just focused on the top tier 1 tower. Should be able to find this. The only problem is, though, they are losing the mid tier 1 in the process. There's a much more valuable tower for IG to give up. Jiang Yu gonna rotate over to try and make sure this does remain defended. As IG will continue focusing on the top tier 1. Tims is still around to spam out Fade Bolt. Will do so onto Dust, but they have lost the tier 1 top. It's still very even though, because they got the bottom tier 1 tower ages ago thanks to Raven. And they got a hell of a lot of damage off into mid tier 1. Then again though, IG already found the die mid tier 1, so there's that. That is to be expected, to be fair, because you do have a Dragon Knight, so you expect the tier 1 towers to melt. And speaking of Dust, that Dragon Knight trying to defend the bottom tier 2 tower, but KB, well, he cancels the charge. Arrow's gonna land onto Raven. They'll heal him up though, no problem. No creep wave available for Blacklist Rivalry, but it's not gonna matter as PYW gets zipped on from the back. Carl just not having a break. We'll pick up another. Here 2 bottom tower gone. They've lost the Marana, and now look at this. Tims blinks right in onto Dust. Guessing exactly where he's going to be. Dust getting the tip from Carl. It's Carl having a great time now. Gonna find another. KP will take the kill. And Blacklist, they might want to speedrun this game, John. They're onto the high ground. T3 bottom tower.
This is exactly how I've always wanted to see Blacklist play, because we've seen glimpses of this kind of Blacklist in the DPC, but not frequently enough. Whenever they manage to play fast, whenever they manage to play with confidence, they do look like a team to respect. And it's coming out here. 5-16, 4K lead up very early on. Already knocking a little bit onto that high ground, not going to overcommit. But they've got their early timings. Like, Raven is so far ahead of everyone else, at least 2.7k ahead of the next nearest core. And Emo's starting to get some space out, but without the Battle Fury, he's just not farming up as fast as you'd want him to on that AM. And it just feels like for IG right now, you need so much more time. You've got the Blink ready on Dust. You can play with a Dragon Tail Arrow. I don't know if you have enough damage to really look for the bigger kills, but you could at least attempt maybe on some softer targets here.
Zip in, Regen picked up a Carl. He's gonna get stunned into an arrow. Jiang Yu does have Ravage, but Carl, he's still able to just get away with the zip. Bosku being left behind, gonna go for the life drain to try and survive a little bit longer, but he will be surrounded. QIQX though almost going down. Carl's gonna zip right back in. He does secure a trade, but now he's out of mana. Carl, he's got the regen rune. Carl's got the regen rune going. He is healing up.
Oh, it's
Tipped
still
out from
unbroken.
Boss. What? Boss Cuckoo is very happy with what he sees. As Carl is out of there, still regening up. He'll move back in. Dust is going to be the target. Carl is just messing around with them now. The regen is still going.
Yeah, that is just unfortunate. They tried to get the anchor smash off. It's not in range. And Carl just gets max usage out of the regen. More than happy to kind of trade that way. Stalling for more time. Raven has the full Manta up, going to the Scotty next. KP has this Shadow Blade up. So you can just constantly set up for his team. There's no pressure on Carl to commit first. It's always KP that's going to be taking point, and again, he's been fantastic on the Spirit Breaker. IG, it just looks like they're falling apart a little bit here. Doesn't feel like they've got control. That was their Blink reveal on Dust. So now you know that the DK has that Blink Dragon Tail Arrow combo. And again, it's just not enough damage. Like, even the Storm is just a little bit too tanky for you to look in that first window here.
Raven's going to rotate down bottom. QIQX is around the area. Just getting some vision down. Cuckoo's going to go for the D ward. We'll be able to get it, no problem. 7k advantage sitting the way at Blacklist Rivalry. Like, IG are in a pretty awkward scenario right now. Emo just trying to get to the point where he has a Battle Fury up. Tier 1 mid tower, not going to be defended here by Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, KP, he's got the Shadow Blade up, so he can be a real problem now in the Spirit Breaker. Emo. They're gonna go for the Moonlight Shadow. Mid lane, they'll go for a chase. Bosku may get caught first. Dust looking for a Dragon Tail, still unable to find one. He cannot find Cuckoo at all. Now the turnaround, KP just charging in. The Kraken Show is gonna save Zhang Yu. So he will purge off the stun. Blacklist Rivalry now gonna see the Ancient Stacks will go for this. Keep in mind, Zhang Yu does have the Ravager. No Blink Dagger to initiate though, he has to walk in the old-fashioned way. But you do have a Blink on Dust. So he could start this fight. But they will back their way out of here. Instead, into the mid lane they go, where Emo is currently being charged. He will have the Blink up. Lift is there. Emo barely getting the Blink in time. Had KP landed that charge, that probably would have been the death of Emo. But not quite this time.
Does manage to bail out. Has the Battle Fury, so the farm can start to escalate here for the AM. Again, like, you're gonna feel great against a Storm, against a Terrorblade. I just don't see your solution here. For the side of IG, the chain control perhaps, getting good Ravage, getting good Dragon Tail Arrow, all perfectly chained onto that Terrorblade before the stats really stack up.
Emo still being charged. KP going all the way, but he won't go for the Nether Strike. Blinks out at the right time again. KP is currently putting the Fear of God into Emo here. So Emo just never knows when the Spirit Break is coming.
Just has to play safe. Flaming out here from IG through the gate though. Thus in QIQX.
Mid lane charges out. Zhang Yu going to be targeted. Everyone else TPing away just in the nick of time. Zhang Yu gets hit by the charge of KP into the Nether Strike. Zhang Yu, no survival. No chance. Will go down. Carl with an Arcane Rune. He'd love to keep fighting, but looks like it is about to wear off, though. Another charge coming out. It is onto Emo. They've got the vision on the AM. No Nether Strike to follow up with, though. Emo will get stunned here by KP, but he immediately backs off, realizing he can't really hold him down. Meanwhile, Raven, he kills off QIQX on the techies. And Blacklist, they are just smothering IG in this game, too. Like, well, what a confidence boost for Blacklist Rivalry here in Game 2, as they just not looking like the same team at all. Just looking so much more fluid in this game.
Yeah. And again, this is what happens when they start to feel themselves on Blacklist. You see these names, and this is the kind of performance you expect.
Ravage is up. Zhang Yu not going to get it yet. KP charging in. Still no Ravage, but then the lift is there. Tims will just take him out. Raven gets the kill as now Dust is trapped between a rock and a hard place. Dust is gone. Oh boy. This is not looking good for IG whatsoever. Blacklist going for the tier 2 mid tower. And where was this Blacklist the whole of the major, John? Where was this Blacklist in the group stages?
This is the Blacklist I've been looking for. Every now and again we'd get a glimpse of it in the DPC. And again, when they get their confidence, they can be big.
Nice little arrow there from Tims. You love to see Tims with this arrow. Every tower on the map going down, apart from the top tier 1 and tier 2 now for IG. Emo's still desperately trying to farm on the AM to get to a state where he can actually start split pushing and fight back against Blacklist. He'll barely avoid Carl, who was moving into the same area. Carl's still having a look around for this AM, but not going to find him. They do hold on to a 10k net worth advantage. Now Roshan is available for them to take. Double damage rune has spawned down to the bot rune spot as well, so if they found that for Raven, in fact he's going to find it right now, I feel like you might consider just going Roshan.
Yeah. There's nothing really stopping you. You've got the output right now on Blacklist. You've got the map control as well.
KP just charging across the map here. Raven will get the bottle for the double damage off Carl. And here we go. I think they will try for Roshan. They've even got the Skadi timing for Raven now, so it wouldn't be the worst time to fight either. Meanwhile, IG, they have Smoked 4 running up north towards KP. I don't think KP will mind dying, though, to be frank with you. Like, as long as his team secures Roshan, he won't care about his own life. And it seems like he realizes they might be coming, so he backs off to the hot tub. The wraparound is there. IG. Hanging around, see if they can catch KP. Meanwhile, Roshan is still happening. KP gonna avoid the initial stun, and he's out. With the bulldoze and the Shadow Blade, he literally just walks out of it. That's a shame for IG.
It's a bit optimistic from IG to try to pin down a Spirit Breaker. And Dragon Tail's there, the follow through is just not quite, and KP saw that smoke break from a really good position in the tree line. So manages to bail out. Aegis does go the way of Blacklist now. Double damage, not too much time left, but with a secondary life, nothing stopping you from high ground. Perhaps just the team fight threat of some big Ravage coming out from Sangyu can kind of hold you back here, but even then, I don't think that's going to be enough to find 2 lives on Raven, so you can just take point for the team here.
Here we go. Tier 3 bottom tower under siege. Raven, he'll get started. IG TPing to try and prep for a defense, but it's going to be very, very challenging. They have not won a team fight this whole game. 6-21, 10k advantage to Blacklist Rivalry. Aetherland's now out on Tim, so it's much easier for him to try and steal the Ravage when Jiang Yu does try to use it. Jiang Yu has been very, very passive with this Ravage, understanding you cannot afford to give it away to this Rubik. I mean, that might just mean the fight's completely over if they steal the Ravage, considering you just have no BKBs available on IG's end. Blacklist will get the bot racks, they just walk away. Emo wasn't even there, he was just pushing the mid lane to ensure they can't get a secondary racks. But Blacklist now 1 racks up, they're going to be more than happy.
Have themselves a pretty big map advantage now. Kind of takes the bite away from Emo and trying to play split push with a Manta style up and running. This AM still needing so much more to catch up to that farm that you've got on Raven. I mean, Emo can still try to burst down Carl, but we just haven't seen that play come out. And I don't think he's going to be confident until more items are in as well. So IG forced to play the slow game. Blacklist constantly applying that pressure. No fear in the world. Metamorphosis in a minute, and they can dive around a bit once that's up.
Closer and closer to securing the 2-0 victory is Blacklist. IG still trying their absolute best to get to a stage where they can deny this victory away from Blacklist Rivalry. I mean, at least Emo is getting to a stage where he's going to be able to start fighting with his team unless he gets caught, but he gets the Manta off in time, so Carl can't get the Vortex. Mind you, Carl is going for the Ags on the Storm up next, and once you've got the Ags up, suddenly that counter spell is going to do nothing for you. They do take the top tier 1 tower down. Raven still has 25 seconds for the Metamorphosis to be up. So they'll hang around the tier 2 tower, but they will not initiate onto the tower yet. They'll need a creep wave anyway, to be fair. IG in the meantime, they have smoked. Jiang Yu looking to move in with the big Ravage, but still has no blink to use. They'll see Carl on the Storm. That's a great target, but you've got to find Tims first, because he's the big problem. They're going to run right into him. Tims is being caught out. The Rubik being bursted. Ravage committed now, knowing that Tims is going to die, and he is gone. Blacklist, they're still going to try and fight Vortex out onto the Mirana. Meanwhile, Cuckoo, he is still alive. PYW, the one to go down. Cuckoo, though, being targeted here as Raven. He's attacking an anti-mage illusion. He'll go onto the techies now. QIQX being saved by the Glimmer Cape, but not for long. He should eventually die, and he will. The Jiang Yu is still going. In goes Emo with the Mana Void. Carl gets hit by the arrow. Carl in huge trouble, is going to go down. IG successfully fighting back now against Blacklist Rivalry. KP trying to run. Is out of mana. Has the Soul Ring. Never gets anything off though. He will drop. And IG suddenly finding 4 targets for the price of 2 buybacks.
Now that's huge. Just this Ravage, just the instant burst onto Rubik, opening up this fight for the side of IG. Blacklist, they're a little bit scattered. The supports were on the left side. The cores were trying to come in to back up the supports. And this time you lose access to Bosku, you lose access to the top-ups on your Storm. The AM illusion starting to do a lot of work in just burning down mana. They managed to clean up quite a fair bit. You're still in the lead here for Blacklist, but you're seeing the angles back for IG. They're not out of it yet, despite being 1 racks down. Again, we've seen what happens when you kind of corner one of these teams, Mike. Maybe a base race comes online later on. We could be in for a long one. But IG kind of reeling it back in.
I don't mind. I do not mind a long game. Make it a good one, IG. KP going for a charge top lane. So it's just on the creep wave. Meanwhile, Tormentor being taken. Blacklist will go back for that. Tormentor for Bosku now, so he can use the life train on the Nether Ward, which is actually pretty annoying to play against. You don't really see it too much when there's a Storm on your team, because you'd rather just life drain the Storm throughout the team fights. But that Netherward life drain, if you get caught out like Bosku did in that last fight, like he was life draining one guy. Imagine he could life drain just all of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck lot more coming out here for Cuckoo for sure. I think the key thing really is more just clearing out these AM illusions, which are causing issues for the chase.
Immediate charge out onto the Tide bottom lane. He wasn't expecting to get swarmed by Blacklist, but that's exactly what ends up happening. Zhang Yu just goes down. Hell, even Emo's around. Hell, he'll jump in. Counterspell was there though, so the Vortex just breaks the Lincolns of Carl. Charge out though. KP, where's he going? Looks like it's going to be up top lane. But he does cancel. It was just onto a creep wing.
Didn't have the Shadow Blade as well for a good angle up. They play it safe, and they find a Tide kill, which is very nice. Blacklist still kind of applying pressure, ensuring that the bot lane's always shoved in. They've got room for mid. No, wait, but we do have the full BKB on Raven at the very least.
The tier 3 tower now under siege. Dust's gonna rotate back to defend this. Keep in mind for the next fight as well, like Zhang Yu does have the blink now on the Tide, so that big Ravage we've been looking for this whole game can now finally come out much easier for Zhang Yu. And we've seen like that last Ravage in the last team fight wasn't bad either. It did some great work, just killing off the Rubik immediately, making the team fight so much more comfortable for IG. Zemo. Now he has the full basher up, going for the Skadi up next. Getting to a point now where he's starting to be very annoying as this anti-mage. Decides against the Skadi, we'll go for the Abyssal Blade instead. So yeah, a fantastic way of kind of locking down the DB, locking down the Storm. Good way of breaking the Lincolns on the Storm as well if you need to do that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We'll Blacklist Rivalry. They'll play it safe and sit back for a bit, try to address that top wave. IG, they will defend their Radiant base.
They've got the Ags out for Carl flying in. This is a big opening for the side of Blacklist. They could actually look to take a fight if they wanted to.
Oh, they're gonna try.
Vortex could ruin the side of IG.
There's only one buyback on the map too, John. Only Teams has buyback on this map at the moment. KP, who's he charging? Oh, he's found Emo. He's charging right towards the anti-mage, but he will cancel that charge. IG were around the AM anyway. Blacklist making their position pretty obvious with the Nether Blast and Fadebolt coming out bottom lane. They'll take the Watcher away in that Radiant jungle.
Ooh. How lucky could you get as Cuckoo? Psychic headband along that Aether Lens up now.
Really nice. QIQX getting jumped. Another Psychic headband now for Tim's, even better. QIQX barely alive, will pop the Glimmer Cape. They cannot burst him through it though. Tim's still hanging around mid lane. We'll take the blink away from Emo. So now a free blink up for the Rubik, which means he can still ravage a lot easier. Just standing back, waiting for it to come out. Charge in, KP trying to bait the fight. Dust will get lifted immediately. A 3-man stun, in fact, onto PYW and QIQX. Blacklist are moving in. The blue hole, it comes out from Carl. There's the Ravage, but Tims has got it. Tims has got the Ravage available. Now he will pop it. A lot of BKBs available. IG, though, they are melting. Zhang Yu, QIQX, both are gone. Can they find anyone else? KP still being charged. Another blue hole from Carl. He found a 3-man one. Dust is down. PYW's down. Emo is trying to run. He is the only survivor left for IG. And this should mean, even without the Spirit Breaker, they Emo. He won't leave without killing off Cuckoo. But nevertheless, it should mean Blacklist can go high ground.
Yeah, nothing to stop them. They've got the damage. They know there's no Ravage on the respawn. There's not much Emo can really do to stop this outside of creep cuts. They will fortify. Next creep wave is still coming in though, so it shouldn't be a problem here for the side of Blacklist. They're not fully committing as well either from Blacklist, just using the Terrible Illusions to get this done. So they show respect for IG's hold. Again, that was a decent enough opening from IG, but Tim's standing in the back. getting the Ravage off, lives with the Ravage as well, so can just wait for it to come off cooldown here. Find some openings for themselves. IG have to respect that Rubik. Like, their biggest success was when they find Tim's first. If you don't jump Tim's first, you don't hunt down this backline, he steals all your spells and you feel very sad on IG. Roshan is up as well. Blacklist just gonna take a nice easy objective. Aegis Cheese for Roshan number 2. And this should open up high ground for sure. Maybe just tier 2 top into the high ground to go for the Megas, but not too much stopping you from that once this Roshan is taken.
Roshan goes the way of Blacklist for free. Meanwhile, mid lane, KP still just charging around, but will back his way out of there. Roshan, Aegis Cheese, the way of Blacklist. AJ Ravens. Carl, take the cheese for himself. He just wants the mana in these team fights. There's not really much in the way of holding Carl down with the Lincoln Sphere up anyway. Blacklist will go through the twin gates. IG still doing a great job of defending in this game. BKB being worked on by Emo. He needs the defense, especially against this AoE Vortex. He needs some way of defending himself against that. The BKB will be the opportunity he's been waiting for. It's Blacklist Rivalry looking to go through the top lane now. But IG, they may be willing to fight. Now with the BKB up. Mind you, Emo leaves himself with no buyback gold, so if he dies, the game may just be over.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Here we go.
It's all in.
Ravens moving in. There's a big smoke out from IG. They're going to try for this. This will be the final defense if they can't win this one. Oh, KP's already spotted them out. KP with the bulldoze trying to run away. IG still trying to focus him, but the BKB is there. KP is going to be just fine. There's now Blacklist. Are they going to move up for a fight? Raven will do so. He'll see a couple, or maybe not, because it's actually the Sentry of the Radiant that's seeing him. Charge out from KP onto Emo, but that's going to be cancelled. Zip in from Carl, threatening with the blue hole, but it's not there yet. QYQX moving it onto the throw. He's still at the Ravage! Tim's! He got 4 targets! Oh, Emo dropping low, needs to get up, but he's Ravage out from Zhang Yu! Locking a couple down. It's still not looking good for IG. They are trying to fight back. They need to get Dust out of there, but he's gone. Dust is down. No available in the Dragon Knight. And Blacklist Rivalry. Back of Tim's. They can go high ground once again.
They're staying alive. Cuckoo manages to get that save onto Tim's while he was ravaged up. Just get the life drain off. And the Pugna just bails everyone out. Off that save onto Tim's. He gets to go back in, steal some spells to get the opening to go for more.
Oh, it's a 3-man vortex again out from Carl. Zhang Yu barely survived the Glimmer Cape of QIQX.
Emo?
He will make it. Emo, man fight on. He's had a mana on Carl,
Stuck.
but the mana boy never comes out. Emo's down.
Fight back.
Emo is down. No buyback available. Blacklist Rivalry may have done it here, John. They've got Dust back up in 5 seconds. But without Emo, how do you defend? Raven, he'll get hit by an arrow, but he still has the Aegis. He won't be afraid to just reset for the next team fight if he loses that. Jump in, PYW, murdered by Raven. Down the fight from PYW. 1 Rax left standing for IG. Blacklist, they're going to keep going. They know the AM50. There's no way back for Emo, nor Dragon Tail up Raven. He still has the Aegis. They jump in. Vortex is there. The Dragon Knight forced the BKB up. Dust is going back in on Raven. They should have the Terror Blade, but the live train Cuckoo, no, he can't save. He cannot save him. But that is only the first life. Arrow will whiff. Raven will be okay to walk his way out of this, as they are looking for that mid-tier 3 tower now. Emo, he's 20 seconds away from respawning, but it's a very tough scenario as the Vortex catch him. That's PYW dying back as now Dust. He can't make it out. He is gone again. No buyback available. Blacklist Rivalry should have this one in the bag. Emo coming up in 5 seconds. Onto the techies they go. QIQX is down. Buyback. There's the respawn from Emo, but Mega Creeps are now up. IG not calling it. Emo He'll get charged from KP. He won't see the charge. Arrow connects as well from Tims. Emo's been locked up for such a long time. Now the Vortex, a big Ravager from Zhang Yu trying to save the day. Emo is still alive, but now the counter Ravage. Tims again. Tims has stolen the Ravage a third time. Zhang Yu is down, but he will buy back. They're still in this game here. IG still trying their absolute best to stay in this game too. Blacklist, they will leave. IG, they will not call it.
Oh boy. I mean, in IG, all they want to do is spoil Blacklist after winning game 1 in that fashion. I'm sure IG is more than motivated to kind of quash some dreams here, but Blacklist, again, they're playing with confidence. I don't know why this team just lacks a lot of that confidence. They play, you know, in the DPC, they played so slow. Their games were passive. KP was starting to pop off, though. He's been consistent, and he's showing it off here again. But this time, when you see the entire team feeling themselves, when they're the ones to make plays, when they're the ones running around the map, forcing the issues out. And this is the Blacklist you expect with these kinds of players. And again, it's showing up when it matters the most, at the very least. In a game that seals their fate as to whether or not they do make it into tiebreakers or not. Again, at minimum, I believe Blacklist will face up against, at the very least, now all other results not standing, you should have at least a tie with Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
So that's the one tiebreaker. There could be multiple depending on how Execration does. So you can land in that scenario, but this series is what determines that for Blacklist. This game,
That's
just one away.
That's amazing. That's amazing. The two regions you and I cast, and they're both going to have to go up against each other in a tiebreaker. Amazing. Thank you, Shopify and Blacklist. Thanks for making it hard for us as your fans.
It's time for Abed to choose, Mike. Does he do it for the Pinoys or does he do it for Shopify?
Remember Team Dog, Abed. Remember Team Dog. Never forget.
Yeah. Never forget that one. That was a beautiful team. I miss that roster, man. And that is like, what happened to those days, Mike? Team Dog up against Yopaj Neon.
Oh, don't bring up Yopaj's name, John. That makes me sad. You know, I miss my boy. Emo charges out. Are they gonna go for this? Emo, he doesn't realize he gets hit by the initial stun, and now the Ravage. Tims has got the full squad with a. It's not enough though. IG is still looking to fight back. They are still going. One tier 4 tower down. Glist. Charge out KP. He has not had enough yet, but he will cancel. Raven looking for the tier 4. The blue hole. 4 heroes caught. Carl just making it so hard for IG. Raven moves in. A 5-man reflection. They're fighting right underneath the tier 4 towers. KP with the charge out. He lands on 3. Oh, it's so hard now for IG. It's a 3v5 scenario. Blacklist are onto the Ancient. Surely there's no way to defend. They are not calling GG yet. Ravage out again from Zhang Yu. Tims will take it. He got the anchor smash, in fact. A double Ravage. Emo trying. He's gotten Carl. The storm is down, but Carl will buy back. He'll TP to the outpost in the Radiant jungle. They want to put an end to this game. IG, they are still trying to defend as Emo, he'll cancel the charge. Raven, he'll get the Sunma. Here comes the Vortex. Carl is not got Emo. GG is called. GG is called. Blacklist have done it. They will force a tiebreaker in the groups between themselves and Shopify Rebellion. And I'm gonna say it again, where was this Blacklist the last 5 days, Jonathan? I don't know. Maybe it's just, you know, Carlo, leave China to me, Palad coming in clutch here for this series, Jonathan. Maybe that was it. Maybe he just needed that added motivation.
Perhaps it was it, Mike. He baited me, though. He said, see you at the airport, John. Apparently not. Apparently not. Well done to the side of Blacklist. I'm sure Ninja Boogie's out there yelling, and no one can hear anything above this crazy man's yells. The entire squad must be popping off as they do at least secure one tiebreaker with themselves and Shopify Rebellion. And you know, there might be an Agent A over there on Shopify Rebellion. You never know, Mr. Abed. You got to make that choice for country or for team, my friend.
Boy.
For country or for team.
Yeah, it's important questions here for Abed in his mind right now. I'm sure Abed's watching, in fact, right now, probably cringing at all the jokes we keep making about him as we do see the scoreboard at the end. Raven, 15-0-2 on the Terrorblade, a very clean game from Raven. Props to him. I mean, it is the Terrorblade after all. Raven, we know how much he loves this pos one. I want to give big props to Tims this game, John. I think I saw 3-4 Ravages out from Tims being stolen here from Jiang Yu. Carl, how many 3-4-man vortexes did this man get after the Ags was up? I think Blacklist never had to play like this. I realize it's against IG, and IG's been struggling as well. I think Blacklist need to remember who they are. You know, no more slow play.
Yeah, if they can do that, they look like a top contender. And again, this is the Blacklist that I've been wanting to see. This is the kind of play that I've been wanting to see from any Southeast Asian team for a while, Mike. And well, it comes in clutch. At the very least, they get extra motivated here after winning game 1 in the most disgusting way possible. There's no counter to Raven. Like, you went AM core, you went DK mid to do what against the Terrorblade? There's just nothing to do with that. Like, you only had control for the Storm, and it just falls flat there. Not even the Storm counter in AM worked out, so I guess, you know, AM still stays in the bin, Mike. But Southeast Asia, we're climbing out of that bin. Maybe, if the tiebreakers work out.
Perhaps. Again, I'm kind of heartbroken because we have Shopify against Blacklist now on tiebreakers. Like why can't these guys just win a couple games, for God's sakes? Why does this have to happen to us all the time, Jonathan? We cast NA, we cast SEA, and both of them have to go up against each other in tiebreakers. Meanwhile, Western Europe has the freest time in the world, just going right into the upper bracket. You know, some things just never change, John. Some things just never, ever change. Still, you know what will change? We'll be off the stream very, very soon because we are going to be heading to a break very soon for our second series, which will be Gaimin Gladiators up against, I believe, BetBoom. So the Dream League Season 20 Grand Finals is coming up once again here for the Bali Major in these group stages. However, Jonathan, before we do head off to a break, of course, you can enjoy the same world-class comfort as the best Dota players in the world. DX Racer is the official chair sponsor of the Bali Major. Of course, visit dxracer.com to get your very own now and use code Bali Major for 5% off at the checkout for US customers. And of course, the action is also heating up at the Bali Major. Make sure you check out H&M's new summer collection for clothes to suit the action. Jonathan, I know you've been doing that. Maybe not so much the barong, but I know you've got a few H&M shirts that are more appropriate for the action. Nevertheless, Jonathan, obviously your barong has worked out here for Blacklist Rivalry. They saw the they saw the Filipino pride on your face and they said, we've got to do it for Johnny Boy. They've done it here today, 2-0 against IG. Of course, props to IG, John, but they are going to be leaving to the airport today. Back home now for them, but what can you do? It happens.
What can you do? You're going to be missing the Ayana Estate, but at least us on the stream, we're not going to be missing too much action, Mike.
No, well, we are missing Ayana Estate, Jonathan, but I suppose that's not too surprising for you and I. We are going to head off to the break. Right after that break, we'll be back with our next series between Gaimin Gladiators versus BetBoom. We'll see you soon.
Seru. Mau gitu? Seru, woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
了，这是什么？身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色。风暴之灵，辅助，可能是冰女，冰女，仙啊！你不是看过冰女吗？凤凰 ，Phoenix， 不是，寒冬飞龙啊，寒冬飞龙，没事，你不对就我对了呀，是这样的呀。这个啊，这个啊，那加海妖。Nope。我猜先知啊，这肯定是先知。哦，我操！我一开始看的是飞的感觉。大地之灵，是吗？贴这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行啊，只有一个了。他这是红的头发，这个很难猜的，又是个人。哎，那我来猜。哎，我猜，你猜，风行者，没跟你讲。哦，没事，还是我输了。对。支持 PSG LGD， 期待我们怎么了？支持 PSG LGD 在巴黎 Major 上的表现。
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Bisnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
是什么？身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色，风暴之灵，辅助，可能是冰女，冰女，仙啊！你不是看过冰女吗？凤凰 ，Phoenix， 不是，寒冬飞龙啊，寒冬飞龙，没事，你无对就我对了呀，是这样的呀。这个啊，那加海妖。
Nope。
我猜先知啊，这肯定是先知。哦，我靠！我一开始看的是飞的感觉。大地之灵，是吗？贴这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行啊，只有一个了。他这是红的头发，这个很难猜的，又是个人。哎，那我来猜。我猜，你猜。风神者，Wing Ranger。哦，没事，还是我输了。对。支持 PSG LGD， 期待我们。怎么了？
Welcome back. We are going into our second series of the day. It is going to be, of course, between the sides of Gaimin and BetBoom. Jonathan, this is going to be a real hype series. We saw Quinn last time around in this series saying that he felt so good after winning because it was such a tough series against this side. BetBoom, this is an incredible team, John. Like, the roster itself has been proving to be just so damn strong. One of the contenders here for sure at the Bali Major, but they have to get through the groups, John.
Yep.
Right? I mean, you're looking at upper bracket right now, but you want to beat Gaimin Gladiators. You want to send a message. What are you thinking?
I can see the series going to a draw. I think Gaimin, outside of a few really dominant series, have shown that it's a lot more even this time around. They've dropped a few games. Heck, they dropped the game to Bleed last time around. So there are certainly weaknesses to Gaimin that I think have been revealed a little bit more in this group stage, at least in comparison to other group stages where it's been a little bit more of a raffle stomp out from Gaimin. So again, they're not the invincible team, but they're certainly still probably the strongest team here, maybe right next to Quest. And it's going to be interesting to see, because again, last time we saw them play up against BetBoom, that was a best of 5. This one is a best of 2. So I can see this just going into a draw. I think a draw just holds both teams in their same position, you know, with Gaimin just locked in as number 2 and BetBoom probably locking themselves in as a clear number 3. With a 1-1 win, I think that's what that certainly can happen, but a 2-0 does feel a lot better here for the side of BetBoom, just to have better seeding, of course. But again, no threat of relegation for either one. No threat for relegation for BetBoom. If they lose 2, they could have a tiebreaker for lower bracket. I think that can happen, so we can take a look at that standing. So 8-6 for BetBoom right now. So if they do lose 0-2 here, they go 8-8. Bleed can suddenly tie for an opportunity to go up, and so can 9 Pandas if they get a 2-0. So BetBoom isn't completely safe if they get 0-2.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, right? Like, I think that's the main motivation for Gaimin Gladiators, because you can knock them down basically into the lower bracket here. BetBoom can be knocked to the lower bracket is what I'm trying to say, and if you get knocked down to the lower bracket, Gaimin at least probably won't have to worry about this team up until later on in the playoffs if BetBoom can make it through to the lower bracket. You know, so it's not really that easy. So Gaimin, they still have motivation, even though they're already second place and they're guaranteed that upper bracket position. They'd much rather make sure that BetBoom are not going to be in their way through the upper bracket if they can. And by getting a 2-0 victory, they increase the odds of BetBoom not being in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it should be. And I do believe our scoreboard is also a little bit out of date. Blacklist
it's
is
a little
6 to
bit
10.
incorrect.
Yeah, Blacklist is 6-10, so there's a Shopify Rebellion tiebreaker with Blacklist. Execration already taken one loss, so they're not able to reach that same 6-10 scoreline. And I believe that is the one tiebreaker, the one big one on Group A at the very least. Again, there's an opportunity for a bunch of ties to happen here in Group B. Bleed can still get dragged down, I do believe, if they manage to lose out and someone else gets 2 wins in a row. So if Bleed gets 0-2'd, Azure or Nouns finds a 2-0 up against each other, then Bleed is in a tiebreaker for elimination. So a lot can happen here.
I mean, it's going to be an exciting match at the very least here between these two teams. As, again, Gaimin and BetBoom are the ones we have to worry about right now here in this series number 2, Jonathan. At least we can confidently say now as well, for people that are enjoying the games that you're watching, there are going to be tiebreakers after this as well. So plenty of Dota action here left today for the group stages, and could be some very spicy endings to end us off for the Bali group stages. That we'll have to see is, again, we're going to start with Gaimin versus BetBoom. And this could be a grand finals of the Bali Major, quite frankly, these two teams going up against each other. So we can have a look at the teams and see exactly what is going to be going on, as I believe the draft is about to get underway. But before that, the lovely faces of Gaimin, of course, Tofu, Quinn, Durantio, Ace, and Celery. These guys have basically won every LAN in the past year. Just been so dominant as a squad, and it's very hard to find the weaknesses of Gaimin. Hell, even in terms of looking at them, John. I mean, these guys are some attractive lads. Look at that Tofu guy. Incredibly handsome.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, I'm still happy to see that. When we started off, we watched Gaimin Gladiators. Quinn had this picture. Hasn't changed. He's complained about it on Twitter as well. So I'm glad to see no one's listening to Quinn. And yeah, everyone but Quinn, I'll admit, is looking sharp. Quinn, that's not a good angle for you, buddy.
Listen, Quinn, it's either you muted or everyone hit their rate limits on Twitter now, alright? So that's why we haven't changed it. BetBoom team, of course, Save, GPK, Nightfall, Pure, Toronto, Turkey. These guys are so damn powerful. I mean, the last time we saw them during Dream League, I was so shocked at how clean these guys play. You know, Toronto, Tokyo obviously leaving Team Spirit to come to BetBoom. It's worked out for the man. You got to give him props. First, he makes the call to win TI-10, and now he makes the call to join arguably a much stronger team.
Yeah, I think it's been looking better for BetBoom for sure on the LAN stage. You can see if that maintains here, and they're in a pretty good position to go through. And we should be able to go into the draft. We should have that draft ready to go here, so we can take a look. Do have the initial bans coming out. We see Gaimin banning out the Tide and Morphling. BetBoom taking care of the Inch and the Timbersaw. So quite a fair few openings here for both sides. Gaimin, they can opt for something like the Techies opener. They can opt for maybe the Undying to be prioritized. I don't see them just sniping the IO without the partnership, and they'll just go Techies. Play it safe. Take that busted hero out. It's funny because, you know, our first major of the year, Mike, was the Lena major. Now it does feel a bit more like the Morphling or Techies major almost.
It's the Morph major, John. That's what we've decided. I can't remember what the exact stats of the Morph.
It's 100% contest, I believe.
100% contested, and Lena
was
99.3.
Yeah.
Jesus. Much. I mean, that is insane. Ice Frog's favorite son is back. You know, he took a holiday, he took a few months off, Jonathan, but Ice Frog, he just couldn't help himself. Brings the Water Boy back. The Water Boy, at least for game 1, is not going to be around. BetBoom, they'll take the Pugna. Do they want the Storm? Pugna Storm, it's a strong opening. We saw it last game with Blacklist. It looked fantastic. It's looked fantastic every single game we've seen it, quite frankly. We know GPK loves that Storm to boot. I wouldn't blame them for going down this route.
I think it's a solid pickup right now. No hard counters. They'll go to Broodmother instead, so they prioritize another busted hero coming out here. Love to see that Brood come out. I think that hero... Again, we heard Taliano when we were doing Div 2. He expected his hero to be a priority ban and pick. It does slide through in the first phase. Nightfall has played it for the most part here in the major for BetBoom. Could be a pause 1. Still enough flex to give it out to Pure on the offlane. So it's relatively open, but boy, can this Broodmother hit hard when it's allowed to have tempo. Like, it's ridiculous. Insatiable Hunger basically giving you almost double damage here. It's like, all right, that's cool.
Fun fact, John, I was actually in the shower last night, and there was a spider in the shower, which was very, very scary, let me tell you.
Nice.
That's the story. I don't know what's scarier, the idea of me being nude in the shower or the spider, but
The first one,
You know,
Mike. The first
I'll
one.
tell you what, I don't know what the wife was screaming about. She didn't see the spider first, she saw me first. It's Game of Gladiators, they'll go for the Darkseer second pickup. So a nice way of dealing with the broodmother. Literally, she walked in, started screaming. Said, oh, the spider, that's very scary. And she goes, what spider? Oh, okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, God bless you, Mike Phoenix.
It's terrible.
Just
couldn't
there's
believe
more.
it.
I'm glad the group stage is ending out because the rest of the viewers don't have to hear about this anymore. They don't have to hear us. With the Darkseer, you've got a strong lane coming out for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, Darkseer with techies can run down. I'm always so curious as well because I'm pretty sure we've talked to the Gaimin guys, right? And they tell us it's Gaimin. But
Yeah,
when we
it's
hear the
not
announcer inside,
gaming.
it's Gaimin, right?
Yeah.
But
Or is
the
it
announcer is Gaimin. No, but we've
Gaimin.
talked to Alex and the others, right? They say Gaimin.
Right.
10 seconds.
So
Well, I mean, to be fair, John, do you really care? I mean, these are crypto bros we're talking about. Are
that
you-
is
you
fair.
gonna-
That is fair.
Remaining.
I know how biased you are against crypto bros.
That is fair. Thank you for reminding me, Mike.
Shout out to the gaming guys, though. We love them. They're very kind
Absolutely.
people to us. I mean, not many people at LANs actually sit there talking with us, John, but these guys do. I'm not
They
sure if
make
that's
the
a
mistake
compliment
of
to them
doing
or... yeah. I'm not sure if that's complimentary to them or not, but shout out to the boys. We love you guys at
10
Game.
seconds remaining.
Funny enough as well, we stop showing up at LANs and they start winning, so there's that as well. Maybe we were the problem.
We were the curse. You know, they just needed to stop inviting us, and God damn it, they've done it. No, they're
Yeah,
winning
they've done
everything. So you're welcome,
Absolutely.
Alex
You're
and
welcome.
everyone else.
Yeah. Anyway, BetBoom. Fourth ban out for themselves.
Game
Do you reckon,
still leading the Aya, the storm here. Yep.
Do you reckon they've got Jeez, I feel a bit embarrassed now. I can't remember the name. They dress the well, what's his name? I feel so embarrassed now
Reshi?
bringing this up. And
Reshi.
Reshi. Oh, how could I
Oh,
forget Reshi?
Mike LaPhoenix.
Oh, I
kiss,
apologize,
kiss,
Reshi.
kiss.
I apologize. Do you reckon they've got Reshi there in the Spartan outfit again?
Hell
Like,
yeah.
I really appreciate the marketing that they do. I
Why
must
not?
say.
Of course.
10 seconds
You gotta rep it.
Yeah.
You gotta rep the
Game and Aya.
gladiators, man.
I have been working out. If Gamer want to put me in the gladiator suit, by the way,
Do
take
it.
Reshi out of it.
They should do it. I would love to see this. I'm sure the audience wouldn't, Mike, but I'd love to. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. As they do
Right.
finally ban that storm, so no storm Pugna, no fun here for BetBoom.
No. Well, they could have first phased it. I mean, obviously, Storm's not going to be given away when you've got a Pugna on the other side already.
10 seconds
So BetBoom, obviously, understanding the Storm was going to be banned, still prioritize the Pugna. And to be frank, Pugna still has proven to be extremely potent anyway. You don't need the Storm to back you up.
Dire team pick.
So there's the Undying ban out from BetBoom, surprisingly making it all the way to the fifth ban of BetBoom, as they do go for their third pick now.
I mean, you don't need too much to play with a Pugna, to be fair. You just need someone who can sustain, and good
Oh,
God,
one
they
of my
have a lot of sustain. This is so
Yeah.
much sustain. Life Drain
good
with
point.
False Promise. If you get the Ags and the Oracle, and you get the Talent and the Broodmother with a BAT, good God, that's an Alchemist.
Alchemist is online, absolutely.
10 seconds
Obviously, the Oracle is very effective against the Darkseer, right? Like the Purge on the Surge, always going to feel amazing. The Oracle, one of the... I wouldn't say the better counters towards the Darkseer, but during the laning stage, it is certainly extremely annoying with Fortune's End. Batrider will come out, which is another hero that doesn't particularly like Oracle, John, because, you know, your False Promise obviously just purges off the lasso. They still choose it anyway, because Batrider has proven to be extremely powerful in the current meta. Could just be a support pick anyway for Gaimin. We'll have to wait and see. But they do openly choose that against the Oracle. So they've made that decision for themselves.
Yeah, it's not going to be the comfiest. You can still have impact, and to be fair, if the Batrider just jumps the Oracle first, then you can kind of fix that issue. That does require, again, probably just the blink timing, which Batrider doesn't necessarily rush as a first item. So I'm keen to see what Gaimin's game plan is with this one. I think BetBoom, I like this all in. Sure, it's not much control if you think about it with Oracle Pugna. Something more mobile in mid can be really annoying for you to try to pin down here. And something like the Slark is going to be really annoying to pin down coming out here for Gaimin. So you have a really good solution. A hero that loves playing into this high sustain. Because Slark doesn't lose. He's just going to get more agi up, can get more stats stolen. Even up against Broodmother, you can use your Shadow Dance, you can use your Depth Shroud quite nicely here. So it's going to feel pretty damn good for Diracho. But the potential for BetBoom's draft is just, I appreciate it. You know, this is the kind of stuff that I'd sit and think about. It's like, what if you did get the Oracle with BAT? I mean, you're probably not gonna get Ags on your Oracle, to be fair. And now you've got a strong lane up against its Slark. The LC, we've seen this lane multiple times. You just tend to not have fun here for the Slark.
Hear me out, right? We've got no battle pass coming for TI. They did mention they're gonna still put cosmetics in.
10 seconds.
John,
remaining.
can we finally get Commander Tresden back? Can we get the mustache back, Jonathan? Is it gonna happen? The persona for the LC, the thing I've been asking for since Dota 2 first came out. Can we have it? Please. I just want a guy on a horse with a mustache. A glorious mustache.
That's fair. Would Kotl not be a man with a glorious beard and mustache?
No! No!
But he's on
That's
a
not
horse?
a glorious beard, that's an old man's beard. And that's it's more like a pony he's riding. It's not a real horse. Don't make any pony jokes, John. Don't.
I see you know the difference. You know the difference, I'm sure. Thank you, MLP Dota, for showing us the difference there.
I've told you before, I know the difference because my wife owned a pony. This is not a joke. She literally owns a pony.
This is still not helping the cause with your name, Mike.
No, it's not, is it? I am not the pony, by the way. It's the Gaimin Gladiators. They ban out the Primal Beast. Final ban out to come. I've dug myself a grave here, John.
You're not nice enough to be a pony.
When you accidentally pick the name MLP Dota, right? You see some stuff when you Google that name, John. All right, I'm not going to get into it, but you find out some things about people's people's wants. Final ban is coming. Gaming Gladiators. Still, don't bring it up again, John. BetBoom. They're looking for a mid hero right now, I believe. I mean, it could still be an LC mid, so it could be a position 1 we're looking for all I know. We'll see.
It should just be a mid matchup. Yep.
You do have two ways now of purging off Lasso, by the way. I don't know if you already mentioned that, John, because I kind of turn my ears off every time you start talking. But press the attack's going to be very nice.
Yeah, it relieves some of that pressure, right? Like, the one play a Bat Rider has up against the Oracle is Lasso Oracle first. Now even doing that is not going to be a guarantee for the side of Gaimin. But again, it's a support Bat Rider as well. So how much do you really care about the counters? Maybe not as much as you'd expect. But even just all of these purges on hand means that Flame Break damage staying on is not likely. And Sticky Napalm is going to feel a little bit less effective. So the answers are there from BetBoom. For Gaimin, they still have really good Wombo combo. Again, they have this Slark matchup that feels great into high sustain. Although the Slark lane into LT, again, not the smoothest. Let's see, Gaimin do ban out the Primal Beast and that Shadow Fiend for BetBoom on the mid. Just taking out some big options here for GPK. What could he opt for? It does feel like you lack control here on the side of BetBoom. Like, you don't really have that much in teamfight. You've got an AoE root and duel. And that's pretty much it. And it does feel like you want some hard lockdown for something like Slark here. I'm not sure where you can find that. Like, this is a bit of a quirky pick, but an OD into Slark can feel pretty good. Just imprison him. Imprisonment is another save as well.
True.
I don't think OD is really a pick, but if you're looking for one way to kind of handle what Gaimin has, an OD does work.
I guess so. I think they've got enough save, but you could be right. I mean, I'll give you props, John. If OD gets last pick by BetBoom, I'll give you credit. There you go. Final pick up here from Gaimin. Potentially just a mid we're looking for here for Gaming Gladiators.
10 seconds
Something for NA's finest, Mr. Quinn.
5 seconds remaining.
I always find it funny when the Western European fans claim that they're the best with Gaimin. I mean, you know, they weren't that great until Quinn came along. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Still thinking about it.
The NA diff, Mike.
They wait till the last second, and of course, they'll go for the classic Quinn Leshra.
I don't mind it.
That's a classic.
It is a classic. Quinn loves this hero. It's so man, we've been watching Quinn since what? Optic Gaming, as Cool, Calm, and Collected, and even then he was already picking that Leshrac up. Like on off lane, you'd see it even. It's like he loves this hero too much, Mr. Quinn.
It's an NA hero, John. Every NA mid knows how to play this Leshrac. Like it's every NA mid hero, every single one. It's like the Filipino Ember I talk about every time with you. I guarantee you, every Filipino player, John, as a Australian, I think I'd know, right? Let's get this straight. How would you know being an American? You're too far away from the country.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I forget that I'm not really the Filipino. I apologize. Pasensya, I apologize. Pasensya po.
Okay. It'll BetBoom. 15 seconds for this last pick. There it is. The Wind Ranger comes out.
Not the biggest fan, but lane matchup against the Lush. It's not the worst. It's also not the best. I mean, you can probably get a lot of things done here. You can be really disruptive on the Wind Ranger. I don't think Quinn's going to be sweating too hard up against a Wind Ranger, though. Like, he can just spam out the wave. And GPK can do the same with power shots, so it can kind of devolve into stable farming lane. Although, again, you shouldn't be under kill threat, at least for GPK. I can see that being a little bit safer. As long as he's not stunned up. You get a pause and unpause in the strategy time. Rather interesting from Tofu. And hopefully that isn't a sign of things to come going into this game. I mean, we are in Southeast Asia, Mike. I guess pre-game pauses aren't too surprising, but you know, you'd rather not have to listen to me and Mike again. I know you viewers are hurting. I'm sorry, but you have to deal with it.
I've got a bone to pick with you as well while we're here waiting for this this draft to finish. You told me that the beard looked good. Yes. I couldn't help but notice I was being called Caveman Caster, Jonathan, in the chat. I feel like you set me up to make yourself look better, as per always. Right? You know that I have no time now because I have a child and I have to be home taking care of the damn child to boot. I had the chance to go get a haircut, but you and our producer Richie convinced me that the beard looked so nice, and you know what the worst part was about this beard? This is not a made-up story. I swear to you. I went up to my wife and I said, they told me the beard looks nice. And she said, yeah, you look like that Tsunami guy. She literally remembered his name. She literally remembered Tsunami's name, right? She doesn't watch Dota. She knew his name. And she said, you look like him now. And I go, well, who has the better beard? And she just walked away. This is a true story. She did not answer the question. She walked away, baby in hand. It's like she was walking away with my child. Like Tsunami was waiting at the front door or something. It was terrible. It was terrible. This really happened. This is not a joke.
Well, you know, she chooses the winners, Mike. Guess who's in Bali? Neil is. Guess who's stuck at home? You are, you bum.
I just can't win.
Just get us out. Just get us out. Get us in the game.
Switch me to game one, please.
This is sad. We don't want to see such a sad face.
Get the
from
camera
Michael
off me.
Phoenix. Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get the razor out right now.
This is such a hype matchup.
Yeah, hype matchup for sure.
It's such a hype matchup, and this is such a sad story for me. I'm so sorry, Mike.
It literally happened. It's like, oh, you look like Tsunami now. I'm like, how do you know what his name is?
I can't. I can't. Neil, he's out there. He's watching us, maybe. Looking for what happens with tiebreakers. And all of a sudden, he's hearing about being a homebreaker. Thanks, Neil.
Yeah. They call me Caveman. Tsunami comes on, they call him Kunka. Well, what a he's an admiral, but me, Caveman, homeless. That's what I get. It's terrible. This is bullying online. I'm reporting this to somebody. I'm telling you right now. Get Tsunami out of here. I can't stand it anymore.
Unfortunately, Mike, I don't think many people would side with a caveman here. So, you're out of luck, my friend.
No. Worst part is I had a chance to clean it up too. You guys convinced me not to. Anyway, who cares about that? Game 1, BetBoom, Gaimin Gladiators. Let's get serious, John. There's about to be a level 1 team fight, for God's sakes. Looks like Celery is going to back off. Nice flame break on 5. Won't really matter though. They'll still pick up the bounty. And it is going to be a 2-for-2 anyway. So all that action for absolutely nothing. See, the odds are actually favoring BetBoom here, John, as well, which is... It's not favorited by much, but that's a bit surprising. I would have assumed it was the other way around.
Yeah, I think... Maybe
what?
people again. Huh? What's up?
What is this graph doing? This graph's wild.
What's this
don't worry about it, John. Go on.
Oh yeah,
Mid
it is a bit wild.
GPK and Quinn. going in the mid lane. Leshrac versus Wind Ranger matchup. How's this meant to go, John?
This one is one that we don't see too often. I don't feel like the Leshrac should be shut down, honestly. You should be able to play with off your spells. You do have a range advantage for the Wind Ranger in that. Going for the harassment for her end isn't too bad. Power Shot is you can stand further back. You shouldn't be under threat of the Lightning Storm. You shouldn't be under threat at all of the Split Earth, so GPK should be fine. But I don't think you're stopping Quinn too badly here, unless, again, Quinn misplays, cops too many power shots, but very, very hard to see that happening. So it should be an even farming game. Probably not too much action unless someone severely misplays here.
What about that bottom lane? You're going to have Durachu there on the Pos1 Slark, Pure on the LC, of course, in the position 3 role. Celery and Save going to be there supporting both. Pure is very, very scary in this off lane, John. This is one of the players that I really admire. Like, Pure, he just, the way he plays the lane is always just so brilliant. And he, at the very least, usually evens out. And even in the games where we don't see him even or win out the lane, he usually ends up coming back and carrying the game for his team anyway. So I do think Pure is one of the more valuable players in the world right now, and just, again, just brilliant in practically any role he does play.
Yeah, just has that presence. Knows how to push that lane's limits. Saw Save just trading hits with Celery and leading a very even back and forth there. Of course, you are getting enough room out for Duracho. He is pulling ahead in the CS. But once Pure hits, say, level 3, this is when the lane starts to get a little bit oppressive and trying to play around the creep waves. You're going to cop some of that overwhelming odds. It's never going to feel good for the Slark. You do have a lot of output as well from Save if he does manage to connect with a Nether Blast. Even just the ward being dropped is pretty annoying. You can't spam your spells out for Celery. He's not able to try to harass out with a Flame Break here.
Certainly not. Bit of a chase on Pure and Save, but they're going to be just fine. So far, the best lane right now is BetBoom. Like, Nightfall's having a great time top lane, 12 and 4 in terms of CS's. Bottom lane, Celery was taking a fair bit of damage on the Batrider. We'll be okay. It's just very tough against a safe Pugna. So the amount of harassment you can deal with this Pugna is kind of ridiculous. And it's the thing as well, like, this hero has 330 movement speed as a base movement speed. So it's really challenging to trade harass with a support like Pugna, because he's got a nice range, he's got a nice attack animation, he's got a nice movement speed, he's got a nice nuke to spam out. Like, he kind of just ticks all the boxes, and as I say that, Duracho is going to chase him down a little bit. But you get my point, John. There's a reason this Pugna is so strong right now.
Yeah. It just does a lot. Provides a lot of space out. Pure is able to CS his way to happiness. Duracho just can't threaten due to the fear of those overwhelming odds, and they're diving a little bit deep. And all the lanes feeling pretty good for BetBoom.
Duracho, look at this. Pure just manning up. Pure just does not care. Like, you're a Slark, no problem. Have some stats. I'll just take your life.
Yeah. And just regenerate through the trade, so it's not the biggest loss for the LC. And again, you can always threaten with overwhelming odds. At level 3 with level 2 up, it's a pretty painful time up top.
Yeah, top lane. Toronto Tokyo setting up first blood with the Oracle. Tofu going down. Very nice setup with the Oracle. Hitting that level 3 mark and just abusing the power spike. And this is where you're going to feel really strong, as Ace is going to try and harass. Fortune's End is back up. Toronto won't feel the need to use it. Eventually will, though. Again, the power spike of the level 3 timing with Toronto Tokyo is huge. The Purifying Flames just doing so much damage now, and you've got to be very wary of that as Gaimin.
You can't really harass back onto the Broodmother. You're not able to really fight into that. As long as Insatiable Hunger is up for Nightfall, he's always going to feel better in these trades. So already a pretty good time coming out here for the Brood. Nightfall, probably just going for the Echo Saber Harpoon build you'd see from safe lane. And that hero starts to really pop off. It's going to get a little bit scary. Even if you have some solutions for the Spiderlings in the form of Quinn on the Lesh, I don't think the Broodmother core minds too much. It's all about her right clicks anyway.
Only one kill so far, almost 5 minutes in. Mid lane, GPK gonna get stunned by Quinn, but obviously no follow-up. He is by the tier 1 tower after all. Quinn doing a fantastic job in the mid lane as always. 27 and 6. That's 7 CS ahead of the Wind Ranger. Gonna go ahead and swipe a bounty rune for himself. Maybe even think about heading up top, but probably not. Still just level 5, so just wants the bounty. Get the bottle refill for himself. No other kills happening across the map yet, both sides quite silent. Though I dare say BetBoom is having a somewhat better time, at least in the side lanes. Like Nightfall, top of the CS on the Brood. And of course, Pure, 27 and 8 on the LC. Bottom lane, speaking of, Save, going to be chased down now with the Firefly of Celery, but Pure is going to jump in onto Durachio. Durachio dropping low, needs to be careful. Oh, he's gone. Save might go down, but you got the position 1 Slark. This is what I'm saying about this team, John. Like, even just during the laning stage, BetBoom is so clean as Pure is still chasing. Hoping for the procs of the moment of courage. Tofu going to try and chase Pure just a little bit, but can't really man-fight an LC. He will continue chasing them. Sticky Bomb is there. Pure will be able to press the attack and walk away.
You got a little bit of a reset, but Toronto Tokyo showing up. This is one thing as well with a Broodmother safe lane. You can just leave that lane. It can solo quite nicely, so they can look for another kill opportunity. That pick off on Duracho without save around does give a little bit more EXP as well for Pure. So the level 5 timing starts to line up. Things start to get dicey as you start to threaten with duel. Once that starts to approach, they are trying to run that tri lane down bot from GG though.
I mean, it's still hard on Pure. That's the thing. It's not going to be that easy to take him out. Even if you land the pounds, I don't think they have enough damage for Pure right now. Like, he's holding on to about 1.1k HP.
Oh, they're trying to sneak for the rune.
Oh, they're going for the rune. Celery trying to sneak in. Savior's going to be there. Fortune's End to lock down the Batrider. The Celery is still charging towards it. He needs 2 more seconds. Celery, can he swipe it away? Not quite. Save does get it. It's still a 1-for-1. But it's a bit of a shame for Celery as he does sacrifice his life in the attempt of making it 2-0, and obviously it does not work out that way.
Yeah, the aggression just lining up from BetBoom. They get a good read as to what Gaimin are trying to do with the tri lane. Just try the rune.
Pure just doesn't care what they throw at him. Pure is just an absolute menace at this bottom lane.
No, it's way too much damage. So much damage with the overwhelming odds with the creep wave up. Even onto a Slark. Like, it's not comfy for Duracho. Still at level 4, about to hit 5. Pure working towards 6.
Quinn is here this time. Pure surely goes down. Pure though fighting back with the overwhelming odds. And now Toronto Tokyo with the heels out. Pure, he's running. He has made it. Pure is out. Quinn's in trouble. Quinn is out of mana, but he is going to make it himself. Toronto Tokyo coming in clutch with the Fate's Edict. Making sure Pure takes no magic damage at the end. Oh boy, they are trying so hard to shut down the offlane of BetBoom. But BetBoom are not allowing it.
You're still getting that farm on Pure. You're staying alive. You're getting EXP. You've got a solo free farm lane for Nightfall up top while all of this movement comes down bot. There's not much pressure Ace can really get done on a Darkseer there outside of just spamming Iron Shell.
GPK's a nice one, but the stun never comes out. The flame break was there from Celery, but the split earth from Quinn never being committed. Perhaps he was hoping for Tofu to set up first with the blast off, but that never happened either as bottom lane Durachio. Oh, I thought he was getting tased for a second. My goodness, just such low HP.
Yeah, he's getting what he can right now. Like, he's not having a lot of room for himself in that Slark. Very stark contrast with Nightfall and a free farm lane up top. What do you do about this Brood? Sure, you can clear out the spider lanes. You can micro away the Iron Shelled one though. And Nightfall, he's getting into that Echo Saber timing, where even the Spiderlings are not really the big threat. It's just Brood as a hero.
Nightfall being chased. Toronto Tokyo through the Twin Gates is around to save, but they might end him instead of Celery. Celery finding out the hard way that Nightfall was ready to fight back. That is your Batrider going down once again. And speaking of going down, the bottom tier 1 tower is also down thanks to Pure, who was left alone to get that done. Gaimin, they've got to get a bit of a handle on this game, John. Seems like BetBoom straight out the gate looking very, very potent.
They're looking scary. This movement across the map from Toronto Tokyo is just genius. He sees the opportunity top. Nightfall called for him to come in to bait out that Batrider trying to sneak around. They find a punishment. Oh.
Focus fire, Quinn. Quinn is down. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, you just said it, Toronto Tokyo. Like, the movement from this Oracle. It is very rare that you will find this much impact at 10 minutes in by an Oracle. Toronto Tokyo 3-0-2. But the amount of saves, the amount of setups from this man, incredible.
It is. It's not a comfy game for Quinn. Like, you have to worry about this Oracle. That save with Fate's Edict, The fact that it doesn't disarm any longer, it's
Bottom
big.
lane.
And ooh,
Jewel is out. Pure, he needs some help for this Jewel and won't get it. Hoping for a few more lucky procs with the moment of courage, but doesn't quite get there.
a little bit unfortunate. Maybe a bit optimistic to try and look for that kill. First duel not really panning out. You're more than happy again, just applying constant pressure onto Diracho. This Slark, bottom network core right now. Not the best position. Slark does want a fast ramp up. You know, he wants to start to get aggressive with, say, a quick Echo Saber Ag Stun.
Ace, they purge off the Surge. Ace is not going to make it out, I don't think. Plenty of control. At Nightfall, he'll pick up his second kill now as the Broodmother. He's going to have the Echo Saber very soon, and John, we know what happens when the Harpoon comes out. This position 1 Brood, it is something to behold once he has the Harpoon.
It becomes an actual spider, dragging you into those webs, into pain and fear and death. They're lining up for Pure down bot, keeping eyes on him, but you really can't handle this LC, especially with the Blade Mail up. It should be some bigger dual wins coming out for Pure now.
Lane. Move this group up, John. Ace just respawned. He just TP'd back towards the top lane. Luckily, able to surge away before the Fortune's End did come out. But the pressure being applied by Nightfall and Save, there's so much push potential with these Spiderlings, and of course the Nether Blast. Sadly, Nightfall not microing his spiders, so they all do die to the Iron Shell damage. But I don't think he cares that much. He just wants the top tier 1 tower, wants to open up the map and start taking half the map for himself to farm.
Just keep building up. Hit that Harpoon timing. Sure, the Spiderlings don't last too long in this kind of matchup, but you're still doing so much damage. This here is just ridiculous. Brood just does so much.
Already hitting for over 200 damage. About 250 damage, in fact, with the Insatiable Hunger used. Very balanced for a Universal Hero to have a base damage increase on his first spell. 70%, pretty low number, I'd say. That was sarcastic, Jonathan. Obviously, 70% is not a low number.
What do you mean? Lycan has a lot as well. Hold on.
Here we go. Shackle, perfect GPK, landing on 2. Celery will be the target. Immediately bursts it down. Meanwhile, Jewel on the backside has found out Ace. And that'll be the first Jewel victory for Pure. And they move right into the Ancient stacks. Thank you so much, Gaimin. These will be ours now. We'll take care of it. No need for your assistance.
A lot of farm coming out here. Nothing to stop it too. Like just no early presence coming out from Gaimin. Your support duo of Batrider techies can't really achieve too much. Even with the lasso up and Celery, how is he supposed to find the angles? He needs a blink up, which is not really the typical build-up for a support bat. Normally you go like drums, tranquils, and try to apply some pressure running down. Just not the game for it. Up against these saving supports in BetBoom, you need to find a backline.
Lane. They catch out Celery once again on the bat. He's going to try to run, but no chance. Pure just pops the Blade Mail through the Firefly to make sure they get the job done. 1-10 is, I think, a scoreline none of us thought we'd be saying in this game 1 between these two. Dyrachio trying to steal a Wisdom Rune, might even find Save. Save, going to find out the hard way that the Slark is here, as he will pick up the Wisdom. That is to the way of GG. But now Dyrachio needs to get out. Jewel is up for Pure. He'll pop the Shadow Dance and just run. Not risking it. Not with the Blade Mail up on Pure. Way too dangerous. As the Radiant Triangle now, Tofu trying to intervene. Will get taken out by Toronto Tokyo, who picks up his 4th kill of the game now on the Oracle. And Nightfall has the Harpoon. Here we go.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is when balance truly shows its face, Mike. We need to Spiderlings for anything but farming. And your base here will just drag everyone into the webs and keep killing them. Into the Scotty next, even more stats, into a BKB. This is going to be a very hard to deal with spider here. And I don't know how you even kill off spider infections in Australia, Mike.
Well, right now they need to figure out how to save Quinn, John. Quinn is in huge trouble. Look at this. Quinn is deleted. Celery TPing in to try and help, but he might just be another sacrifice to the spider gods. Nightfall instead wants Tofu. Nightfall not feeling like meat today. We'll take down the techies. And I'll tell you what, John, with this Harpoon, Nightfall, he's going to drag the side of Gaimin right down to Australia. Very scary times.
Yeah, then they can see actual red packs.
Yeah.
And then True Terror will show up, Mike. That's not a good time there.
Are scanned.
I would not want... Remind me never to go to Australia, Mike. Even though I'd love
I tried to, John.
Structures are
Indeed.
fortified.
Gaimin getting that message right now. BetBoom, 1-13. You know, we talked about this series being competitive. I think the first series was a lot tighter than this one. This is just so far a stomp from BetBoom. For Gaimin, what they need is timings in the run. They need some more farm of the Slark. They need probably just the full Bloodstone up in Quinn and this Blink on Celery. If you can get that done, you start to find the back line. Take care of that Oracle first. You open up these fights for you. We'll see. They're smoked up here.
That they are. Lane Gaimin waiting. BetBoom will know exactly where they are now with the Pulse Nova on the creep wave, so BetBoom gonna start to move in. A bait here by GPK though. No, he scored. Lasso was there. He's still alive. Now the duel out. They've caught Ace with that duel. They're trying to win it though, and Pure's down. Ace will win the duel in the darks here. Meanwhile, Nightfall will deal with Tofu. But Gaimin, they won't be too upset with these trades. Well, hold on a minute, GPK. Two-man shackle. Quinn getting pretty low. Duraccio gonna jump back in. Needs to pounce out with the Shadow Dance. And we'll make it for now, but Nightfall, he's on the chase. Duraccio, he's alright. So 1-for-1, definitely in the favor of the Radiant this time. And even a bit of free duel damage to go the way of Ace.
That was a big save attempt from BetBoom. You lose the duel, sure. You lose out in your LT, but you save GPK. I think that was worthwhile, just to ensure the Wind Ranger backed off, as the kill onto GPK would have been a lot bigger to lose. So you're fine with that on BetBoom, but you have to prevent any other bleed out like that, because side of Gaimin, they've got that Blink and Celery. Easier time to find those lasso plays.
Ace.
You might be able to sneak around here for Ace.
Yeah, Ace needs to find a way out of this one. Surge is there. He's still just being chased down by Nightfall, who had the harpoon, did use it already. Will still chase. Rod of Atos is out on Celery now, but they want Ace first. A double shackle from GPK holding both of them down. This Wind Ranger. GPK, he is hitting every shackle.
Dire's courier.
Finding a 2-for-1 special for himself and his team.
Radiant's top tower.
They will capitalize off the special.
Yeah. Instant push onto the tier 2s. I mean, this is still a Pugna Broodmother draft. So the push potential is still ridiculous here. Once they do manage to get on top of an objective. Side of Gaimin, you've got that Bloodstone ready on Quinn. You can start to hold his ground a little bit more in the middle. Still not the comfiest times as Nightfall just gets to work. And tier 2 falls. 2 outer towers left. For the side of Gaimin, BetBoom, 2-16, 8k lead up. This Broodmother is, it's ridiculous. 1 ultimate orb up, 188 damage, plus 146. When Insatiable Hunger is up. How is that fair?
It's not, Jonathan. That's the fun part. It's not.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, still, I mean, Gaimin, they're going to go for that mid-tier 1 tower. They might be able to get away with this. Diabolic Edict of Quinn going to be more than enough.
Has fallen.
Gaimin, nowhere near out of this game yet. They'll find Toronto down at bot lane. GPK will be there to try and help out. Focus Fire gets started. Toronto, he's still alive. He'll get the false promise in time. Now the blatantly lockdown from GPK, who has a double damage ring going. Duraccio, he can't survive it. The duel will be there in time. Pure, he'll win. And now the shackle from GPK. Landing on 2 again. Oh, it's just such a one-way street. GPK. Ultra kill for the Wind Ranger. Toronto, Tokyo surviving throughout all of that. Gaimin will find nothing, but BetBoom, they will find everything.
I don't think anyone expected this kind of game 1 coming out again. Maybe a lot more back and forth, but Gaimin has no grasp on the early to mid game here at all. Not a single tool available. I mean, they've got the Blink on Celery. 2-21, 2 more kills for BetBoom. And we get the magical reverse number.
Or 1 more kill for Gaimin, 1 more kill for BetBoom, John.
Oh, you know, that works out. I'm sorry, it's just so rough for Gaimin that I don't see him getting 1 more kill before the 23 hits. So, we'll find out which one it'll be. And BetBoom, I don't know if this game gets easier for Gaimin as it goes on. Like, with the scaling on Broodmother, like, even without the Ags, it's terrifying.
Mother comes. Nightfall. Oh, there's the Iron Shot to at least delete a lot of these spiders. Ace came prepared with the bug spray. Nightfall. Still the big problem. Celery gonna try and go. Jewel is out. They've got Terraccio. They have got the Slark locked down with the Jewel, and they've got the victory to boot. Pure with zero hesitation, and now the Shackle. GPK. GPK. He's been in his math classes, John. He's finding all the angles here. It's Nightfall. Hands up. Ace trying to run. Harpoon is up. Come right back to Mother. Ace, he's alright. The Gleipi will not be there in time. Back to the tier 2 bottom tower, but I'm trying to find a saving grace right now for Gaimin, John. They're on to 2 kills at the moment. They're finding 0, 17k behind. I don't know how BetBoom lose this.
I don't think you can scale up here for Gaimin in that, well, you don't have any map space to scale into. Fair call from Pure. I think we all expect a lot more from Gaimin, but BetBoom are just, they're insane. And they pull off this Brood Motor, which has been a frequent enough first phase ban, and they managed to make it work. I mean, you've got the Scotty up, right, on Nightfall. Look at his talents. Why does he get a BAT talent during Insatiable? 0.3. That, you know, most heroes start with 1.5 to 1. 1.5 to, I believe, our lowest right now is 1.1 BAT, maybe 1. 0.3 reduction, 30% reduction is insane.
Toronto, build the axe, please. Let's see it. Like, level 25 talent with the Axe of Oracle.
So
what is that, minus 5? Minus 0.5 BAT? 0.4.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so dumb. I don't think we'll reach to level 25 on Nightfall, to be fair, so it's a far cry for us to see that, but good God. Just thinking about that, it's like, why? On this universal hero type, with a stat padding. It's like, it's insane. Can you imagine if you played ability draft, right? You pick up Insatiable, you had the Brood, you pick up Insatiable, and then you pick up Chemical Rage.
Yes.
Or you pick up False Promise for yourself, get the Ags.
Yes.
Oh God.
Sounds
so
nobody
dumb.
really plays ability draft, John. Let's be frank.
That's true.
Actually, there is a bit of a community there.
They have their own meta. It's so insane. Like there's an actual draft analysis for picking up spells and priority.
That's why I can't play it, because it's like everyone just knows what to do now.
Yeah.
Like, you know, new
It's
players
actually
are just
try
like,
hard.
well, it's I don't know. I'm not gonna talk too much trash about it, you know. At least it's not League of Legends.
What is that?
What is what, John?
I don't know. Did you even say anything right then?
You might be asking the same question now, John. Quinn gets caught. Not going to be enough damage. GPK in the meantime apparently just kills Celery. It's Pure, still chasing. A little bit upsetting for Pure because he couldn't catch Quinn while Pulse Nova was still ongoing. So had he got him while Pulse Nova was going, you probably would have had the kill with the Blade Mail. But without that, not enough damage against Lesh.
Not quite. Still have this opportunity to push onto the high ground. Again, your hold is here with a wave clear on side of Gaimin, but you don't have any kill potential. It just feels like there's nothing to stop Nightfall. There's nothing to stop GPK.
Maybe out, Harpoon in, hello Quinn, he'll try to pop the blood. It will kind of work out in his favor. The Bloodstone I meant, Jonathan, but the mid-racks, or rather bot-racks, is still going down. Nightfall not backing off yet. Quinn trying to move in. A big press the attack, or rather overwhelming odds from Pure as Quinn still trying. Oh, he's locked down now. Still the Depth Shroud will save him as Nightfall is still going. False Promise gonna save. Terraccio trying to get out of this. He's gonna make it. So hard though, because if Save and Toronto are still alive, Nightfall knows he can't die, and GG's called. 24.5 minutes in, BetBoom will take game 1. I don't know if you can call this a complete outcry from BetBoom. I think it was just a complete outplay from BetBoom, because they just looked incredible.
I think it's a mix of both. And they had a much stronger draft for this early tempo, but they certainly outplayed him as well to just maintain that momentum the entire time. BetBoom, and this is a team that's just looked on fire for the past month. They managed to have that strong story in Dream League. They're looking sharp here in the groups. And they just crushed Gaimin. You know, just that didn't even look competitive. It looked like, quite frankly, it looked like they were playing up against a no team. You know, just no competition coming out there from Gaimin, and they go back into comfort. I don't like this flex they did with Celery on the Batrider. Right, what impact would a Batrider have in that game up against the heroes here? Like, you needed a blink. You needed to jump the backline.
Let's be fair, John. Like, you look at the scoreboard, I don't think there was much impact from anyone. Like, 1 to 8 on Celery, 1 to 3 on Darachio, and then everyone else 0 to 5, 0 to 7, 0 to 5. I mean, props to BetBoom. They're the ones that won this game. It's not like Gaimin lost. They just completely outplayed Gaimin Gladiators through the laning stage, and it's the classic win lane, win game situation here from BetBoom. I don't think any lane was lost. Top lane went splendidly. Bottom lane went really well for Pure. And then the mid lane, it was a much more even affair. But GPK, did this man miss a Shackles? I feel like every Shackles we saw fly out from GPK was a 2-man.
Yeah, every single time. It's either he was landing it on the trees or just 2-man every time. And BetBoom, this is... Gaimin's going to have to adjust in their draft. They're going to have to ban out... I'd say first phase ban Brood. This year is too much. If you don't... You feel like you counter it. With a Darkseer, you feel like you counter it. With the Leshrac. The thing is, the Brood is not about these Spiderlings. It doesn't matter. Who cares about the babies? The mama is the issue. And it just couldn't... You couldn't do anything. They were focusing so much on pressuring out Pure to give a good lane out for Daracho, but in the end, you gave a free farm Broodmother the time of her life here.
Yeah, you certainly did. That Broodmama, like you said, John, it wasn't the babies that you needed to be afraid of. Like, Nightfall just whipped out the sandal and he was not missing. I'll tell you what, like, the sandals were thrown left, right, and center, and this Broodmother, she has 8 legs, Jonathan. There's a lot of things to throw here from our Brood. As Gaimin, I hope they go back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong. I think I can confidently say, though, the lanes being won out that hard by BetBoom is what caused the game to end in such a short amount of time. And this is the best team in the world that they just beat in game 1 single-handedly within 25 minutes. You know, I can confidently say Gaimin's the best in the world because they've won every LAN since forever now, it feels like. So we'll see what they do come back with in game 2 to try and force a bit of a draw situation here. BetBoom already off to a great start with a 1-game lead. And with that, John, I think we can head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 draft between Gaimin and Gladiators, and of course BetBoom. We'll see you soon.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
lagi di oven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Number 2 between Gaimin, Gladiators and BetBoom is going to be underway very, very soon. Or at least the draft is going to be underway very, very soon. It's your favorite caveman caster, MLP Dota, and your favorite American caster, John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
I'm looking forward to how this one unfolds, Mikey.
You don't.
We saw Gaimin get crushed out.
You don't need to put on an accent, Jonathan. You've already got the accent. I don't know what you're trying to do. From the
I don't know either.
From the middle of America, are we? From Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the way in the middle of Texas, right where Neil's at as well. But he's in Bali. I'm stuck at home. And we'll see if I don't know what I'm doing. Gaimin looked a little bit lost there as well in game number 1. So hopefully we see them rise back to form. But BetBoom, man, they just make that a curb stomp. That did not even feel an inch close for the side of BetBoom. It was just all them all the way. I'm wondering how badly the draft changes here from Gaimin. Do they ban out this Broodmother first phase just because, well, Nightfall just plays such a mean Brood? I mean, who can't play a mean Brood right now on safe lane when you have this stealth steroid that gives you 70% base damage on a hero that builds stats? This is just broken.
Broodmother's a very skill-based hero, Jonathan. How dare you say that to me?
If we had a stat for how many Broodlings Nightfall lost, I'm pretty sure he lost the stack every time. You know, there's one time he saved it from the Iron Shell. Every time it would melt. But no, it doesn't matter. You just press Q and you win.
You can always make more, John. That's my mantra. Always make more of them. So we do get into it. Game number 2 draft starting very, very soon. Get your damn mind out of the gutter, Jonathan. This had nothing to do with me and my child, alright? Or maybe it does. You never know.
I'm looking forward, Mike, when she grows up and you try to teach her Dota. And then she'll be like, no, I don't like this game. And then you'll just be the saddest dad in the world. I can't wait.
Oh, well, I may
She'll
not be a dad.
I'll influence her. You can always make more, Mike.
Yes.
Go again.
Go again. GG easy. Go next.
God.
No,
No
like,
wonder
if
we're not going everywhere, Mike.
If I hear the
We're
word
stuck.
"don't like" and Dota followed after that, that's it. It's all over. It's all over. I'll be calling the wife straight away. Get your ass home right now. We've got to discipline this child.
I thought you just say get your way back home. We need to make a new child. Let's go next.
That might happen too. You never know. We'll have to see. We'll give her a chance to actually be able to speak before she can say those words to me, if she dares. This game number 2 has not started yet, ladies and gentlemen. In case you're wondering why we're talking absolute garbage, BetBoom, of course, did dominate game number 1. Listen, I'm just going to go ahead and say, I know we talk about draft and everything of the sort. I think the main focus for Gaimin is you got to win out the lanes, because none of the lanes were won, right? Both side lanes were outright won by BetBoom, right? Which means Gaimin did lose the side lanes. Mid lane was even, I would argue. In fact, Quinn was ahead most of the time, but you never really felt the impact because he didn't have the side lanes to kind of follow up with. You know, you saw the big group ups by the tier 1 towers, but it felt like Gaimin were getting punished every single time they tried to take those towers down. And when you have Pure who's popping off on one side, you have Nightfall who's popping off on the other. It's a very painful experience to try and deal with. That's kind of what happened. And again, props to my man GPK. I mean, the guy did not miss a damn shackle. He's just hitting every single one, every single time, and that makes it impossible to play again. It's like you were nowhere near the stage where you had BKBs up on Gaimin to try and counter these big shackles flying out. So it was a very, very tough game. We'll see what they have changed up on Gaimin Gladiators to try and give them a chance of tying out this series. Again, if BetBoom can get a 2-0, they're basically guaranteed upper bracket, I believe. Maybe I shouldn't say guaranteed, but I'm pretty sure based on the score lines, they should be alright.
Yeah, should boost them above at 10-6. Kind of tying with Gaimin. Again, I don't know about our tiebreaker rules here. I believe head-to-head takes priority before any sort of games are played. So if the head-to-head score is in favor of another team, you don't bother. So I'm not sure. I don't know tiebreaker rules. Mike, we went through this with Dream League as well with a new Staddle score, like whatever the hell that is. I don't know how tiebreakers work anymore, so probably not much, although maybe a chance Gaimin gets dropped down from the top 2 into the top 3 instead, which might hurt them going to playoffs, but it's Gaimin Gladiators in a best of 3. It's hard to see them dropping 2-0 to most teams, although again, I say that it could happen here, Mike.
It could happen. We'll see. Game number 2 again has not started yet. It's coming, ladies and gentlemen, soon. TM is the word we want to use here. Very, very soon. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, we are still waiting. For once, I can tell you what I had for merienda today, Jonathan. I had an almond croissant, sir. An almond croissant. Fantastic croissant I had. It's delicious. I still have half of it sitting right next to me right now.
Very nice, Mikey. That sounds lovely. A nice little croissant. A lovely way to buff up. Would have been much nicer if you had some sucro nuts, Mike.
Absolutely.
Look, the croissant
maybe one
does
day.
the job.
We'll sell it to Australia one day.
Someday.
You know.
I did have some mee goreng for breakfast. So a weird thing. Mee goreng pancit canton. I was like, what the hell does that mean? Because mee goreng's already a noodle dish. Pancit canton's a different noodle dish. And in the Philippines, they sell mee goreng pancit canton. I have no idea what that is. So I had it. I enjoyed it. It's good. But yeah, it's no sucro nut cider.
No,
unfortunately, Mike.
It is not, Jonathan. Indomie has not sponsored the majors, so we won't be talking about them any longer.
I didn't mention that, Mike. I didn't mention anything about... What was I eating? I'm not sure anymore. I forget.
We'll have game 2 starting soon. Again, there's still a bit of a delay on the draft. No idea what's happening, but it doesn't matter because you and I get to talk absolute garbage, which is what we really excel at, Jonathan. Just talking absolute trash for as long as humanly possible. Good to hear you had lunch there. Your pancit canton, your mee goreng, whatever the hell you had, John. A bit of a combination of both.
Yep.
Very, very good to hear. My almond croissant had cinnamon paste in it, Jonathan. It's delectable.
Cinnamon paste. That sounds very lovely, Mike. You know, I would actually... That sounds like it would go with a cup of coffee, Mikey. That sounds very nice.
I did have a cup of coffee, Jonathan. I had 2 of them, in fact. I had a mocha and a Vietnamese iced coffee. Mind you, the Vietnamese iced coffee was way too full of condensed milk, so I was a bit disappointed. Because, you know, I've actually been to Vietnam, Jonathan. You know, I've been to the country. I've enjoyed the experience of having fresh Vietnamese coffee from its home region. And so every time I have it here in Australia, it just tastes like absolute trash. Which it is. I'm not going to lie. They just can't make it well here. I don't know what it is, but they just can't do it.
It's fair enough, Mike. I think you just need to find the real authentic places.
Sorry, John, what were you saying?
I think you need to find a real places, you know, with actual where the Vietnamese go for their coffee, Mike. I'm sure you'll find a good Vietnamese coffee there.
Hopefully. We do have Game 2 underway now. The draft is officially starting. Good news, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very good news.
Before we go into the game, of course, we have to give a huge thank you to our official mantra partner in the Bali Major 2023, Acer Predator. Work hard, play harder. Wish I had an Acer Predator as well, but I'm sure all the players are feeling good with their mantras right now, as we can look
hold on.
with our own mantras.
Hold on,
what?
Jonathan. We can't forget BitGet either. Trade now on BitGet. Better trading, better life as well. So head over to BitGet if you want to get some trading underway, Jonathan, which is something you should probably be doing, considering, you know, how much money you're earning from casting 50 DPC regions, but you'd rather spend it on anime figurines and all that garbage.
Not garbage, Mike.
Moving on, Game 2 draft.
Say that.
Game 2 draft? Can we bring it up? Yes? Alright, there we go. The X-Racer draft is now online.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what our DX Racer bands are like. We do get the Timbersaw on with a Broodmother, so the respect band is there. It's BetBoom that bans it out. So rather interesting because they don't have the back-to-back picks. Gaimin taking care of the Tidehunter and the ENG. So what does BetBoom want to open up with? The Pugna is still available. All things said and done, you can just go back to that if you want to here on BetBoom.
Pick me Pugna.
Yes. Just go for it.
I mean, why not? Like, Save obviously is enjoying playing Pugna quite a bit, I'm sure. And his Pugna is something to behold. Like, last game, it just felt like they could never catch him. BetBoom, they still have the option. The last game around as well, we saw them have the opportunity to take Storm to boot. They're going to take Undying instead, which was not banned out. So Undying being one of the more popular position 5s here in the Bali Major. Mostly banned in most of the games we cast, but it does make its way through to Game 2 here. Gaimin, how will they respond? They still have the opportunity to pick up Techies if they want to go back to that for Tofu.
Yeah, Techies is still there. Pugna's there as well if they want. They go with the Morphling first. Oh boy.
Water boy. Here we go.
Yeah. It's up. And you have already the Undying to turn into. So that already feels good just having Tombstone for your end. Take the Techies here as well. So you're feeling pretty damn good on the Gladiators end to just have this kind of opening. For the side of BetBoom, you can go into an AA counter if you really wanted to. Just go for the AA to counteract the Morphling, but we haven't seen a lot of teams prioritize that. Again, when we watch NA, then again it's Div 2, but in NA Div 2 they always pick up the AA up against Morph. Other teams not so much, and if you leave it into the second phase, well, it's gonna get banned in that next wave of bans. So BetBoom, it's either pick it here or just look for another answer.
They'll think about it. 1 minute, 10 seconds of reserve time left here for BetBoom for the second pick. The Morphling's always a scary hero to go up against, because you wonder yourself in this draft, like, do we take the position 1 now that we think can deal with the Morphling? You know, a lot of the time you see Naga Siren get banned, you see AM get banned from the team that is picking up Morph, of course. So it's now a matter of, do you want to pick up one of those position 1s like the Naga Siren that can deal with the Morphling? Or are we just going to leave it and hope for the best later?
Radiant team banned.
Oh! So this is something we keep commenting about every time we see it. Medusa picked against Morphling generally is Morphling favored. BetBoom still go for it on their end of things though.
It has worked out before. Some Medusa games you pop off faster, you start to farm, you can apply a lot of pressure to the Morphling in laning phase. So I think that's what BetBoom are looking for, just play around its aggressive style, ensure that the Racho doesn't have a smooth start on the Morph, is never able to really build into his big Ags timing. And that's where the Dusa can shine. It does farm faster, even in rougher lanes, just purely off of the split shot, so you can flash farm quite quicker into your item timings. And that's what we have to see come out here from the side of BetBoom. Just enabling Nightfall as much as possible on that morph. And just start to,
5
you know,
seconds remaining.
hit your timings faster, play fast. Kind of reminiscent of game 1. Just repeat that same kind of pacing. And the Morphling might not ever reach that point where it's a threat. We have seen rather rough games for the AM where that can happen. BetBoom, for their part, still respect ban out that AM. So still looking for the deuce counters, just trying to ensure a smooth time here for the morph.
I see what game 1 to ban up next. Like, the Pugna was removed, so they're just going to focus on perhaps some support pickups. Maybe focus on the offlane a little bit here for them all. Trying to think of what they could give Pure in the offlane to make the life of this Morphling much more challenging. I think a lot of the time we see Visage coming out against Morph, which does prove to be quite strong. Don't know if Pure really wants to play Visage this game. Mind you, every time we have seen it, to be fair, Visage has looked kind of trash.
Yeah.
So, while it might feel good in the laning stage, it has felt pretty lackluster after that.
It has. It's not in the smoothest time for that hero. Still a lot of time here for Gaimin to decide on their bans. I mean, they take care of that Pugna.
Radiant team
Take out the Skywrath Mage as well. I suppose an Oracle doesn't feel good here with the Dusa because you'll lose your mana shield anyway when you take damage. Because your mana melts. So
We'll ban out the Underlord.
Yeah, ban out the Underlord. What options are left for BetBoom to kind of pick up for, say, save? I think this is just Toronto Tokyo playing the Undying now. So, an aggressive pause 4. They are taking care of a lot of the big ones in Pugna and Sky. You want some instant control from Morphling. There's a funky pick and like a Lion here for save, but I know it's a lot of pressure on you as a Lion. Even with Blink up, Morphling will rush into Linken's, and suddenly your initiation onto Morphling's a lot rougher. Has to be a snap decision, very quick mana drain into Hex, which is easier said than done to Linken's break.
Yeah. I think you still have a point, though. Like, we have seen Lion popping up a lot against Morphling in quite a few games, so I wouldn't be too shocked to see it. Wouldn't mind something like a Clock either. I think Clock can do pretty alright. Rubik's still available against the techies. Always a good pick, I think, against techies. Just the spells are just so valuable to steal. The final ban is taking a bit of time here for Gaimin. The Skywrath is not available, so you won't have that option. But I still think Rubik is pretty good, if not the Lion.
Yep. Ban out the Kotl here as well, just to ensure that BetBoom can't go for Dusa Kotl. Mystic Snake spam plus more mana.
One of the heroes you always talk about, actually, the AA is still there.
Yeah.
But though no teams picked it up.
No one picks it up
Morph.
outside of NA Div 2. Like, no one's been doing that, which is surprising. Like, it's such a straightforward counter as well. You get a pretty good time with your shard.
I think it's just the laning that's kind of a bit awkward for AA right now. Like, I know it's meant to be a strong laning hero with Chilling Touch. But I don't
think it's that bad. I still think that AA's laning is the worst.
I guess not. Well, I mean, we'll see. They have the opportunity to take it here. BetBoom won it. 25 seconds of reserve time left for Gaimin.
I think your issue with an AA pick for BetBoom is that you lack some hard control. Again, you have the counter in terms of softening up the morph, but hold is not something you'll have too much of. Gaimin go into the Beastmaster. So they've got their own hold coming out. They've got a pretty stable lane for the Beastmaster to play into that Dusa. The axes build up pretty happy here. Doesn't take too long to threaten the Dusa, start to really chip away at her mana pool. You can clear out the creep army with the Medusa though, so there's that, but it does take a while. You know, dealing with a Dominator creep early on isn't the best. Dealing with an Overlord creep, not any better. So I like this coming out for Ace. Hard hold, some good tempo to play with. You get the Beastmaster Techies lane coming out here as well. It's a lot of aggression coming out there for Gaimin already in that lane.
It certainly is. 20 seconds reserve time now left for BetBoom. Both teams really respecting each other in the second pick phase. Still looking for a position 4 for save. And there's the Rubik. So they will take it for themselves. And they'll go right into the Doom for Pure. So, I mean, already a really strong draft. Obviously, we've seen Medusa Doom side lanes be extremely potent. It is a much greedier style of draft, but when you consider the fact that this Morphling and Beastmaster want their own time to farm, I don't think it's going to be too bad. There's Gaimin now, maybe looking to pick up their position 4 or 5, depending. Preferably a position 5, I think. I think you'd much rather Tofu continue on the techies, especially against the Undying lane. They're going to go down the Shadow Demon route.
I like it as save. You can stall out a little bit on the jump in from BetBoom. You can just get more Morphling illusions out as well, get some Dusa illusions out, which can be pretty big as the game goes on.
10 seconds remaining.
You have some decent laning presence. I think a Shadow Demon Morphling lane is... It's alright. It can threaten onto the Doom quite nicely. The issue is, you're adding a lot of value onto the Rubik to steal spells. Like, if he steals the save on Disruption, it's big. He steals the Demonic Purge, you're asking for trouble. So there's like a double-edged sword here with a Shadow Demon pick for sure. Then again, it's always the case when you're playing into a Rubik, so you just have to be mindful of that spell usage and ensure that the Rubik doesn't get stuff like the Disruption or Purge here.
Monkey King going to be removed by BetBoom. Gaimin. Looking for a mid to ban out for GPK, I believe.
5 seconds remaining.
Neither mid laner knows what they're going up against quite yet. No, I suppose Gaimin could throw the Morphling mid if they so wish. There's the Primal Beast being removed now from Gaimin Gladiators. We saw this last game as well. Husker going to be removed just in case Quinn feels like busting the old Husker out. I mean, they've left the Lesh alone again. Like, if Quinn wanted to go back for the Lesh rack, try to run it back for game 2. Could be a nice option with the amount of push you have with the Beastmaster. You could play a very fast game, fast-paced game as Gaimin Gladiators with the Lesh rack mid. But BetBoom, last game they were very well prepared for it, to be fair. Snapfire is going to be removed here. BetBoom, they'll be the first ones to take their mid.
It's not as comfy for you to try to go for the Wind Ranger here, so I don't expect them to fall back to that. I suppose you have a lot of Spirit Brothers still available overall, none of them being banned out. The Husker ban could indicate that you gun for something like the Ember for BetBoom's end. They go with Pango instead, so that's one way to kind of get some good aggression going. A very durable front line. Of course, you're picking Pango into Beastmaster, so you'll always have the Roar to stop the roll, but
yeah,
I suppose in lane it's not going to get crushed too hard.
But do you mind that too much? Like, if Roar is expended on the Pango every single fight, I don't think they mind at all, right? Like, because the Medusa Doom are just going to have free reign.
For sure, but that's later on. Like, early on in these fights, your Medusa Doom aren't joining you. So the Pango will have to get this work out for himself, and that cuts into his tempo. They go into the Quinn Ember to close out. The laning matchup against Pangolier is pretty stable. We've seen this one multiple times before. It does feel like either one can find an opening depending on who does kind of overextend a little bit. So it can go either way. It should be rather interesting to see this one unfold. And I'm pretty keen on seeing on what exactly gets happening here, because it should be a good back and forth. I don't think this is going to be as stompy for either side. This should be much more competitive for game number 2. So yeah, I think Gaimin can bounce back in here, get the draw. But at the same time, if BetBoom are allowed to hit this tempo, eventually getting that farm they'd want on Nightfall and on their Doom, on Pure, then you're kind of scared of that scaling up. Because it's a Dusa, it's a Doom. Like, even into the Morphling, if the Dusa has the farm advantage, it can still feel pretty rough for the Morphling.
Well, I can confirm, by the way, Jonathan, BetBoom is now officially in the upper bracket for the playoffs, so we can kind of say 100% chance they are going to be there. So, not so much left to play for in this series, apart from pride, and I suppose BetBoom could send a message to Gaimin with a convincing 2-0 victory if they can find one. Gaimin, on the other hand, obviously, again, arguably the best team in the world right now, looking to not get 2-0'd by the team that caused them so many problems in their last grand final. See how it does pan out. It's going to be a very exciting end to the group stages, considering how the standings are right now, and of course we'll have a look at that a little bit later on after this game too, but a lot of tiebreakers potentially going to happen here in these groups. The race to the last spots, John, it's almost upon us.
Yeah, again, like, 3 teams being eliminated from each group. I believe we've already seen Group B slightly form up. Azure took a very quick 2-0 over now, and so that locks in Nouns for elimination now. And there's still a chance for Azure to play up against Bleed, depending on the scoreline, or up against 9 Pandas. So it can go either way. It can be interesting to see. As again, this series that we're watching for Gaimin versus BetBoom, not as impactful in there. We do get the unpauses coming out from Nightfall, so looks like we're trying to speak TeamSpeak issues as the pop up here. Of course, it does happen.
It does. Doesn't matter. We'll get into game number 2 rather soon, as we are going to wait out the pause by the looks of it. No point throwing to the game while the game's not even going. So there you go. But like I was saying, I mean, you kind of already went over it, but there's a lot of action to happen after the series, because it seems like there's going to be quite a few teams fighting for the final spot in the playoffs here for the Bali Major, especially in Group B. Like, you've got the 3 teams that are guaranteed, being Quest, Gaimin, and BetBoom now. PSG, LGD are not confirmed in the upper bracket yet. They're still fighting for their spot to be there. Bleed Esports, 9 Pandas, Azure, all still trying to at least be in the lower bracket. Though Bleed, I believe, actually have a chance at being upper bracket still, if they can take LGD's spot, which is very intriguing, because LGD don't have any more... Excuse me, they do have one series to play against Quest, which I believe is happening right now. And in fact, they took game 1. I didn't even notice that. So there you go. Quest actually dropped game 1 in that other series. Spoiler alert for anyone who wasn't watching. Very exciting stuff. Game 2 underway.
We should have an exciting game. Yeah, as we head into it, you'll be able to see what these teams are up to. Again, a little bit of a quick pause at the start. So no real excitement coming out. Just everyone walking to lane. No problems here. So Mike.
Yes.
Alex tweeted at us. He said, you will put on the outfit. So there you go. You will be a gladiator, Mike.
I thought he was telling me to put on the outfit.
No. Yeah. And we will have you put it on when we are on LAN again.
Next time we're on LAN, if that ever happens, Alex, I'll put on the outfit. I'll be the new
Alex,
mascot.
fat chance of that?
Sorry, a fat joke. That's very funny, John.
No.
Very, very funny.
I didn't mean it that way. But you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm sorry, Mike. I forget.
I know what you were doing, John. What, you forget what?
I forgot to be more sensitive around you. You're a sensitive fella with a sensitive heart, Mike. I apologize.
Yeah. Sorry about taking your job, Rishi. Just needed to happen. What can you do? It happens. Here we go. Game 2. I mean, Gaimin, even if they've already secured their upper bracket spot, I don't think they want to get too old here. You know, we know Quinn in particular. I've spoken to the man personally. He is not a happy boy when he loses games like that. There's Nightfall being chased down by Tofu, it seems. A bit of a fight top side, but won't mean too much as Tofu. A bit of a disruption on Nightfall, not going to amount to too much. Nightfall going to be able to walk away. Toronto Tokyo with a bit of harassment on the way out will be just fine as well. And while we're here, we can start with the bottom lane, where you are going to see Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo casually chasing down Tofu. Tofu now going to be the one to take much more damage. Well, I say much more. Not really much more, but they do kind of even out the harassment between these two.
Creating some blows. Not going to be too bad. Forced to start with Disruption, but you do get early Naga Illusion Switch. Aren't the tankiest, aren't the scariest, but still a fair win for Nightfall. I love what Toronto Tokyo is doing, just getting really aggressive. Looking for the decays onto Ace, knowing that the Beastmaster, level 1, not the comfiest of times, so the axe spam is starting to stack up here. Toronto Tokyo has to respect that a little bit.
Yeah, we'll keep taking the decays, but Ace just stacking up 1 charges now, as Disruption is going to fly out. No more axe charges, or axe stacks are there from Ace, so he won't continue the chase. What about mid lane? You're going to have Quinn against GPK. It's like Quinn should have a decent enough time, but we've seen the Ember vs Pango matchup multiple times, and it does feel like it is slightly Pango favored. So GPK already finding himself a little bit in the lead in terms of CS, but I think it should still be a pretty even match between these two.
Yeah, it should be a nice back and forth on mid. Slightly Pango favored, but by the time you hit your early corrosion timing, it starts to feel pretty nice to spam back with a Sleight of Fist. Your Flame Guard as well, there's no easy way for GPK to maul through that. At the same time, he doesn't have too much to worry about. His right clicks are fat enough that he can hit them quite nicely onto Quinn, and it starts to hurt that Ember a fair bit. Rune Control is going to be the big if someone can deny off a water rune from one of these top ups, say a 4-minute water rune denial that can set tempo for the level 6 timings here.
What about that top lane, John? We haven't talked about top lane at all. Duraccio Celery against Pure and Save. Lift up onto Celery. Already a lot of damage being dealt. Infernal Blade out. Celery going to try and blast off and will not make it. Pure has enough. Duraccio now forced to back away. Full strength morph on his way out, just to ensure he remains protected. But a great first blood pickup by BetBoom, realizing how far they can push their heroes. And all that gold going the way of Pure. You got to be happy about that as the Doom.
It's going to be an early Vanguard timing coming out here for Pure. I love that he goes for the 0-1-1 build, going for the 0-2-1 build now. Just not needing Devour, not wanting to play slow. He wants to be aggressive in this lane. He wants to look for that punishment when anyone does come in, when Celery lines up for the blast off. And it's a lot of laning pressure. And Doom will still eventually find a farm with CS anyway. So he's going to be feeling good here on Pure, just having this laning presence coming out. 1-0 so far. No big action outside of that kill. You're, again, starting off with a good foundation for the side of BetBoom, considering this laning start. Nightfall's not being pressured at all on that Medusa down bot. You're just finding your farm up against Ace. And that is a little bit of concern. Again, the Medusa up against the Morph. It can flash farm a little bit faster on the Medusa once you have the commitment for split shot. And if you get stacks. You can get that going here, then should at least maintain 1k, 2k lead over the Morphling down the line. And if you can play around that early tempo of Medusa having these earlier items, that's where the Morphling can sort of fall flat, depending on how much Duraccio can get here.
Save dropping quite low himself. We'll go for a fade bot onto Duraccio. Bottom lane, a bit more action breaking out. Nightfall very low on mana. Literally has no mana at the moment. Tofu might look for a setup. Not that hard to take the Medusa down with 250 HP, but Mystic Snake will hand him a bit more mana back, as it seems like they'll even drop the Tombstone preemptively by Toronto Tokyo. Not going to amount to any kind of kill towards Ace, but it will at least allow the space for Nightfall. It's like Tofu never really found the opening to go in for a disruption play. Instead just trying to contest the small camp pull from Toronto. Does actually get away with it as well. Toronto not able to quite get the pull off, so unfortunate for Nightfall, who has to try and farm underneath the Dire tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, top lane, Duraccio dropping a little bit low, is going to be okay. Save was on the chase, but doesn't have the lift up to abuse. Twin Gate usage is there by Celery down towards the bottom lane now. Tofu, though, already finding Nightfall. A nice start as Toronto Tokyo trying to run, but here comes Celery with the sticky bomb, getting another. Not only do they find the Medusa, but they'll find the Undying with it.
Nice set of pickoffs. Nightfall just being a little bit too far forward. Comps way too many axes. And eventually just gets run down. You know, with Mana Shield empty, Shadow Poison just kills you off so fast. With 4 stacks up. Have to respect that. Duraccio is left by himself, but he does have the attribute shift. He has enough mana. Not going to be under too much threat here from the aggression on BetBoom. Still, for BetBoom's part, they've got the mana burn creep. Pure's just ready to try and make this as hard as possible for Duraccio to maintain that presence here.
That he will. Mid lane, Tofu may get caught. Toronto Tokyo drops the Tombstone, gets the Blood Grenade off. Tofu trying to take the zombies out while he can, but the swashbuckle from GPK and the last decay from Toronto Tokyo are going to be more than enough. Squint, he's actually out of mana. He'll use the sticks. He'll have just enough mana to remnant away. GPK did have Rolling Thunder if he wanted to chase, but decides better of it. Won't bother trying. Now another Blood Grenade from Toronto with the double damage, wanting the chase down onto Celery. Celery looks like he's going to be just fine anyway. It's a hand up, high five from Toronto Tokyo, and that'll be enough.
Not going to be able to find too much here. Middle Toronto, it still has the maxed out stick charges, so it has a little bit of burst mana to play with along with the Lotus, but not too much. Still camping around for Nightfall.
Duraccio. Top lane, bit of a chase. Looks like he's going to be fine. Bottom lane, a big surround. They've got the Medusa in this disruption. Blast off will follow up. Nightfall, already low on mana, trying to get his way out of this, but now he's completely out. He needs the help. The Mystic Snake, it'll give him the life he needed with the mana pool to be able to survive. Tofu is the one to go down. They will not be able to secure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Some mass commitment out, but it's worthwhile to save Nightfall. You find a trade back that does take the Lotus out from Nightfall as well. Again, more than worth it, considering that you don't die. Gaimin this time around should be able to snag away the Wisdom Runes. Quinn sneaking his way across. And GPK's here though. Okay. Manages to steal that away from Quinn. Took a long walk out, doesn't find it, but can always remnant back, I suppose.
Yeah, that he will. Much more even game so far. 1k net worth lead to BetBoom. But you have a Boom Medusa, so it makes enough sense that you are going to have the net worth advantage throughout most stages of the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
At the very least, it is 3-2, which is already a much better scoreline than what we saw last game as well. So, BetBoom not having anywhere near as a dominant laning stage as they did in game 1. GPK going to be chased, gets the Rolling Thunder. The disruption will do nothing, but Tofu did commit it. GPK, sure, he loses Rolling Thunder, but he won't mind too much. He will survive, and he does get the Arcane Rune for himself.
Pretty happy about that. I have to say, it's a little bit funny. Debuff immunity. I didn't realize. GPK Rolling Thundered. Yeah. Disruption will still always give you illusion. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Why?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I have no idea, John.
Radiant's
No idea.
middle tower is under attack.
It looks funny now, but once you have like the fusel up, those illusions will hurt.
That is true. That's very true, John. Bottom lane. There was 3 heroes here from BetBoom. Celery's going to just move out of there and actually just go straight for the Ancient Stacks in the Dire Triangle. 3 heroes from BetBoom still sticking around, but the opening is not going to be there against Gaimin.
Never refuse gold given.
Radiant are scanning.
Darachi has been left top lane to farm on his own. Mind you, his net worth has been suffering a lot. Like, Pure's been doing a great job of not allowing him to feel safe on this Morphling whatsoever. See, that mana drain just so annoying for Durachio because he just can't ensure that he can strength morph at the right moments. BetBoom, they're going to group up top lane, go for this tier 1 top. Meanwhile, mid lane, bit of a setup, trying to go on to GPK, but he has the Rolling Thunder once again. Won't even use it, just pump faking now. As Quinn still hanging around, trying to secure this kill onto GPK. GPK really playing on the edge on this Pangolier, is going to find a way out.
Dances around, doesn't get the best use out of his Arcane, but with a bailout, you're more than happy. It's quite a fair bit of commitment that's coming out from Gaimin here. We'll drag Toronto, Tokyo, and 10 with Rune about to come up.
Quinn going to try for this. We'll be able to remnant down towards the bottom side where the Invis Rune does spawn. So a bit unlucky for BetBoom. Setting up on the top rune spot, finding nothing. Quinn will still be able to walk away. But I think BetBoom, if they're allowed to just sit here and farm, I'm pretty sure they're more than happy with the game state. I don't think they care too much about having a fast game. You've got a Doom, you've got a Medusa. You just want to hit creeps.
That you do, and they are hitting creeps quite nicely on the side of BetBoom. Pure #1 in that fort. Everyone else, Nightfall and GPK not too far behind. You are at farm parity at the least for Gaimin. Again, most of this net worth difference is on the Doom. And Daracha may be lagging a bit further behind than you'd want to on the Morph, but it's to be expected coming into a rough lane with Pure. So I don't think Gaimin minds as much as well. As long as Daracha can kind of close this gap down the line, ensure he's not like a full item behind, then Morphling can still play into this matchup. And the key thing for Gaimin here is, when do we see their tempo? Ace is going for the Ags build-up on the Beastmaster in this game. Not going for the Aurus, not going for something like, say, a Crimson Guard, which I think counteracts the Medusa in a big way. Instead, wanting that presence for these fights. But you don't have illusion spam coming out here from BetBoom, so it's not like the most impactful Ags build-up on Ace. It's still big up front, I suppose, so let's see if the investment will pay off here.
Bottom lane, bit of a grip up now from BetBoom. Quinn's going to show up and take a creep wave. Meanwhile, mid lane, GPK's got a Rolling Thunder on Celery. Celery, oh, nice little sidestep, and the swash is not enough. Celery somehow making it out of that scenario. Tips out towards GPK as well. Very nice.
Dire's middle tower is
Just
under
a
attack.
little bit of a dancing around. No kills coming out. Again, game has slowed down. You're just farming up a storm on Nightfall. Manta not too far off. He did give all the stacks away to Ace, so his Ag's timing should be pretty on point. Still about 2.1k away from that. This could break that monotony though. GPK with the defusal up should start to be able to find these kills, start to play with that inhibit, play with the mana burn, have a much better time in locking in even the softer support kills. Let's see if that's the point where they start going. Quinn on the hunt.
Oh, Nightfall. He's around the area. We've got a couple heroes here from Gaimin. Quinn will make his presence known with the Sleight of Fist. Nightfall is still very healthy in the mana department, but his mana pool is at about 940, so you can burst through that quite fast. Quinn is still just chipping away at that. GPK is going to show his face. Quinn going to try and remnant out of here. Nightfall is keeping up tabs on Quinn. So Quinn will leave the area. You know, chipping away at the Medusa with the Sleight of Fist, but Nightfall, he doesn't really flinch.
No. There's just no steady follow-up for that sort of poke and prod play from Quinn. Ace is around the area, Celery as well, but pretty deep dive to try to commit onto the tier 1. BetBoom can easily re-engage in that area, of course. And they just play this farm game. Got the Midas up on Pure. Going for a quick blink, and we'll want to start playing around that. Heck, he doesn't even get the value point into Doom right now for Pure. Just going all in on farm. Should be able to pick that up rather soon, though.
Save. Oh, he got the strength morph. Always a great feeling for the Rubik. Suddenly Save has 1.7k HP on the Rubik now. That's an amazing feeling here for Save. Remember those memes back in the day where Rubik would accidentally Agimorph? And he just got stuck with it forever?
Yep.
I think there was a YouTube clip where you could he just kept getting rocket flared every time he respawned the fountain. Something like, it was either that or AA Ice Blast. It's hilarious.
Yep. You just die. Yeah. No one does that nowadays.
No.
And the Dota player base has grown smarter over time, Mike. Now they just go full strength.
Wouldn't go that far.
Never go full Agi. Smarter than before. It's not a high barrier, Mike. I'm not really stating too big of a compliment. It's not high of a barrier, considering where we were before. Smoke out here from BetBoom. Let's see if they find an angle.
3-man rotation down bottom. Gaimin, they do have 4 heroes here as well, so Quinn should be relatively safe. In fact, Mines are going to rebuild the smoke. BetBoom running right towards them. Blast off away is going to be nice from Celery to buy him a little bit of space to move. GPK is still chasing him down. Meanwhile, Quinn, he will hold the rest of them back. They will lose Celery. Only one down so far for Gaimin. But GPK wants more. Moving forward, here comes Durachia from the Morphling. From the north, they have found the Medusa, locked him down, but the Stone Gaze is still not being used up. Eventually does get committed. Won't really matter though. They were just illusions. 2 going down for Gaimin. BetBoom, get away with this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just a good collapse coming out there from BetBoom into Gaimin's triangle. Again, just starting to play aggressively, going with that smoke angle. Not really finding the biggest core kills, but finding 2 supports in a deadlock game is certainly a nice feeling to have. We're still waiting for Nightfall to finish up this butterfly rush anyway. And he's getting the space to do so. They shove in the bot tier 1. No contestation coming out from Gaimin. 5k lead stands for BetBoom now. And your timings are starting to line up. Again, the blink not too far off for Pure here. Disassembles into the Pipe of Insight. Once you've got the Blink Doom, locking in something like the Morphling becomes easier. Duracho not too far away from his own Lincolns to protect. So there should be a good surprise factor coming out here for the side of Gaimin once that's up and running. But
Tombstone down, Tofu going to be targeted first. Very easy pick off to take as Tofu is already down. Quinn, Celery, both trying to run. Pure does have the Doom available, so Gaimin have to be extremely cautious. Mind you, Ace now does pick up the Aghanim Scepter, so you will have the Drums of Slom available now for this defense, but it doesn't seem like Gaimin can really hope to defend, though they are still trying. T1 tower now extremely low. Ace, he's going to be the target. Nightfall will go for the chase, but Ace will walk his way out.
Middle tower is under attack.
You do get some level 3 chains on save. So he could hope to lock somebody down now as Pure gonna go for the Doom, does find Quinn with that. GPK with the Rolling Thunder trying to find the Ember. Instead they'll focus on Celery. That's your tech, he's gone. Pure is still alive as Tofu will follow. Tofu going down with his support brethren. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo dropping pretty low to Ace. They chain them up. Duraccio in. He gets one. He gets GPK. Duraccio, how much can he clean up? He'll get the chains out now. That'll be a triple for Duraccio. The perfect morph into the Rubik. He got the lift and the chains out from save. And 3 heroes for the morph. The mid-tier 1 tower does remain standing for Gaimin. BetBoom getting caught with their pants down in the mid lane is even top lane Pure. Not going to be safe. Quinn rushing in. Pure lands a 2-man stomp. Quinn, oh, he misses the chains. Unfortunate, the creep wave does come in at the right moment. They do miss out on the Pure kill. Still a great fight in the mid lane for Gaimin though.
It opens up a lot. They still have the network lead here for BetBoom, but you're ramping up now on the morph.
Drops the tombstone, but he just gets deleted. Duraccio finding his 4th of the game now. 4-0 on the Morphling. Oh, and it's getting scary. Duraccio is getting close to the Ags. That's the scary part.
Becomes really obnoxious for you to play the Medusa in this matchup. Heck, even turning into something like Pango with his stats taken away is massive.
GPK, he needs the Rolling Thunder. Chains are going to lock him down. Disruption not chained that well. Quinn's going to run out of mana anyway to the Diffusal Blade of GPK, so won't bother trying any further as bottom lane, Ace actually draining all the mana of Nightfall, forcing the Stone Gaze to be committed. Nightfall will naturally just retreat right after the Stone Gaze committal. Now props to GG, even with the net worth deficit. They are keeping up and finding some good trades on their side of things.
They're doing what they have to do, which is apply some pressure early, try to use this Morphling's early tempo, and protection with Linken's up.
They are running right towards the Morph with this smoke. Duraccio, he just waveformed. Save, lift, not going to be there yet. Remnants forward. Duraccio still very cool though. Still agi-morphing. Not afraid whatsoever of save. Sadly for save, he was lacking the vision for the lift back. So Duraccio not going to be a victim of this this smoke. Going to be just fine.
Back to farm. Needs that full Ags up. Again, with the Lincolns to protect. Your initiation is a little bit more convoluted from the side of BetBoom. You're still farming up a Storm here on Nightfall, but he doesn't have a major lead. Like 2k above, 1 item above, 1 component above in terms of his built-up items. Waiting for the Butterfly next, not too far off. But I think Nightfall's not going to be comfy until he gets more stats. It has to be something like the Scotty coming out afterwards, just to have a little bit more HP on have a lot more int as well. Try to boost his EHP in that way. Side of Gaimin. Again, your patience is paying off for Duraccio. Quinn is going for his own Lincolns to protect.
What are these
the
odds?
Ags have felt significant from Ace.
God, the odds can't be that bad, can they?
That is kind of insane.
Dire are scanning.
Right, I mean, great odds to take if you're a Gaimin fan. I don't think they're that far behind in this game too. It's Quinn, chains out, done save. There's a tombstone down from Toronto. Duraccio in the middle of all this will waveform away. Meanwhile, save, not finding a raw target yet, as they are going to lose Celery, and now the Doom comes out. Pure, not going to allow the Beastmaster any kind of play as they do take down Ace. Duraccio trying to run out of there. We'll get to the Lotus Pool. Needs a TP. It is cancelled by Pure. He could try to take the Lotus while he's here. He won't even get that. Maybe the odds were right, John. Maybe the odds were right.
Perhaps they were, Mikey. As you say, you know, Gaimin's not too far behind. They get wiped. Alex is going to be very pissed at you. You just cursed him.
Yeah.
As the Roche starts to fall here. Really good angles being found from BetBoom. Just down to save, right? Like, this Rubik gets caught out, has the Remnants, has a Remnant back, and a Remnant forward. So it just dances around stalling for time, and the rest of the team just collapse onto him very nicely. Gaimin, very scattered in that fight, not able to open up with a roar, not able to use that roar at all, and Racho just has to run in. But with all of his team dead, it's an easy time to break that Lincolns, find that opening. Now you have to deal with 2 lives on Nightfall. With that full Butterfly up on the Dusa, she hits like a truck. A split shot or not, the damage coming out from Nightfall is huge, and just the evasion and the mischance coming in does provide a lot of EHP for Dedusa to rely on, and it's into the Scotty afterwards. And if you've got that up and running on you, Dedusa's not going to be too worried. Daracho almost done with the Yags, but...
Oh, Quinn. I suppose it's lucky Pure did not have Doom available. Pure was right around that remnant. And BetBoom, prime position to try and force in this bottom tier 2 tower. Nightfall's going to get it started. Will hesitate just a little bit, but does have the Aegis up for 4 minutes, so plenty of time. Seems like Gaimin, I mean, they're going to bring Daracho down bottom, but that's about it. Daracho will be in charge of defending. In fact, they are going to TP now. Daracho, though, losing a lot of HP to Nightfall. He's going to continue strength morphing. Nightfall, very low on mana, but just can't really be dealt with. Sure, you get through the mana pool, but you can't get through the HP pool of Nightfall. You'll have plenty of time to try and reset. Doesn't even need it.
Here.
Gonna move back in.
Still have the Aegis. They can just go for the push. You have enough mana for the Mystic Snake at the very least. And even if you do get a reset, again, not the biggest deal, because it does feel like to force the reset out from Nightfall, you'd have to put yourself in a pretty awkward position for Gaimin, where you can get punished by the Doom. You can get punished by Rolling Thunder. BetBoom just looking to take away these objectives. Will go for the Tormentor. Another free shard going their way here. We'll go on to Toronto, Tokyo. So now you've got the Tombstone saves that can come out. Which is pretty impactful. That shard is
he has found Quinn. Mid lane, the Doom is out. Celery is going to try and save Quinn's life. The chase is on from Pure. He's ignoring Celery altogether. He just wants the Ember Spirit, and he's got him again. Another stun out. Pure taking down NA's finest. Celery will follow up with that as well, going to the grave with his mid player. And Pure, so dangerous to play against, John. This man, he sees the opportunity, he takes it every time. Zero hesitation from Pure.
And he just jumps in. And these are big kills he's finding as well, and he's confident knowing that with Octarine up, Doom cooldown, it's not the worst thing in the world to wait for. So you'll always have it for the next little jump. They'll just go back for their own Tormentor now. They will find the Rubik Shard. You do barely survive that one for save, but well worthwhile. Now you've got the lift back saves, which can be massive in the middle just to reposition your Dusa from danger. It's going to be a big boon here for the side of BetBoom. Gaimin, Ags is up on Daracho. MKB not too far away. So he can start to have a lot more impact on the morph, but just doesn't feel like Gaimin have been able to play around this morphing just yet. They need to kind of center themselves around the Water Boy. Try to find some safe angles for Daracho. Back him up when he does decide to play aggressive. If he does decide to play aggressive. Again, for Gaimin, and for the most part, they have been just dodging as best they can. Just playing a farm game, which might too much with a morph, but you have to worry a little bit that the Dusa and the Doom can get a lot more off the map every single time you're just sitting farming.
Top lane. Push starts. Gaimin, they're going to start with the bottom tier 2 towers. They have found save. Easy Rubik pick-off. Save put out of position here by Gaimin. That bottom tier 2 tower, not going to last very long here to Gaimin, but they do at least get the top tier 2 for BetBoom's end of things. Or they will at least in just a moment. Glyphs forced out from both sides. I think Gaimin will appreciate this this trade. They're the ones that don't really want to force a fight right now. Mid lane, Daracho has to be uber careful. There is a Doom available on Pure. He will make it out with the waveform, however. Pure did not want to go into a full squad of Gaimin. 7k advantage to BetBoom, but the game is still very even. 61% chance of BetBoom winning compared to the 39% of Gaimin. That is still very close. That's one team fight, basically.
It's a lot more competitive game one, at very least here. Full Scotty up and running now on Nightfall. Aegis does expire. So if you misplay here for BetBoom, it's a massive opening for Gaimin. We just need to see the effect of Daracho with the Ags. And not showing it off yet. Gaimin playing a very patient game.
They're going to TP away. Mostly, anyway. Still have Celery, Ace, and Tofu around this bottom side, so it seems like Celery is going to be spotted by Save. Doesn't quite get in range with the blink to get the lift off though, so Celery is still going to be okay to run away with the reactive taser. They could look towards Ace, but they are lacking the vision of the Beastmaster at the moment. Quinn's going to join his team once again with an Arcane Rune now up. Roar is committed. All they got. It's going to be saved. The Tombstone grab is there. Toronto Tokyo making a bit of time for this Rubik to survive through all of this, as Ace is the one getting caught out. Celery is out with the blast off, at least taking down the Undying. And now Pure the target, but they've got Ace down. They've got Celery down. And Durantio, he is being chased. Lincolns will save from the doom of Pure. Quinn is also a target they can try for, but Pure, he is going to get annihilated by Durantio. The adaptive strike gonna be enough. They've lost GPK as well. GPK not able, can buy back. Quinn will fall to boot. So a 3 for 3 in the end, I believe. And it was. The net worth does favor Gaimin with those exchanges happening. I suppose you do get Durantio out, which is the main kind of deal here for Gaimin. Just make sure the Morphling survives through all these engagements.
They're not able to get the Doom off from Pure. You need to have a Lincoln's Burst on this Doom. The War Stomp is useful, but it's a little bit awkward with no targeted items here. So you can't just easily get the Doom off. Perhaps you can just buy yourself around that issue here on the Doom, get the Ags down the line, going their way on Pure. That could be the route they go instead. And that should still have some impact up against Gaimin. Gaimin, for their part, again, starting to find these fights, starting to feel extra strong on Daracho. Turning into the Pango, universal type, steal away 40% of all his stats. Very balanced for Daracho to have on the Morphling. Let's see if BetBoom kind of clean up a little bit. They just need a good Doom to somehow come out if they pierce that Lincoln's.
Mid lane, Celery. I know they're around with the mines. Tombstone dropped immediately. Celery jumping in with the blast off just to allow his cause a way out. Celery will go down for 40. Gaimin not too interested in a fight, I don't think, though they are still hanging around, but disruption was onto an illusion from Nightfall. Mind you, these illusions with the disruption, they will cause Nightfall and his team a lot of problems in the middle of these fights. It's Gaimin, even after losing Celery, they will still push in the mid-tier one, the mid lane. And they won't get punished anywhere else. Celery's going to be able to respawn just fine.
Yep. No big issues here for Gaimin. And the state of equilibrium for BetBoom and Gaimin, I feel like it doesn't really favor BetBoom until you start to hit the Ags reality here for Pure, which is still a ways off. The AoE Doom is really the next spike. Beyond that, it's all about positioning. It's all about trying to outplay. Gaimin has a little bit more ease there, just with the saves they have here. Under draft, with the Lincolns being up, with the disruption being on top there as well. It's not the easiest time for the side of BetBoom to find one and go. So they're still forced to respond and sort out their lanes. Ace.
Lift up, chains up. They've caught Ace. He's going to try and TP out of there, but they've got the Roar stolen. Save. Lift into the chains, now with the Roar up. We'll find Ace. Daracho at least gets Toronto Tokyo up at top lane, but it's not a good trade for Gaimin. And next fight, you've got to be worried about this Roar from Save. He's going to have it off cooldown in 25 seconds.
That's where things get a lot scarier. Just roaring to stop the roll here, but giving it away for free it's not the play. BetBoom, with that Roar ready on their side, with how far your range is on that Roar, start to feel confident now to find map control back your way on BetBoom's end. They are inching towards this full Daedalus coming in here for our Dusa. The damage output on Nightfall, it's just get set to skyrocket. GPK going back for his blink. Pure, again, just kind of hanging on right now, but it's starting to feel massive on that Doom. I would love to see him go for the Ags. Instead, he is going for the refresh first. Let's see if that starts to pay off. Gaimin going out with smoke here.
They will. Bottom lane is where they'll head. They see Nightfall on the Dusa. Illusions will be left behind. Top lane also being forced in by Durachio, so they've got to try and address the top lane. In fact, Pure, he's jumped in. He'll break the Lincolns himself. Durachio thought he could get away with this. Pure, seeing how many players were down at the bot lane from Gaimin, just makes the immediate jump in. And he has the seed shot to break the Lincolns quickly. It's a very easy pick off there for Pure.
Yep. Finally switching things up in his neutral. And the War Stomp is nice, but you really just want to pierce the Lincolns and get control out that way. Again, you are establishing that solid lead for Nightfall. Roshan opens up off the back of that kill as well. Roshan number 2 with Aegis and Cheese. BetBoom playing a slower game, but still in control. The 10k lead up with Roshan going out with no contest on the side of Gaimin. Things start to look pretty spicy. There's an opportunity for the high ground here for sure. Doom isn't too far off for Pure. So you can look to start to get more of the map under your way and start to look to try and choke out Gaimin if at all possible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Through the bot lane they go. Aegis up. Daedalus almost up. In fact, there it is for Nightfall now. 12k net worth advantage. We know Durachio, like, if the Doom's on him, it's just the fight's as good as done. And it's really proving not to be that challenging for Pure to get those Dooms off as Gaimin. They're trying to smoke up, be a little bit cheeky. Tofu gets the disruption. Roar out onto Toronto. They'll take the Undying down. Now they've got the Medusa trapped up. This is a big one. They might get rid of the Aegis very early on, but he does pop the Stone Gaze. Ace does get petrified as Quinn is still trying to chase Nightfall down. Will not connect with the Sleight of Fist chains though. So they'll hunt for a little bit more. They'll see Pure on the Doom. Pure using the Scorched Earth and Blink to get out. Quinn still not within range for the Sleight of Fist chains. Is continuing to try and chase but can't reach them. Unfortunate for Gaimin. I suppose at least they get away with an Undying kill, but that's about it.
It's not too bad. Again, you're kind of forcing the issue into Aegis. You're preventing BetBoom from going into the high ground off the back of a team fight. So overall, you're still stalling this game out for Gaimin. You're still buying space out for Durachio, allowing the Morph to try to keep this build up. As the MKB up, going into the Scotty. Durachio is starting to have some solutions out for the Medusa. I am still concerned about how much they are allowing Pure to get away with though. Has their refresh recipe just lacking the 2 cornucopias, has enough gold for 1 cornucopia. And the double Doom is where things get really, really dangerous. Like a Doom up on Durachio, a Doom up onto Quinn, that's where things go southbound.
Very, very scary indeed, John. And Durachio, like, trying to farm towards that Skadi timing now after the MKB. BetBoom taking back the Dire Triangle. Excuse me, the Dire Jungle. They'll take the outpost away from Gaimin again. Looking towards that top tier 3 tower. Quinn already prepped up to defend this. Nightfall. A little bit of hesitation. We'll move in now. Half mana on the Medusa, but has the Aegis for 2.5 minutes. We'll get the illusions out. Nightfall. Again, it's not going to be the easiest high ground siege. Plenty of ways to burn through the mana pool of Nightfall with this high ground, unless they lose Quinn. Oh, he's been doomed up. Just immediately out with a very cheeky ward placement of the high ground. Quinn is down with no buyback. Look at that ward jump. Right in the top left corner.
Sneaky one. I've seen that a couple times before and it pays off here. Just outside of vision.
Out of mana is the Medusa. Nightfall. Gonna get disrupted by Save. Saving once again. Nightfall not backing off. Still a minute 45 on the Aegis. May just accept the reset. No, he'll eat the cheese. No reset for me. Not the death way.
Oh.
Doom committed. Bottom lane. He's got Durachio. Pure. You just can't keep your eyes off this guy. He's always doing something. Durachio is gone. GPK to take that one. While they're still pushing the top racks.
You are out of mana fully now for Nightfall, but again, Aegis, still a full minute left. The stolen disruption for save. Spam out the illusions, clear out the mines. And that's the beauty of the Rubik in this game. You can just keep stealing all the big spells. Nightfall wouldn't mind dying here right now, honestly, for that lack of mana pool. They have managed to stall for enough time for the respawns at the least. But they'll lose the racks.
Well, they'll lose the Aegis at least, but it was expired. Not a big deal. Can they punish the Medusa? Nightfall, going to be a lot more cautious now. They've got the grab ally with the Tombstone, which makes it kind of hard though. If they can't deal with the Tombstone, you've always got a bit more save for this Medusa. They'll continue throwing everything but the kitchen sink onto her. Disruption out again from Tofu. Pure's in though. Pure breaks the Lincolns of Quinn. Has Doom back up in 10 seconds, by the way, as they do claim the top racks. They've got to be careful. BetBoom may not back off. They might go again. So Celery's down by save. These Medusa illusions from save with the disruption, just doing so much work for him. And the thing is, again, Doom is available. Maybe not the double Doom for another 40 seconds, but it only takes one Doom to finish this game.
It only takes one. Just need that one big Doom on either Quinn or Duracho. Take them out of that fight. And the scary thing is, Pure could still go for the Ags. Like, if you had Ags on Doom with double Doom, that's where you don't have counterplay on side of Gaimin. BetBoom does feel like they've got this game moderately locked in. One set of racks up, 16k up. Their Medusa just growing bigger and bigger as time goes on. Going for the full Swift Blink next. What more could you ask for here for Nightfall? As long as he always has the save coming out from save, then you're pretty happy. Save always lives up to the name, Mike. Every single time we see him.
Save is doing a brilliant job, that's for sure. And like, it's one thing, right? Like, Tofu desperately wants to make sure Disruption doesn't go the way of this Rubik. Because like, you saw Save just casually killing off Celery with the Medusa illusions last team fight. Makes it much easier for you to safely push up high ground as well, with the extra illusions that Save can now provide. Go again. Wrong Thunder not committed yet, but Pure, he got the Doom off again. They found the Morphling. Duraccio saved for now, but not for long. He is down. Ace, the next target. Buybacks are incoming. Ace, can he get out? He barely can. For Gaimin, they've got to try and punish. BetBoom running now. GPK is down. That's one target. Save will be the next target on the chopping block. A save should drop. Eventually made just as he does go. Duraccio would love Nightfall, but another Doom out. Duraccio!
Pure!
This guy is just ridiculous. That's the dieback. Duraccio's gone. They've got to fight without their Morphling. They are trying. GPK is going to bite back. Nightfall completely surrounded, but look at this Giga Chat just manning up against the whole squad of Gaimin. And they are melting. GG call surely coming soon. Quinn trying his best to clear it up as best he can. He gets Nightfall. That's one down. Quinn, can he do it? Save. He's there and he gets it. The Emperor's gone. Dieback on Quinn. The last piece of the puzzle. It's going to be Tofu. Tofu was down. Full team wipe. 2 times around. GG's called. GG is called. BetBoom. I mean, John, I'll tell you. I know this is game we're talking about, but BetBoom, they made it look kind of easy.
That they did. Just start to finish. Control once more coming out from them. Sure, a couple more shining moments here for Gaimin. Mainly just support pickoffs. Finding a couple of isolations here. But this time around, Pure really popping off in the series.
Yeah.
Like, he had a great time last time, although it was really down to Toronto, Tokyo with his place, but this time around, his Doom was just insane. Coming in, knowing the timing of when he'd get the refresh, having that refresh, when Duracho buys back, like, Jesus, everything just lined up in that last fight, and the discipline from the side of BetBoom to play as they did. You know, having the patience to wait for that build-up on Nightfall and on Pure, and then just letting all that tension out when they had their timings lined up.
Yeah.
Gaimin Gladiators, it didn't look like it was Gaimin play, you know? BetBoom just makes it look like any other team getting crushed.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take anything away from this BetBoom squad, John. Like, they're just so individually talented. And then, like, together, when they coordinate, when they play as a team, it's like they're using each other's hands almost. With, you know, it's just, they're all on the same page. They're all doing a fantastic job. Like, the drafts are always on point. And, you know, you and I made the comment, like, this Morphling, generally a very good counter into the Medusa pick. But when you've got the Pure Doom, who just can't, like, this guy just didn't miss. Not one Lincoln's block on the Dooms. He always had a break opportunity with the neutrals he was taking. Like, this isn't Pure that was waiting for someone to break the Lincolns on the morph. He was doing it himself every single time. Whether he did it once, whether he did it twice, he did it every time. And, you know, I think if you had to choose an MVP of the game here for Game 2, Pure gets it easily, in my books. Like, this guy was just ridiculous.
Oh, for sure. Like, he just got work done. And again, BetBoom overall just played a fantastic game. Gaimin, maybe Game 1 you could argue draft a little bit more. Game 2, certainly not. You know, they had a Morphling, the Deuce was picked into it. You'd expect the Racha to have way more impact, but he gets controlled up. The Doom pick was excellent coming out from BetBoom, and they just managed to get control. What a way to close out our last official match. Of course, we do still have tiebreakers, but that's the last match overall for us on the D stream, with the tiebreakers left pending, and that was one way to go. Like, our first series going the way it did, with that turnaround, the biggest net worth comeback, apparently, according to Knoxville. I mean, what more could you ask for in the last day here, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. They make it happen. Props to Blacklist, props to BetBoom for winning out their series 2-0 each way. In case you were wondering, by the way, the tiebreaker series that are left, I believe, is Blacklist versus Shopify, and then Azure Ray against Bleed. So those two teams are still fighting for an opportunity. Excuse me, 4 teams. 4 teams are still fighting, John, to make their way through to the lower bracket. Because one team out of each series does have to go home. So Shopify, Blacklist, and Azure Ray Bleed going up against each other, respectively, to see who will make it in that last spot for the playoffs. Like you said, Jonathan, I believe that is it for the D stream. Sadly, we're off to enjoy our lives, I suppose. I'm pretty sure you and I, neither of us enjoy our lives, so maybe that's the wrong word to use. Before we do head off to a break and end off the stream, of course, we've got to give some shout-outs, Jonathan. Of course, thank you to our official travel partner. Create your own special moments and hashtag start traveling now with AirPads. And Sucro, of course. Sucro is the best coated peanuts that has become the pride of Indonesia, bringing happiness and joy to everyone. So there you go. They even bring joy to us, Jonathan, even though you and I, we don't have any Sucro nuts right now, but I've had fun talking about them throughout the stream, so they've brought joy to me.
That they have, and hopefully everyone has had a lot of joy in these series. It's been fun. The Bali Major's been filled with surprises, and I'm keen to see how everything else goes, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very intrigued, by the way. Before we do head off, I can't wait to see Shopify first Blacklist. Like, Arbed's in that situation again, that scenario that Arbed always finds himself in. Country or team is the question for Arbed here going into that series.
Come on, Abed. Let's go, Abed. You know what to do. Tank it for the boys, Abed. Tank it for the boys.
Again, Azure Ray still going to be fighting for their spot against Bleed, and Bleed, they might have an opportunity to make it 2 SEA teams. It's either 2 or 0, John. 2 or 0. We're going to find out very soon as we're going to head off. It's MLP Dota, John X Fires. Thanks so much for tuning into the D stream, and we'll catch you all again very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.